All right. Good morning to everyone. Welcome to day 3 of the Ismaili Studies Conference. It's early where I am, but thank you all for joining us. To begin the first panel of today, I'm going to hand it over to my fellow conference organizer, Dr. Alicia Cummins. Take it away, Dr. Cummins.
Welcome everyone to our panel, Classical and Contemporary Ismaili Philosophy. We have 4 presentations today, and I will try to do my best to keep good timing. So I will give a brief introduction of each speaker right before they speak, but I ask that you reserve your questions for the very end so that we can have a more elaborate discussion. And if you have any burning questions, feel free to post them in the chat, but preferably the Q&A box if that is available to you. So we begin with Syed Zaidi, who is a PhD candidate in Islamic philosophy at Emory University's Islamic Civilization program. He has published several books, reviews, and articles in the Journal of Iranian Studies, the Journal of Islamic and Muslim Studies, and the Kronos Philosophical Journal, and a chapter in a guide to Sufi literature. I will just pass it over to you now. Thank you very much, Said.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Let me just try to figure out how to share my screen. Can you see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Yeah, we're getting a bit of a sound from your end, say like a fan sound. I'm not sure. There we go. Yeah.
All right, so I'll begin now. Is that all right?
Yeah.
All right, great. Mysticism and spirituality usually holds a complex and somewhat misunderstood relationship within the world of medieval philosophy. Sometimes it is found throughout a work, and other times it is barely present. This is no less true in the Islamic world as in other religious philosophies during the last 2 centuries of the first millennium, which got found in places in the late antique period. For example, ideas such as spiritual ascension, theurgical prayers, utilities of magic, and incantations are often found flowered throughout the works of Muslim Hermeticists such as Jabir bin Hayyan, the Proto-Ismaili mother of the book al-Kitab, and the Brethren of Purities, Rasul Ikhwān al-�afā. However, Muslim peripatetics such as Abu Nasr al-Farabi or Ibn Sina barely use these methods in their own philosophical expositions. Excuse me, I have a slight cold. I believe this is due to the fact that Muslim Hermetists, like their Christian and Jewish counterparts, trying to navigate 2 screens here, inherited a tradition where prophecy, scripture, and spirituality or mysticism played an inherent role in philosophy. For example, in Plotinus's conception of love, where Aphrodite is represented as soul in 3.5, mysticism plays a key role in the individual's mystical ascension to the One. Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're just so you know, what we're not seeing the slideshow. We're seeing the other.
Oh, you're not. That's strange. Okay. Let me just see if I can fix that again. Okay. Can you see my slideshow now?
I'm not sure whether we're viewing the part we're supposed to view. Because we see your Zoom bar, for example, that says you're viewing my screen.
I really don't know.
Okay, that's fine. You can just move that down.
Sorry. I was not supposed to be running into these types of technical things, I guess. But you all can see this thing that I'm.
Yeah, we can see your main slide.
All right, great. That's what's important. All right. So give me 1 second. Just go back to my, and you can still see that now, right? Great. The Brethren of Purity, the Ikhwān al-Ṣafā, were a 9th or 10th century Shiite philosophical movement from Basra, Iraq. Little is known about the actual groups. Little is known about the actual group or its members, and their only remains are 52 treatises with 2 summaries. However, their works played an influential role in various intellectual trajectories through Islamic and Jewish philosophical history. In this paper, I argue that the Brethren of Purity's mysticism is not only drawn from contemporary Sufi currents of their age, but also from Hermetic Neo-Pythagorean works that they were reading. However, most scholars deny that Hermeticism as a distinct school of philosophy in both the classical and medieval eras ever existed. Due to this, earlier studies have not shown what role Hermetic and Neo-Pythagorean mysticism played in the treatises of the Brethren of Purity. This paper finds fault with the theory posed by A.J. Festugier and Kevin von Bledel that Hermeticism is merely a bricolage of concepts. Instead, as Krishna H. Bull and J. Peter Sodergaard have argued, this paper supports the theory that a distinct form of Hermetic mysticism is present in the Brethren of Purity's treatises, and that they used magic, theurgy, and numerology to achieve mystical union with the universal soul and the universal intellect. Furthermore, I show that by integrating Quranic symbols with Neoplatonic ontology and Hermetic theological practices, the Brethren of Purity forged a different path of thinking about mysticism which is distinct from that of the Sufis. This paper demonstrates why scholars such as Kevin von Bledel are wrong to argue that Hermeticism as a distinct school of philosophy never existed in the Islamic world. By employing Bull and Sodergaard's methodologies, I argue that a distinct school of Hermeticism did exist, and that Hermetic mysticism is present in the works of the Brethren of Purity. This mysticism is shown in their use of magic, theurgy, and numerology, which allows the individual to achieve mystical union with the universal soul and the universal intellect. Again, this school is distinct both in theory and practice from the mysticism found in schools of Sufism during their contemporary era. In the late antique and medieval worlds, mysticism played an important role when it concerned the human being's relationship with metaphysical studies and God. Particularly in Islam, when most individuals think about mysticism, they think about Sufism or the Shiite world of Irfan. However, this paper proposes that there was another school of mysticism that existed in the Islamic world that was based on this school of Hermeticism. Before I move forward, it's necessary to give a brief introduction to the late school of Hermeticism and how it was introduced into the Islamic world. The school of Hermeticism is based almost entirely on what is known as the Corpus Hermeticum, this text here that is on the right. And the Corpus Hermeticum consists of about 17 chapters, the Discourse of the 8th and the 9th, the Emerald Tablet, and several Pythagorean texts. Copenhaver writes that the Hermetica are a body of theological, philosophical texts written in late antiquity but believed during the Renaissance to be much older. Their supposed author, a mythical figure called Hermes Trismegistus, was thought to be a contemporary of Moses. This is a translation of the Book of the Elements, which I'm not going to read here, but this is obviously recorded so you all can read it, and this was kindly given to me by Professor Vincent Cornell at Emory University. Who is Hermes Trismegistus? Hermes Trismegistus is a character that was seen to have been created out of the synthesis of the ancient Egyptian god Thoth, pronounced Jehuti in ancient Egyptian, and Hermes or Mercury in the ancient Roman world. Later on, he was combined with the Judeo-Christian prophet Enoch, and the Muslims had also read Hermes Trismegistus to be the prophet Idris. Also, certain traditions also argue that Mithra in the pre-Islamic Persian world was also Hermes Trismegistus, although that's to be examined further. In the Islamic world, Enoch or Idris is an antediluvian prophet, a prophet before the flood of Noah. He comes very much later after the prophet Adam. So what is Hermeticism? Hermeticism is based off of the idea that there is, first and foremost, that wisdom is acquired through practical acts such as theurgy, astrology, and alchemy. The philosopher, the king, and the ruler should all be basically one character. There's a divine triad that in Hermeticism, known as the triad of being / existence, however you want to, whichever term you prefer to use, intellect and life. That is, everything that exists has both intellect and life as well as existence. It is based off of the primacy of the intellect, which I'll speak to you about in a few seconds, initiation, and again, theurgy. So in the Hermetic world, God is actually seen as not only Father, and again, I'm speaking about the pre-Islamic Hermetic world, late antique Hermetic world. He's not only seen as the Father and a creator of the world, but he's also seen as the intellect. Unlike Neoplatonism, the first, where the first level of reality is really the one, in Hermeticism, God is actually seen as the first level of reality, and he himself is also intellect simultaneously. Um, and I have a few quotes up here about addressing the nature of God as being intellect, which I'm not going to read over here for the sake of time. You can find them in the Corpus Hermeticum. But what's interesting to point out is that the Corpus Hermeticum also draws from Pythagorean terms such as the monad when actually describing God. And different commentators like Iamblichus actually brought the Father, the God, the monad, and the One all together in one term in a work such as the Theology of Arithmetic. The second important part of the triad is life. In other words, everything that exists from God all the way down to the smallest ant also participates in life. So an ant has intellect, an ant has life, and it also an ant also has existence. The Hermetic tradition is full of occult practices. There is several different cultic orders that we really don't know too much about during the late antique period. But part of my argument actually hinges on the fact that the Brethren of Purity also decided to keep their own identity hidden, which causes me to believe that they were trying to follow a Hermetic trope of keeping their identity hidden, but at the same time portraying themselves as followers of Hermes Trismegistus. It's important to also mention that they actually say over 20 times in the entire corpus that they actually follow the teachings of Hermes Trismegistus, and they actually equate Hermes with the prophet Idris. Philosophy of practice is also a very, very important idea, which we also find in various different Neoplatonic schools. But the most important form of practice for the late antique Hermetists was theurgy, literally translated as God work, and can be found as doing prayers, trying to bring down spirits, trying to use talismans to create change. Iamblichus summarizes theurgy as a rite conducted by men which preserves our natural order in the universe, and a rite empowered by divine symbols. And he says theurgy is able to unite the energy of mortals with the energy of the gods. Here I have this chart describing the different forms of theurgy, which is magic, alchemy, intercessionary prayers, and prayer itself, and the different subjects and objects that these prayers and these theurgical acts can operate on. So, sorry, my computer just got stuck here for a second. This is not being nice to me this morning. Another important practice for Hermetists is alchemy. And alchemy is seen as the science of letters, the science of numbers, and the science of elements and the correspondences between all three. Finally, there's the science of astrology. I want to also mention that there are two major individuals who study Hermeticism in the West. One of them is Vincent J. Cornell at Emory University. The other one is Kevin von Bladel at Yale University. Professor Cornell has outlined 7 points which he argues defines a Hermetist in the Islamic world. It is through these 7 points that I make my own argument that the Brethren of Purity actually are considered Hermetists, along with other terms and findings that I have made. So I'm just going to come back now to, after giving that very brief introduction to Hermeticism.
Syed, can I just pause you there? Could you stop screen share and reshare it? Because when you're sharing your screen, we keep seeing a zoom bar on your screen that's obstructing what we see.
Yeah, I see the zoom bar too. It's not moving for me. I don't know why.
Do you want to just unscreen share and yeah, we'll just try it again. And also make sure what the part you're sharing is the slideshow being run, not the presenter view.
All right. Well, sorry about that. This thing looks completely stuck, to be honest with you. I don't know why. Not really sure what to do here about this.
It's okay. It's okay. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah, I really am stuck here. I don't want to have to
Don't
turn my
worry.
Zoom off and on again. Sorry, Khalil, I really didn't mean to, but let's see if that works this time. Of course, this has to happen to me. All right.
And then if you play the screen, or do you have a button on your slideshow there that says run presentation, or no? Is it pages, or sorry, is it the keynote?
Yes, I'm using Keynote.
Yeah.
The
Or
bar
even if
is
you move,
gone. The bar is gone, so it's already
All
better.
right,
yeah,
all right.
it's already better.
That's
And I was just gonna say, you know, the sidebar where you've got your
yeah. I'm just going to turn off the
if you can
inspector
make
now.
that
There we
disappear.
are.
There
Yep,
we
yep,
go.
yep.
There
All
we
right,
go.
great.
Perfect.
So,
Excellent. Thank you.
all right. Oh crap. So where's my Microsoft Word document? I'm sorry about all this.
It's no problem.
All right.
The nature of Zoom conferencing.
Yeah, really. So, before addressing the importance of Hermetic mysticism, thank you all. It is important to begin with the etymology of the word mysticism, which derives from mystis, an initiate into the ancient mysteries. This comes from the Greek. Literally, it refers to one who remains silent, or to that which is concealed, referring to one's inner experience of transcendence that cannot be fully expressed discursively or only alluded to. I believe that this definition of mysticism and the roots of the word mysticism bears quite important significance for how we should think about what the Brethren of Purity's conception of philosophy and their conception of how they and our conception of how they think about union with the universal intellect, which I'll talk about in a minute. Like Hermetists before themselves, the Brethren of Purity intentionally chose to conceal their identity. Little is truly known about who they were, where they wrote their treatises, and why they wrote them. While some may argue they kept their identity anonymous due to political or social issues in their own contemporary period, I believe that they chose to do this in order to follow a Hermetic trope that that sapiential wisdom or Gnosis is more important than the identity of the group or author themselves. By enabling the importance of the spiritual path over their identity, the Brethren of Purity were following a Hermetic trope of protecting the sanctity of a secret living esoteric tradition that can only be known through their own examples. I should also add to that several other major Ismaili philosophers also did things similar to this in terms of keeping their identities hidden. The first theme that the Brethren of Purity focus extensively on is the importance of the renunciation of the material world for the sake of the world of the spirit or the universal intellect and the universal soul. Before addressing the importance, I don't think I have too much time to talk about the universal intellect and universal soul here. Suffice it to say that the universal intellect is basically a host of all the Platonic forms. It's the first emanation of the one, and it contains all the Platonic forms, and it's more or less seen as the demiurge in the Neoplatonic world. I prepared a longer thing for this, but I don't want to take too much time talking about this. The universal soul, is let me just quote Professor Kevin Corrigan here. Soul is the great intermediary between the intelligible and sensible worlds, but she is also a hypostasis in her own right, part of the intelligible world, yet also a product or utterance of intellect, just as intellect is an utterance of the one. Soul is not only a direct animator of the sensible world, she is a living organism in her own right. Less unified than intellect, she is an all-soul from which comes the world soul, responsible for the generation and maintenance of the whole physical world, and all the individual souls with their full range of individual faculties. So the universal soul basically contains the entirety of the cosmos, the zodiacs, the fixed stars, the intermediary planets in between, the world, and us. And our individual souls, according to Neoplatonic philosophy and ontology, it emanates from this universal soul. The universal soul is thus responsible for the creation and organization of the material world, and also the imparting of particular souls into the material world. Plotinus argued in his Enneads or Book of Nine that the universal intellect and universal souls are emanations of the one. The Brethren of Purity took this ontology from Plotinus via the theology of Aristotle and used it throughout their treatises. In their fourth treatise on geography, the Brethren of Purity use the Brethren of Purity use the Arabic translation of the Phaedo as placed in the mouth of Aristotle, known as the Book of the Apple, to demonstrate the importance of death and of recognizing death as part of union with the universal intellect. It is important to note that most of their peripatetic contemporaries rarely, if ever, cited from this distinctly Platonic work, which, like the rest of the dialogues of Plato, play a key role in Hermetic philosophy. In this treatise, the Brethren emphasize how love, magic, numerology, and eschatology play a key role in mystical union with the universal soul and universal intellect. Furthermore, the Brethren use Quranic verses to prove how their conception of mystical union is situated within the Islamic worldview. In other words, the Brethren are analyzing Greek philosophical and esoteric works throughout the Quran, through the verses of the Quran, and not vice versa. All of these motifs are found in Hermetic works that both predate Islam and also exist in other Muslim Hermetic works, such as the Mother of the Book. The role of Pythagorean thought with respect to the Brethren of Purity's conception of Hermetic mysticism is undeniable. The Brethren make clear that for them, numbers are not merely quantities but substantial. According to them, the number 1 represents God, while 2 represents the universal intellect. Thus, for the Brethren, the combination of letters and numbers, which is alchemy, which we spoke about earlier, can create a spiritual and intellectual environment where one can begin to understand the one and seek union with it. After giving a thorough introduction to the nature of empirical numbers and their correspondences to various Neoplatonic principles, i.e. the one, the universal intellect, the universal soul, and universal matter, the Brethren of Purity then introduce us to their pedagogy. They say, and I quote, "Know, O brother, may God provide you and us with a spirit from him, that the goal of the wise monotheistic philosophers in studying the propedeutic sciences and the training of their apprentices in them is indeed the passage to natural sciences. The goal of studying the natural sciences is the rise and ascent from it to the theological sciences, which are the highest goals of the philosopher and the aim to which they are ascending with true knowledge. The first step of the study of the theological science is the knowledge of the essence of the soul and the search for its source, where it was before fastening to the body, and inquire into its return to the source where it will be after its separation from the body, which is called death." End quote. The Brethren of Purity here are not only outlining their intellectual pedagogy, but also addressing how the individual can understand its spiritual origin. The Brethren of Purity comment on the importance of death with respect to the philosopher in their summary of the summaries in the following manner, and I quote, "This is the treatise, summary of the summaries of the treatises of the Brethren of Purity and Friends of Loyalty, and we begin it with making a clear explanation of the nature of death and life, and that which is the essence of wisdom and its two existences, life and death, in the world which is the world of generation and corruption, and that which is the essence of the reality of the return. And the intended goal from it is the uncovering for the reasoning of the tethering of the individual rational soul to the body, and its being connected of the part of the and the soul's connection to the body until the time of death, and the manner of compensation and the manner of reward, and how to be prepared before death more than ever to make haste before the time has passed, so long as salvation from is possible, and as long as means are being saved or available, and as long as bodies are existing, and as long as the tools are still available to function."
Said, you have 2 more minutes.
All right, great. I'll end the quote there. The Brethren here are reiterating Plato's famous conception of philosophy as the practice of death. They are also alluding to the famous hadith of the Prophet that one should die before they die. In other words, the Brethren of Purity are imploring their readers to understand the higher ontological realities through other practices and scientific thought, and furthermore recognize that only through a righteous and ethical life can salvation be achieved. After introducing a theoretical framework to their spirituality, the Brethren then begin to show some of its practical components. In the interest of time, I will just say that one of the most important practical components here is the magic square. They introduced this in the first treatise, where they actually show the numerological equivalence of the Shahada, that is La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. And obviously, because they're Shiites, they would also add the Ali and Waliullah phrase, and Ali is the Wali of God. And what they would do is they would add these the numerical equivalences up and put them into magic squares in different ways. They also did the same thing for the Basmallah, and they talked about how this thing can be used for positive health effects. In another treatise, they numerically show how the 12 numbers of letters in the first and second parts of the Shahada correspond to the 12 stars, the 12 months in a year, and the 12 vital organs. And another thing that they had done, which I found to be very interesting, is they took the magic square number 15, which actually was first created in China, and they figured out the Arabic equivalences for this. And through my own research, I had found out that these this number 15 actually, the edges of these of this magic square actually could be added back to the famous jinn, name of the jinn, Buduh, which actually was a spirit that medieval women used to use during times of pregnancy for safety and whatnot. They would invoke the name Buduh. So that was an interesting find, that the Brethren of Purity was kind of hid within this magic square. Before I end, let me just talk about the importance of magic for a second and say that initiation and magic was a key part of how the Brethren of Purity thought, and I believe this is an important thing it's important for us to recognize the fact that this was not necessarily Neoplatonic or even Aristotelian in any way. This was very, very Hermetic. This was going back to the ancient school of Hermeticism, where initiation, as found in the Discourse of the Eighth and Ninth, was part and parcel of spiritual ascension. The Quran, they cite the Quran 15 times in their treatise of magic, and they actually use the word ruhaniya 338 times to allude to the importance of theurgy and different forms of theurgy in the form of magic.
I'm afraid that we're out of time.
Thank you so
Syed.
much. I really know. I appreciate that. Well, thank you so much for everything. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Up next, we have, I'm just looking at the schedule, Dr. Mohammad Magout. He is an associate researcher at the Humanities Center for Advanced Studies in Multiple Secularities, Beyond the West, Beyond Modernity, at the University of Leipzig, Germany, where he has undertaken research about religion in Arabic periodicals in Beirut in the 19th century. And he's also recently published his PhD dissertation. So welcome, Mohammad, or Dr. Magout, and looking forward to your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Khamis, for the introduction, and thanks, Dr. Andani, for the opportunity to present this paper. I'm trying to. Do you see my slides?
Yeah, we see it.
Okay, perfect. I mean, I have just only three, four slides. So, okay, I will start then my paper. For those who attended Professor Karim's keynote lecture on Friday, I have bad news, because the topic of my presentation today overlaps to a large extent with his keynote, coincidentally for sure. I'm afraid that I am in a difficult position in which I can only repeat some of his points less eloquently, I'm afraid, without much to add to his in-depth discussion of intellectual life in contemporary Ismailism, and his well-articulated plea for Ismailis to revive the practice of seeking the truth by asking the hard questions. I hope, nevertheless, to be able in this presentation to add a personal aspect from my own subjective experience doing research about the Ismaili community to some of the points he raised in his keynote. I justify including my personal experience in a presentation of academic research by the reflexive nature of this research, whereby the experience of the researcher is part of the research process itself. I, an Ismaili researcher and a graduate of an Ismaili academic institution, did research on students in Ismaili academic institutions. In other words, my own research was in a way part of the subject that I researched, which in my view can best illustrated by this lithograph from Dutch artist M.C. Escher drawing hands. This is how I see the way I did research. I graduated from these institutions and did research about, I graduated from the ISMC, Institute for the Study of Muslim Civilizations, and then did research about these institutions themselves. So I was producing knowledge about knowledge produced in Ismaili institutions, of which I was part. Anyway, although today I'm departing from my usual role as a detached descriptive researcher, to use the distinction from Dr. Andani's opening remarks on Friday, this presentation is not a constructive theological work either. It's simply a reflexive reflection on my subjective experience while undertaking descriptive academic research. But I cannot stress that enough, it's public reflections, not the silent reflections that I'm going to describe later in my presentation. So let us start with my personal experience as recorded in my research notes. Time, the 6th of April, 2013, place, the Ismaili Center in London. Event, the graduation ceremony of the C4 cohort of the STEP program, the IAS double master's program to train religious education teachers. Dr. Fayaz Villani, the head of the the Department of Graduate Studies at the time, delivered a speech at the ceremony, that he concluded with the Latin maxim, sapere aude, which is translated as dare to be wise or dare to know, which was famously proclaimed by German philosopher Immanuel Kant in his essay, What is Enlightenment? I myself, I was among the attendees of the ceremony as I was conducting research for my PhD dissertation about graduate programs at the IS and the ISMC, specifically about the way religion is taught at these two institutes and how the religious views of their students transform in relation to their studies and their social life in London. Here, today I will be speaking only about the IS, not the ISMC, just to be clear. The dissertation was published last year under the title, A Reflexive Islamic Modernity, Academic Knowledge and Religious Subjectivity in the Global Ismaili Community, and this is the cover of the book. The slogan, Dare to Know, coming from an official at the IS and particularly from the head of the Department of Graduate Studies at the time, struck me, and I'm speaking here from my own subjective perception, as hypocritical. Why hypocritical? This is because I had requested from the department permission to attend lectures of the STEP and Jewish programs in order to observe how students in the classroom engage with academic knowledge about Ismailism or Islam in general. The department declined my request, even though it had granted permission to another PhD student who was doing research about the STEP program at the same time. To be clear, I never communicated directly with Dr. Villani, but I was told by somebody in his department that he was involved in that decision. Anyway, I'm not talking here about individuals, but about the IS as an institution, and specifically about the Department of Graduate Studies, or at least my experience with that institution, not to make a very general statement. I'm speaking about my experience was. Now, how the IS justified allowing one researcher to conduct participant observation in its classrooms while denying the other one. Unfortunately, there is no time now to explain everything in detail, but suffice it to say here that there were several layers of justification that I had to dig through. I was told, for example, in a patronizing manner, that my research did not require participant observation. That is, officials at the IS were deciding for my own research project which methods were necessary and which methods were not. A second justification was that the IS was unhappy with the approach outlined in my research proposal, which employed concepts such as secular and secularization. This justification was spiced up with some tropes, such as I might be exposing Ismailis to danger, or that the Imam would not be pleased with my own approach. To be clear, I work a lot with concepts such as secular and secularization, which is obvious from the name of my research group, multiple secularities. In fact, it is my contention that Ismailism is an internally secularized religious community. However, you don't expect from an academic institution to make access to resources conditioned by the approach you take. I realize that the IAS operates in, I'm quoting here Professor Karim's recent article, Institute of Ismaili Studies, Historical Aspirations, Contemporary Possibilities, which was published earlier this year. I realize that the IAS, quote, operates in an organizationally and intellectually liminal space, end of quote. On the one hand, the IIS provides services that are exclusive to the religious community to which it belongs, and on the other, it serves the general academic public. Yet the IIS, and here I'm quoting again from Professor Karim's article, does not identify as a theological seminary or a divinity school. It is a postgraduate institution whose students receive degrees from various universities, end of quote. I mean, public secular universities. With the third layer of justification, I mean, the first layer of justification was that my research did not require participant observation. The second layer of justification was that my approach was not the correct approach correct approach. As I digged through, I mean, I pushed against the first two justification, I reached the third layer of justification, which we are at the level of gatekeeping and personal connections, which I think can be a very good example of the structural problems described by Professor Karim in the same article regarding the way the IIS is run. Ambiguous chains of authority, the unusual role played by the Board of Governors and its daily operation, no clearly defined pragmatic ethics to deal effectively and coherently with serious issues such as conflicts of interest, nepotism, and cronyism. Eventually, in my attempts to reverse the decision of the IIS to deny me access to classrooms, I ended up trying to, with a member of the Board of Governors, but he refused to meet with me or even to listen completely to my viewpoint. Maybe this is the way things are run in other sectors, such as banking and finance, but for an academic institution, one expects a different modus operandi. Anyway, this is admittedly an individual personal experience. It may not necessarily be representative of all experiences of researchers approaching or dealing with the IIS. However, from what I hear from others, including at this conference, it does not seem to be an anomaly. Many other Ismaili researchers who were inspired by the pervasive appeal to critical thinking in the discourse of Ismaili institutions and the calls to dare to know, only to find out that one should not dare to know certain topics, should not dare to take certain approaches, and should not dare to access certain resources. And researchers about Dinan literature, I think some of them may have also were told something similar. This shows that this experience is an example or a product of a larger structural problem of the IIS, and I dare say of an intellectual problem within the Nizari Ismaili community at large, which I would refer to as intellectual dissonance. What I mean by intellectual dissonance, it's not merely a condition of mental inconsistency between our self-image as an enlightened community with long and rich history of critical intellectual inquiry, and the actual practice of some of its institutional bodies to discourage such inquiry. Such a condition we may call cognitive dissonance, a term that I used in my own book to talk about what some students at the IIS experience as they are exposed to critical scholarship about their history and religion, or as they meet Ismailis with widely different religious traditions. For me, intellectual dissonance extends beyond that to the gap between the extensive investments made by the community in academic education and knowledge production in humanities and social sciences, both in terms of institutional infrastructure and human resources, and the lack of a vibrant intellectual life within the community that actively engages with the current social, moral, and intellectual challenges facing Ismailis around the world. Put differently, we seem to have all the institutional and human resources necessary to have a flourishing intellectual life. Yet many observers, internal and external, are quick to point to its absence. This is not a statement against Ismaili scholars and academics. I am not trying to say that we don't have smart or highly educated people. Actually, we do. And if you have a look around in this conference, you will see that there are plenty of them. But this is not enough to have Ismaili intellectuals or Ismaili intellectual life. Being an intellectual is not a personal character, but an actual practice that goes beyond the strictly academic work. We may have intellectuals from the community who are active as intellectuals in their respective national, geographical, cultural context, but these are intellectuals who happen to be Ismailis. For me, there are Ismaili intellectuals only if there is an active Ismaili intellectual life, which we don't have, or we have only in a limited sense, or only in a fragmented sense, maybe for different communities. But for the global Ismaili community as a whole, I don't think we have this active intellectual life. I think Professor Karim already explained this aspect in depth in his keynote, so I wouldn't go further here. I will move to the second part of my presentation, which deals with what I call silent reflexivity. I'm not trying to.
You have 5 minutes. Sorry, Doctor.
5 minutes? Is it the presentation 15 or 20 minutes?
20.
Okay, in my hour it says okay, 12 minutes. Okay.
But if we go a couple minutes over, that's okay.
Okay, I'm not trying to suggest that institutions such as the IIS do not teach their students critical knowledge or do not encourage them to reflect reflexively on their beliefs. To the contrary, they do. In fact, the primary argument of my book is that there has been a shift toward reflexive modernity, as defined by its leading theorists, Anthony Giddens, Scott Lash, and Ulrich Beck, in the academic discourse of the IIS, as well as in the personal narratives of their students. This shift manifests itself in a number of ways, 7 as I define them in my book, of which I would like to highlight 2. First, the subject drawing its own boundaries and continuously revising its position, and second, incorporating uncertainty as an institutional learning process. I wouldn't explain these 2 things further because of the lack of time, but anyway, what I would like to say is the IIS encourages students to be reflexive and to individually rethink their religious beliefs and traditions. However, this reflexivity remains silent, hence silent reflexivity in the title of my paper. That is, it remains limited to the individual practice of reinterpreting one's boundaries and position depending on context and circumstances, and resolving any conditions of cognitive dissonance that may arise therefrom. Why does this reflexivity remain silent? I would attribute that to 3 main factors. First, there is the taqiyya mentality. I don't mean the traditional practice of taqiyya, but there is this protective instinct that is anchored in the psyche of many Ismailis, including myself, whereby individuals shy away from any critical discussion of their communal and religious issues in public forums. For many Ismailis, speaking in public critically about their internal affairs feels like going naked in a public space. You tend to feel exposed, vulnerable, or even ashamed. In my view, taqiyya is an old-fashioned mentality that is not appropriate for the age of information and social media. This does not mean that we should put everything for the whole world to see, like allowing live video streaming from Jamaat Khanas. I understand that rituals, for example, can be regarded as something private for the worshippers and the community, but education and learning at the postgraduate level should definitely be should not be subjected to taqiyya-like restrictions. The second factor, which is more significant in my opinion, is institutional. I already alluded to that earlier. Public reflexivity in contemporary Ismailism is smothered by an excessive tendency in institutions such as the IIS to control what is researched or published about the community, focusing instead on self-representation and the projection of a polished image to counter centuries-old negative stereotypes. Of course, this depends a lot on the topic. The 2 areas of research in which researchers face the most obstacles from Ismaili institutions are contemporary Ismaili communities, especially issues of power, and the heritage of the Satpant tradition. This is an institutional or structural problem, not a problem of individuals. In the absence of transparency and public accountability, even the most well-intentioned individuals cannot change this reality. The third factor in terms of making silent reflexivity in Ismaili communities silent is related to communication infrastructure, which is the absence, by which I mean the absence of independent Ismaili media platforms for open reflections and critical discussions. We do have some magazines and websites that are run by institutions of the community, but they are closer to marketing media distributed by commercial enterprises or community bulletins than to cultural or intellectual magazines. And of course, we have also academic publications from the IIS, but this is not what I'm talking about. In the past 10 years, thanks to social media, we have a number of platforms such as blogs and Facebook groups that offer an outlet for more open discussions of current issues in Ismailism. These platforms are important, but not enough. We need more stable, permanent platforms to talk. I mean, this conference also is an opportunity for Ismaili scholars to meet and discuss each other, but we need something that is more permanent, more and more accessible to the wider community. Some magazine, some newspaper, I mean, something, some form of media that is beyond social media. It doesn't have to be exclusively to Ismailism, doesn't have to be newly created, but there need to be something that in which a platform for Ismaili intellectuals. So to sum up, a reflexive intellectual engagement that is sustained through independent, permanent communication platforms and freed from both excessive existential anxieties and institutional control. Excessive institutional control is imperative for Ismailism to tackle the challenges of the 21st century. Again, I cannot just but refer to Professor Karim's keynote on and his excellent and solid argument for such an engagement. So to conclude, I mean, to reach the far part, I started the presentation with the Latin phrase "sapere aude." I got occasionally procrastinating, searching for Latin phrases or playing with Latin words as I was preparing this paper. So I came across another Latin maxim, "Nosciti ipsum," which is a translation of the ancient Greek maxim meaning "know thyself" or "know yourself." And I thought, why not combine the two? Because I don't know Latin at all, I consulted a friend who knows Latin, and we came up with this "Ti ipsum noscere aude," which, if correct, would translate as "dare to know thyself" or "dare to know yourself." So for the past few decades, we have been obsessed with the external others, with presenting ourselves correctly, that we forget about the knowledge of ourselves. We talk a lot about Ismailism in the past, but this is not ourselves. We live in the present. So my final message is dare to know thyself in the present. Daring to know should not be about knowledge of presenting ourselves to others, of legitimizing ourselves before others, of downplaying some embarrassing anecdotes from our past, or of silently resolving some mental inconsistencies regarding our perception of certain Ismaili traditions or belief. True intellectual courage is to ask and debate the hard questions about ourselves in public. If we stay obsessed with the external others, we will remain in a state of intellectual dissonance, if not intellectual emptiness, the consequences of which will affect Ismailis in many other arenas beyond education and knowledge projection. Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm on mute. Thank you, Dr. Magout, for that thought-provoking presentation. We turn next to Shahnaz Salim Hunzai, who hold an advanced diploma in Islamic studies from the Institute of Ismaili Studies in London, as well as 3 master's degrees from the University of Karachi in Arabic, Persian, and Urdu, and another from the University of London in the philosophy of education. I just wanted to confirm, are you here? Yeah, okay, great, excellent. Please take it away, Shahnaz. And you're on mute, just so you know. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Dr. Cummings? And
yes.
Can you see me also?
Yes.
Okay. Let me set my slides first. Could you please make me co-host to share the slides?
You are co-host. You should be able
okay,
to share screen. You were doing it before.
Oh yes, okay. Not coming. Slide I wanted. Just give me a second, please.
No problem.
So you were muted again. I'm not sure if that was intentional.
I think she's just tuning up the slides on the right platform.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Andani, for having given me this opportunity to speak on this platform. My topic is the concept of spiritual science in the thought of āllāmah Nasiruddin Nasir Hunzai.
Are you planning to share screen? Just want to confirm because we don't see your screen right now.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, now we see it.
You see it? Okay. To share the okay, this is the other screen, but that's fine. Okay. The concept of spiritual science in the thought of āllāmah Nasiruddin Nasir Hunzai. So āllāmah Nasir Hunzai is an Ismaili scholar of 20th and 21st century. And he has written 125 books on Ismaili philosophy and has composed powerful spiritual poetry in 4 different languages. He passed away in 2017 at an age of 100. So today I'm presenting an understudied Tawili literature. One aspect of that is world of particles in his concept of spiritual science. So his spiritual science concept of spiritual science is quite vast, and I don't think we can cover the many things from that. So just basic few things I would try to cover. He lays the foundation of his concept of spiritual science on verse 53 of chapter 41, in which it is said, "We will show them our signs in the external world and in their own souls, until it becomes clear to them that he is the truth." So here 2 kinds of signs are mentioned: the external signs and the internal signs. So what does he mean by internal signs? He explains it. If the study of the external and material signs of the omnipotent God can be called material science, the study of his internal and spiritual signs can definitely be called spiritual science. So he talked about 2 kinds of science, material science and spiritual science. And what does he mean by spiritual science? For āllāmah Hunzai, these internal and spiritual signs that God shows someone within their souls are the stages of spiritual experiences he takes them through. So he also defines spiritual science is, in fact, is the study of spiritual experience. āllāmah Hunzai's approach to spiritual science involves setting from new layers of ta'wil behind the zahir of the stories of the prophets, imams, and arifin mentioned in the Quran, and that deal with elucidating in detail what they experienced in their souls, which renders his a constructive approach. As we all know that Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah has talked about some unique concepts like monoreality, like constant creation, and about soul. So for āllāmah Hunzai, the lucidity of Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah's teaching on the soul and the subtle realm are particularly effective in opening the doors for the study of spiritual experience. For example, let's see this extract from one of the farmans of Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah. He says, "Now you should think about your origin. Where is your original abode? Some say that my origin is from Adam. Your body is created from Adam, but before this, your origin was in al-Zar, the world of particles. In that world, you were in the form of tiny dust-like spiritual particles. But before that, you were in even finer spiritual particles than Zar, which can be described as being formless in the world of oneness." āllāmah Nasir Hunzai finds the above sentences very revolutionary. And why he thinks so, for that we have to see one of his expositions of the same cosmo-ontological ladder. He says, soul is indivisible. That is, soul in itself does not have particles and parts, but through the mediation of subtle and dense forms, it can appear in innumerable manifestations. So here, if we see both the quotes side by side, we see that the indivisible universal soul, which Allāmah Nasir Hunzai speaks about, is termed as world of oneness by Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah. And from this universal soul manifests the subtle realm, and from there manifest the dense realm. Like Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah says, your body was created from Adam, but before that you were in subtle realm, world of particles, al-Ṣafā. And even before that, you were in the world of oneness. And Allāmah Hunzai says that there is indivisible universal soul from which the other two realm manifest, and it is not divisible, but through subtle and dense medium, there could be innumerable manifestations of that. For that, he gives example that sun is not divisible in its source, but if you keep 100,000 mirrors in front of sun, then you can see sun in all of them. So Allāmah Nasir Hunzai finds it's very revolutionary that how Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah has described subtle realm as a world of tiny dust-like spiritual particles. And he also finds it's very fascinating and revolutionary, and we could see that in the tawilat he has made. But before going to his tawilat, let's see his exposition of al-Ṣafā. Allāmah Hunzai, he writes about al-Ṣafā. He says that soul of everything, including iron and stone, is in al-Ṣafā. This is the live representation of every creature which is in al-Ṣafā. He says, the subtle world, the world of command, is the world of particles, containing the extract of the universe and existence and the divine treasure. The particles of this world are the primordial seeds of dense creation. Now, it's a very important statement that particles of this world, the al-Ṣafā, are the primordial seeds of the dense creation. So according to Allāmah Hunzai, the subtle realm as the cosmo-ontological predecessor of the dense universe contains the quintessence of the dense universe in form of subtle particles that serve as the primordial seed of the dense creation. It means that the dense world has its subtle existence or its essence in those primordial seeds or world of particles, al-Ṣafā. And like the fruit has its essence in the seeds, similarly, the matter has its essence in the soul, in the subtle soul, in form of particles. Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah says, Islamic doctrine goes further than the other great religions, for it proclaims the presence of the soul, perhaps minute, but nevertheless existing in an embryonic state in all existence, in matter, in animals, trees, and space itself. Every individual, every molecule, every atom has its own spiritual relationship with the all-powerful soul of God. So we have seen that cosmo-ontological ladder of universal soul, and then the subtle realm, and then the dense realm. So every particle, every molecule is attached to that powerful soul. Allāmah Hunzai's tawilat about world of particles, he gives certain examples from Holy Quran. He discusses few verses. For Allāmah Hunzai, the personal resurrection, namely the stage of spiritual ascension, whereat a believer finds the nur, is full of experience that occur within the world of particles. So the spiritual experience, which starts from acquiring Ismailism, meditating on Ismailism, going through mutu qabla an tamutu, reaching the miracle of nawafil. So all those experiences, he says, that occur within the world of particles. And he cites this verse 105 of chapter 20, where narrating the events of Qiyamah, Allah says, they ask you concerning the mountains, where will they go? Say, my Lord will scatter them like dust. In the light of Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah's description of the subtle realm as a world of dust-like spiritual particles, the ta'wil of this verse, according to ᶜAllāmah Hunzai, is that during the personal resurrection, the believers are shown the subtle reality of all things in the world of particles. Then there is another example. This is verse 11 of chapter 81. And when the heaven is skinned. In this verse, by heaven is meant the entire universe and the things contained in it. By skinning is meant the appearance of the subtle body or the subtle world from the dense body. The sky will be peeled off or it will be skinned. So it is the appearance of subtle world from the dense world. According to ᶜAllāmah Hunzai, the following potentialities are actualized for a believer at this stage of their spiritual ascension. This quote of Maula Ali, you presume you are a small entity, whilst enfolded within you is the entire cosmos. We have heard a lot about it. With the lens of spiritual science, ᶜAllāmah Hunzai explains that how the whole universe, the whole cosmos is contained or enfolded within you. And he also talks that this is one of the potentiality with spiritual progress, and this potentiality is actualized for a believer at this particular stage. Then there is another verse, 13 of chapter 45. And he has subjugated to you whatsoever is in the heavens and whatsoever is on the earth. Now, this is also one of the potentiality. No one can say that everything in the heavens and earth is conquered for him or subjugated for him in his present state. But this is a potentiality which is actualized at this particular stage of al-Mizar. At this stage, one spiritual ascension, ᶜAllāmah Hunzai explains that God commands the world of subtle particles to enter their soul. In doing so, he contains the subtle form of the cosmos within and subjugates it to them. When al-Mizar, the subtle realm, enters the believer, it is that time when the whole universe and cosmos is contained within him, and the whole universe is also subjugated to him, because this is the essence of the whole cosmos. ᶜAllāmah Hunzai explains, God by his perfect power enfolds the entire universe in the personal world of the prophets and the awliya. As for the physical heavens and earth, they remain intact in their place, but their subtle form is enfolded in their personal world, that is soul. By this feat of God, may he be blessed and exalted, all the souls, small and big, of the entire universe are gathered in the perfect individual. Thus, God also granted Hazrat Sulaiman this greatest favor, and in doing so, made all spiritual powers subservient to him. So the universe is enfolded in the believer. On the way of progress, it was enfolded in the prophets, and that's where Prophet Sulaiman was given all the spiritual powers. All the spiritual powers were made subservient to him, where he says in Quran, "Utina min kulli shay," that we have been given everything. So that's where one of the names of al-Mizar is also kulla shay'in.
You have 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Then ᶜAllāmah Nasir Hunzai explains the stories of prophets, and first of all, the Adam story. The story of Adam. Then Allah told the angels, fall you prostrate before Adam. ᶜAllāmah Hunzai explains, wherever the word sajda has been used for any kind of physical sajda, it is used alone in any of its forms. But wherever it is used for spiritual prostration of the angels to Adam, it is commanded by God in a special way in two words, فَقَعُوا لَهُ سَاجِدِينَ. then fall down prostrating unto him, unto Adam. Here the worth consideration and Tawilic word is qa'u from the root of waqa'a, to fall down, in which is commanded to fall down. Now sajda is an act which is done with great respect, decent gestures. We don't fall down while doing the sajda. But Allah commands the angels fall down prostrating unto Adam. So this shows that there is something more than a normal sajda. And what is it? Allāmah Hunzai explains, during his personal resurrection, the subtle world, its parts and particles were repeatedly falling into Adam's personal world, his soul spiritually. From one aspect, this was the prostration of angels, that is the subtle particles which are manifestations of the angel, that is the universal soul. And from the other, it was the subjugation of the universe. These particles, the al-Mizar was keys, power keys to microcosm and macrocosm, and they were falling in Adam, they were entering in Adam, and that's where for sajda, it is said, fall down prostrating unto him. So it was a prostration also, and it was subjugation of the universe also. In the story of Nuh, a sign for them is that we bore their children in the laden ark. Hazrat Nuh read all the people of his people and their zuriyat, their children, in a laden ark. How did he accommodate people in already loaded ark? Nuh himself was a live ark. Allāmah Nasir Hunzai explains, the two pairs of countless things which he took into the ark were the spiritual particles of all minerals, vegetables, animals, and human beings, which are both the constituents of their subtle forms and the essence of their dense forms, thus pairs. And the ark itself was his own soul. So Nuh himself was the live ark of Allah in a way, and we all hear that Ahle Bayt are like Safina of Nuh. Maulana Rumi says, Ba Nuh dar kishti budam ba Yusuf andar qaricha. I was in ark with Nuh, and I was in the depth of the well with Yusuf. He could not have said if it was not in form of al-Mizar, the world of particles. And that's where the world of particles was in Nuh. It was a live form of all the human souls. Even in the story of Ibrahim, when Ibrahim calls all the people for Hajj in a time where there were no means of communication, this is also al-Mizar rushing towards Ibrahim, because Ibrahim had become the live house of Allah and all the souls enter in him. So Allāmah Nasir Hunzai says that the stories of all the prophets could be explained through al-Mizar, and there are many different names of al-Mizar. One of the names is kulla shay'in, and that's where we understand it well when we say wa kulla shay'in ahsaynahu fi imamin mubin, that everything is unfolded in the manifest Imam. So this is in form of al-Mizar. And the interesting thing about material science and spiritual science, Allāmah Hunzai says that like if somebody experiments in a physical laboratory and comes to a conclusion, and if somebody else goes and under the same circumstances, he also conduct the same experiment, he will come to the same conclusion. He says, similarly, the personal world of believers is the live laboratory of Allah. And that's where if a believer practice in the same conditions, he will come to the same conclusions. He will come to the same experiments and same treasures he will find. So this particular concept of al-Mizar has many different names, and he explains in his books extensively various names of al-Mizar, which shows how significant a topic is this, that the spiritual experience of prophets are explained through this al-Mizar. So I have just given a glimpse of this vast topic of Allāmah Nasir Hunzai, just one aspect of spiritual science. And if you wish to see more of this understudied spiritual Tawili literature, please visit www.monoreality.org. There you will find 125 books of Allāmah Nasir Hunzai. 70 have been translated into English. He also has 3,000 plus audio cassettes. which explain these concepts of spiritual science in a great detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will now turn to Dr. Khalil Andani, who is an assistant professor of religion at Augustana College and holds a PhD and 2 master's degrees in Islamic studies from Harvard University. His dissertation won Best PhD Dissertation of the Year from the Foundation of Iranian Studies in 2020, and Dr. Andani is currently converting it to a book. He's also published a number of articles and chapters in various Islamic studies journals and fields. And so without further ado, welcome, Dr. Andani.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. And as the sort of co-convener of the conference, again, I say a thank you to everybody for joining us. My presentation today will be, as you can tell by the title, this is something different that I usually do. I am really a historian of Islamic intellectual thought, including the Ismaili tradition, but today I'm doing something that's constructive, as you can tell by the title, Reconstructing Ismaili Neoplatonism. And in a sense, for those who are watching, what I'm going to present is a prelude to what you're going to hear in the next panel, where different Ismaili thinkers will apply some of these ideas that I'm speaking about to specific topics. So thank you for this, and we'll move forward. So what do I mean by Ismaili Neoplatonism? And so basically what I'm going to argue today is that we could use the resources of modern philosophy of religion to actually reconstruct, rationally speaking, the Ismaili Neoplatonic worldview. So let me talk about what that is. What do we mean by Ismaili Neoplatonism? Neoplatonism is a term that gets thrown around. So let me define it. So basically, if I just drop the term Ismaili for a second, I talk about Islamic Neoplatonism. So this would be a metaphysical, a theological, and a cosmological worldview that Muslim thinkers originally learned about through the Arabic translation of the works of Plotinus. Plotinus is, you could say, the founder of Neoplatonism, although he didn't see himself as the founder. He saw himself as the one giving the true meaning of the teachings of Plato and Aristotle. But Muslims are getting Neoplatonism from reading Plotinus in Arabic, and Al-Kindi is, one of the earliest Muslim thinkers to do this. And this is the worldview in and of itself, the Neoplatonic worldview. So the ultimate principle, the absolute reality, is what we could call God. This is an absolutely simple, unconditioned, eternal, timeless, unchanging reality. And in the Islamic version of this, or at least many Muslims, this absolute God eternally creates, so eternally produces the first conditioned being, the first created being, which is called the universal intellect. And the universal intellect contains all truth within itself and all archetypes, all essences. And from the universal intellect, there comes the universal soul. And the universal soul is the entity. It's, you could say, the second creation, but it is the entity that is responsible for creating physical reality and creating individual souls. So this is basically the Neoplatonic worldview. So very quickly, this worldview was naturalized into different schools of Islamic thought, including Islamic philosophy, Ismaili thought, Sufism, and Twelver Shi'ism later on. Why do I use the term Ismaili now? I say Ismaili Neoplatonism because one version of this became the worldview that underpinned Ismaili theology, cosmology, practice, and ethics for many, many centuries. Let me give you sort of some historical examples of this. So when we say Ismaili Neoplatonism, who are we talking about historically? There's an idea floating around today among some academics that only the Fatimid era Ismaili Dayas believed in this worldview, and after the Fatimid era, it just stopped. But this is actually not the case. So here are some of the names of texts or Ismaili thinkers that we have on record whose worldview was basically this Neoplatonic worldview. So you can see that it includes many Fatimid era Ismaili Dais, but then also after the Fatimid era, people like Shahristani, Tusi, we have anonymous Syrian Ismaili works, we have Persian Ismaili works, we even have a text, the Kalam-e-Pir, which dates to the 18th century. All of these have Neoplatonism within them. Sometimes the Neoplatonism is asserted, and sometimes it is just assumed to be the truth. We even have a case where you have an Ismaili Imam, Imam Abdus-Salam, who in a 15th century Nizari Ismaili text states, or is reported to have basically taught the Neoplatonic structure of reality. And the quote that I have here from him, I'm not going to read it, but you can read it yourselves. That's basically what the Imam does. Now, so you see, Neoplatonism is an enduring worldview in the Ismaili tradition. It's not just a Fatimid era thing. The other thing I would mention is Neoplatonism in this model that I've generally given here is not unique to the Ismaili tradition. If we look outside the Ismaili tradition, we have thinkers who have a similar model or the same model. Those who have a similar but somewhat different model, thinkers like Al-Farabi and Ibn Sina and Afdal ad-Din Kashani, Baba Afdal, these people are Neoplatonists to some degree. Their cosmology is a little different though. But then in the Sufi school of Ibn Arabi, from Ibn Arabi and his interpreters, they have the same Neoplatonic model as you see on the screen. Then Persian Sufis like Jalaluddin Rumi and Azizuddin Nasafi, they too have the same Neoplatonic model that you see on the screen. And finally, in the later period, 12 Shi'i thinkers like Mullah Sadra or Sheikh Ahmed Asai, they also adopt this model. So this is both Ismaili Neoplatonism and Islamic Neoplatonism, depending on your perspective. Now let's fast forward to today, to the 20th, 21st century. So when you look at the contemporary Ismaili discourse, what do you see? So if you begin by looking at the Ismaili discourse produced by Ismaili institutions. So by that, I mean AKDN, the councils, the ITREBs, and even the website, the Ismaili. If you just look, today, it seems completely empty, not just of Neoplatonic worldviews, but it seems completely empty of any kind of metaphysics, theology, or cosmology. If you look around today, there have been different explanations offered for this. So one explanation offered for this is that this is the policy of the Imam, that the Imam, in some directive that nobody has ever actually seen, decided to abrogate all previous Ismaili theology and philosophy. And in this type of explanation, which is sort of offered by my esteemed colleague, Dr. Dariush Poor, in his book, the idea in this first explanation is that esoteric and philosophical theology only existed in the Ismaili communities when you did not have functioning institutions, but because we have institutions today, there is no need to have any theology or philosophy in the way it was done before, and that this is the Imam's directive. So this is one explanation. With respect to that explanation, I don't think it is actually correct. One reason why is that if you just look in the 20th century Ismaili community, the emptying of theological discourse didn't really begin until the 1990s. Prior to the 1990s, throughout the 20th century, you had numerous Ismaili periodicals, journals, magazines, where theology, philosophy was being discussed by members of the community in print. And it's only in the 1990s that all this was folded up. The other thing I would offer is that if we look beyond this official, almost public relations type discourse, and we look to the discourse of contemporary Ismaili Imams, we will see the Imams are continuously evoking a number of metaphysical claims. And I can't quote these things directly, but I'll just give you some word counts. So, for example, the Farmans of Aga Khan III, Maulana Sultan Muhammad Shah, numerous references to concepts such as the light of Ali or the light of Imamah. The memoirs of Aga Khan III, you have concepts like monorealism. There's mentions of God's word, God's will, God's creation being continuous. You have mentions of Holy Spirit, universal soul, powerful soul of God. So already some authors such as Michel Boivin have argued that there are subtle references to the Neoplatonic emanation structure even in the memoirs of Aga Khan III. This is something I'll be writing on, in a few months for a journal. If we go to the discourse of the current Imam Shakrim al-Husseini Aga Khan IV, again, we have to look at the total discourse, not just the public discourse. We'll find something similar. So if you consider the farmans of the current Ismaili Imam from 1957 to the present, this is what I've been able to find. So in his farmans, which I'm not going to quote, but I'll just give you the stats on them, he uses a very precise term for God. The term is he who is above all else. And I've noticed at least 70 times this term is mentioned. The term light nur of Ali or light nur of Imamah in the current Imam's Farmans is mentioned at least 70 times. You also have stuff like the Paris Conference, which makes some of these claims more explicitly. Even the term the Nur or the light is mentioned over 500 times in the Farmans of the present Imam. Again, what I'm saying is that these are metaphysical claims that are being made by the current Imam. The current Imam has mentioned the human soul over 300 times, and over at least 170 times he has said that the human soul is eternal. There's also part of his discourse a constant distinction made between the spiritual realm and the physical realm. So again, this is a metaphysics that's at play here. And then we look at Aga Khan IV's speeches and interviews, you'll actually find explicit mention of the Neoplatonic Aql-i Kul in his 1985 AKU speech, and numerous mentions in public speeches today of God creating a single soul or one soul from which all humans are created. That's the very basis, according to the current Imam, for the work of the AKDN. So what I'm saying is that although Aga Khan III and Aga Khan IV are not giving entire lessons on metaphysics, their entire discourse is laden with metaphysical evocations, claims about certain metaphysical realities existing that clearly match and correlate to the Neoplatonic structure that most Ismailis over history have subscribed to in some way. So the question I pose for everyone at this point is, what do we do with all this? Can we actually revive in a constructive way this Ismaili metaphysical tradition, whether it's Neoplatonic or any other form? Because clearly metaphysical realities continue to be evoked in Ismaili discourse, despite appearances to the contrary. Now, one reason, if you actually talk to sort of people in the Ismaili, Nizari Ismaili leadership today, many people in my experience have the view that metaphysics and theology are dead, that these concepts are passé, that science has abrogated taking any of this stuff seriously. So this is a cover from Time magazine, 1966. Time magazine said, "Is God dead?" In 1966, that was the case. And I feel that sometimes the thinking of certain members of the Ismaili leadership when it comes to the contemporary realm of philosophy may still be stuck in the 1960s. What has not been noticed is that here's another cover from Time magazine. This is from 1980. And in 1980, Time magazine ran a whole story. And in that story, they talk about how in the realm of academic philosophy, God is making a comeback. And basically, theology and metaphysics have been making a comeback. So we now have a whole field called the philosophy of religion. And in the philosophy of religion, theology, cosmology, metaphysics, the existence of God, these concepts are seriously debated and seriously discussed in peer-reviewed journals. This is not being done by just naive believers. It's being done by academic philosophers. William Lane Craig, for example, is an example of this. He's a well-respected philosopher in academia, and he's also a Christian theologian at the same time. And people take his ideas seriously. They don't think he's talking about some past. Now, today, many Muslims are starting to join this train. Muslims are engaging philosophy of religion, this contemporary field, to then reformulate and rearticulate Islamic thought. So this here is a book by a friend of mine, Dr. Harvey. It's about Maturidi Sunni theology. It just came out this year. So this is what he's doing. So the question is, can Ismailis also do this to reconstruct Ismaili worldviews, whether Neoplatonic or otherwise? So let me show you how this would be done. I'm not going to actually do it, but I do have a 2-hour video on YouTube where I actually do it. But today I'm just sort of showing the way to do it. So in philosophy of religion today, if you pick up these journals and you start reading them, you'll find that there are several arguments for the existence of God that are debated in a serious way, that people take these arguments seriously. And I've just thrown them all on the screen for you so you can see. So these arguments are all in peer-reviewed journals. I'm not saying that every philosopher accepts all these arguments, but what I'm saying is that people who do philosophy for a living respect these type of arguments, which are all metaphysics-based arguments. Now, the key here so far is the way Christians are using them, because philosophy of religion is a field dominated by Christians today. Christians use all these arguments and they say, every argument refers to the God of Christianity. And that's a perfectly valid way for them to think about it. But we can use these arguments, we can appropriate them and reconstruct them in a different way. And I'm not going to go through the arguments, I'm just going to show you what they are. So there's an argument from Ibn Sina, which has been then updated by the Catholic thinker Robert Spitzer. And this is an argument that tries to prove the existence of one unconditioned reality, namely God, starting from the existence that there is at least one conditioned reality. So this is to prove that there's an independent reality that exists when we start with the knowledge that some dependent realities exist. Now, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but you'll see the whole argument animated on my slide. So we can use a deductive process, a process of deductive logic, and we will eventually arrive, and I'm doing this fast, but I'll share the link to the whole lecture. We'll eventually arrive, logically speaking, at the existence of at least one unconditioned reality. And we can further logically deduce that this at least one unconditioned reality is actually only one unconditioned reality. So one can prove this using deductive logic. You don't need to prove it using the Quran, for example, or in an Ismaili text. You don't need to prove that God exists because there's a farman that says God exists. So you can do this philosophically. So that's a whole set of arguments that can be used. And now you can establish the first level of Ismaili Neoplatonism. But then there's further arguments. So there's another very famous argument, which is called the argument from eternal truths. Again, I'm not going to go through the argument and explain it because of time, but we can come back to it in the Q&A if you want. But the idea in this argument is that some eternal truths exist, and those eternal truths that exist are not merely scientific or material truths. They're eternal truths. They're things that always have to be true. Like the laws of logic always have to be true, for example. The truths of mathematics always have to be true. So if eternal truth exists, and if eternal truths exist independent of humans, and there certainly seems to be truths that are existing independent of humans, like 2 + 2 = 4. Humanity could disappear tomorrow, even the universe could cease to exist, but 2 + 2 would always equal 4, right? Because the concepts of circle and triangle would always exist, whether there's a universe or not. So if you have real eternal truths, and again, modern philosophers, many of them support this idea. If you have real eternal truths, then logically speaking, there would have to be an intellect or a mind that is always thinking these eternal truths. You cannot have the existence of eternal truth if there is not an eternal mind that is eternally thinking these eternal truths. So there's a whole argument to be made, and there are many philosophers who make this argument. So you have an argument for an eternal intellect. Now, in modern philosophy, what tends to happen is people like to say that the intellect, the eternal intellect, is God. But here we can make a modification. The Ismaili Neoplatonists can come in and say, look, an eternal intellect does exist, but that eternal intellect is not God. Why? Because the true God cannot be complex. The true God cannot have parts internally, but there are many eternal truths. So the locus of eternal truth must exist, but it's not God. The locus of eternal truth would be a being that is second to God, which was the universal intellect. And that universal intellect would eternally depend on God. So as you can see here, and again, I'm going through it fast, but I'm just trying to show you the way that we have philosophical grounds now to support the existence of both the first and the second principles in Ismaili Neoplatonism. And as to the third one, there are a whole set of arguments, cosmological type arguments, that take certain features of the physical universe, like laws of nature, like the fact that the universe begins to exist, or the fact that the universe is fine-tuned. And one can put those arguments together and make an argument for the existence of God. But then the Ismaili Neoplatonists can come in and say, look, the creator of physical reality, technically speaking, is not God. It is what you would call a demiurge. the name for that demiurge would still depend on the universal intellect, and the universal intellect depends on the true God. So this demiurge being, this being that you could argue for based on the features of physical reality, in Ismaili parlance, that demiurge being, this creator, regulator, fine-tuner of the physical universe, it's not God, it's basically the universal soul. And this is the exact conclusion that somebody like Nasser Khosrow reached in his Zad al-Mufassirin, over basically 1,000 years ago. He came to the same conclusion. He just used a different set of arguments. So there are actually good grounds to reconstruct this Ismaili and Islamic Neoplatonic worldview, not just because we have arguments to establish this worldview, but this worldview is actually useful philosophically today. So right now, in the field of philosophy, and I'm summarizing some of those debates for you, there are real debates about the nature of God. There's a debate over, is God an eternal creator or not? There's a debate over whether God is in time or not. The problem that many thinkers have today, mostly Christians, is that they don't have a Neoplatonic worldview. They have God and the universe. So then they have all these questions about, can God do things in time? Is God a person? But this Ismaili/Islamic Neoplatonic hierarchy that you have here, because it's thicker than a simple God and the universe worldview, the Ismaili Neoplatonists can come in and answer many of these philosophical debates about God and time, about God and personality. And basically, a lot of these features like personality, temporality, eternity, a lot of these will then get applied not to God per se, but to the universal intellect and the universal soul. So in the end, then, what I'm trying to say is that we have a strong case, both internal to Ismaili discourse, from the discourse of the Ismaili Imams, which evokes metaphysics, and we have a case in the modern philosophy of religion that the Ismaili Neoplatonic worldview, the hierarchy of God, universal intellect, universal soul, and cosmos, it's not merely a thing of the past that expired. It's actually, it can continue to be a living metaphysics, because we do have a plausible philosophical case to support the existence of this structure of reality as an explanation of reality as human beings experience it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Andani. And so now we're going to take some questions from the audience. I had some, I've seen a couple hands raised, so I'm gonna go to them first. Just bear with me because I've got multiple screens open and I can't see where everyone's. Oh, it's because we stopped sharing. So, Arif Parsa, are you here right now? Can we start with you? Are you available? I'm gonna go, just so that everyone can get ready. I'm gonna go to Arif Parsa, Karim Khan, Zahid, Sadiq Habib. Those are the ones that I have hands up right now. Oh, I've got a couple more, Ali Asani and Shiraz Harjani.
I think we're going to prioritize the panelist questions.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So first on my screen then, I guess, is Ali Ansani. So Ali Ansani, do you want to go first?
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I've been first of all, I want to thank the organizers for this wonderful forum, bringing together people from many different backgrounds to talk about Ismaili studies. And I think it's a great initiative and raising very important questions. I want to I don't want to take a lot of time, but I do want to update the panelists, and I think also the audience about what's been going on at the IAS now. Because I think that there is, as some of you know, that there is a new board of governors being appointed that we started in December 13th. And it is a radical shift in the thinking at the IAS. And it's responding to long-standing issues, many of the issues that Mohammad raised, many of the issues that Dr. Karim raised are issues as somebody like myself, who's been both, an Ismaili who has a position at Harvard, but who also has been involved in the IS, I noticed the dissonance, all the sort of issues that have been raised. And for me, it was a real, I would say, shock that I was appointed to this new board, as were many other academics. And I think that signals a shift in the thinking. And I just wanted to bring that to the audience's attention. We've been talking about the past, and yes, there are all these issues, but I think it's important to recognize that there is currently a major shift that's going on. The new Board of Governors just took over in December. We are still working on asking the hard questions that Professor Karim talked about, and thinking about, the frameworks in which scholarship and teaching and learning and research and all these issues are taking place at the IAS. And we are bringing, especially the members of the board who are coming in from an academic background, are bringing in all these concerns that people have raised. So in the process, one of the first things that we did, and I don't know whether people have seen this, as a Board of Governors, we came up with a set of guiding principles and values for the IAS moving forward. I don't know whether I have the ability to share my screen, but I just wanted to share those with people.
We're working on it. Just bear with us.
Okay.
We're working on
it.
You
should be able to now.
All right, let me see if I can. Okay, can you see this?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I just wanted to share with you this slide, which I think tells you a lot about where we are headed. And if you look at some of the principles, which, by the way, were heartily endorsed by His Highness the Aga Khan, who's the chair of the board, that this is the direction forward. And if you look at those principles, you have one of them, if you look at the three buckets: mutual trust and respect, responsibility, inclusion, and belonging. And if you look at under mutual trust and respect, you'll see creating the space and freedom for constructive challenge and debate and listening to other points of view. This particular principle was highlighted by His Highness during our meeting, that this is very, very important. All right. And I think also, issues about building an inclusive and equitable environment, not just in the IAS, but in the way in which the IAS communicates broadly. And creating a thriving community where everyone feels they belong. So, these are important, I think, things to keep in mind as we're discussing some of these issues, that there is a change afoot. All is not lost. It's not all doom and gloom. I think I personally think that what's been happening is that the IAS is only 40 years old. It's not a very old institution. It's been struggling to find its way. There have been issues of financial stability. There have been issues also of location. The IAS every couple of years was changing locations, had to find new buildings, and so on and so forth. And I think we finally reached the stage where the IAS has financial sustainability and has a home. And I think this new phase that we are entering, which is marked by the appointment of a diverse international board of governors that includes, for the first time, many women who come from different backgrounds, is bringing a very different perspective. And so things are in the works. I don't think we've shared some of our ideas internally within the IAS with the students and the staff, and we'll be sharing them more. And I think once we've got our plans ready, we will be making more public communications about our plans, maybe creating forums for people to talk about, forums like this, so I would say at this point is I want to point out two things. One is that the IS is on the road to becoming a degree granting institution recognized by UK higher education authorities. So all the, fulfilling those conditions means all kinds of things about research, integrity of research, research management issues, some of the things that Mohammad talked about. I think these are all the issues that are coming up. And we are creating a new framework for research management at the IIS, which guarantees the rights of people to speak for themselves and guarantees this right that people will not be targeted. And I think this new board has been very careful to make sure that people who are speaking their mind don't feel that they are being excluded. This is an inclusive institution. And this is, I think, we're following really the directives of His Highness to make this an inclusive institution. It's going to be a struggle. And I would really encourage people to be in touch. What are those hard questions we should be asking as a board? And, we are hoping that we will create forums to have more of this, this dialogue taking place. So I just wanted to add here, let's say, a ray of hope and optimism that is, I think, awaiting us. And I think the last thing that I wanted to mention is that the very fact that you have people from the IIS participating in this conference is itself a sign that the IIS is open to participating with people from all kinds of backgrounds. We do not tell our faculty or scholars, no, you can't participate in this forum because it's dangerous. And so I think that should also be taken as a positive sign. And hopefully in the coming months, there will be more public communications about the vision for the IIS in the future once we've had something that's substantial to share with. And we would really welcome, I would say, I'm telling everyone, we would really welcome your opinions, your ideas. We may not be able to implement everything, but we are listening. This new Board of Governors is open to listening. And so don't feel that your voices are not being heard. And I think we're looking forward to opening a new chapter of the IIS. I don't want to make it sound that I'm belittling the work of the previous governors. I think they had their own realities and their own, let's say, their own sort of mandates. And one of which was, I think, making a financially viable institution to get this new site. So I think there is a vision and it's slowly unfolding. So we should be patient, but also be optimistic.
Thank you, Dr. Hassani. I'm going to let Dr. Magout respond if you like. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Hassani, I'm very glad to see you here. I mean, to see that members of the new Board of Governors are listening to what Ismaili scholars around the world are saying about the institute itself or what they are researching about Ismailism. True. I mean, I think the new Board of Governors, with its diversity, with more academic focus in it, this is a very important step. And I hope my paper today, whether my book and what I said here, which is not all of it is in the book, but I hope that the only reason I'm saying this is that for people in charge or people in positions to influence the working of the IIS to take into consideration these things. It's not. I didn't mean to attack any person in the IIS personally, or to. It's just I spoke about an experience. I mean, as an Ismaili researcher, doing what I felt, what I experienced. So for me, this only serves. I would love to have this serve as a to help. I mean, the new leadership and the new administration to improve to take into consideration. I realize that not everything can be fixed or resolved, or not everything, and not all my opinions would be, but it's the sharing and the putting this for the others to see is the most important thing.
Yeah, and I think this is also this openness is very important. Every institution should be open to self-critique. I myself have taught at Harvard for many years now, and I can tell you many flaws. Harvard may be, touted as one of the greatest universities in the world, but even Harvard has flaws. And even Harvard as an institution is open to self-critique. And I critique Harvard many times as well in terms of its approaches. So I come from a tradition of critiquing institutions, critiquing knowledge, critiquing power, critiquing authority. And so do several of the members of the Board of Governors. And I think you're going to start seeing this. But Mohammad, I would love to actually engage more with you and your work, just to understand your viewpoints. But so I just wanted to hear basically acknowledging that, yes, we are listening, and we're not just listening, but we are listening very carefully as we are developing a new vision for the IAS. But I want to stress how important His Highness, in the meeting that we had with him, stressed this importance of engaging with debate, engaging with people who have different opinions. This is a very, very dear principle for him because it ties in with the whole idea of pluralism. So thank you.
Thank you both. Dr. Shiraz Hajiani, I hope I pronounced your name all right. You're next. Dr. Hajiani, thank you.
Yes, you did. Can you hear me?
A little bit, if you could speak up though. It's a bit faint is all.
Let me switch headphones. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. I want to do two things here. First, I want to throw a question at Khalil. Khalil, the Neoplatonic thought that we inherit from the past comes to us in written text. And those writings were not for common, everyday community members. That, they weren't indulging in it. This was a scholarly discourse. And, if you've listened to me over the past couple of days with my questions and even my presentation, there's the issue of reception, right? Reception and utility. So perhaps, and it was lovely to see your analysis of the self-representations of al-Khan III and al-Khan IV, in that they are using the language of Neoplatonism. Right? But the question that I want to throw at you is the community, do you expect the community to be using that language? And they're communicating in a way, you meet your audience where they are, not necessarily not necessarily set up a bar. So I think that's possibly one of the things that we have to keep in mind in the discourse that you were putting forth. And there's a change in the context of these types of communication. So if you allow me, in the past, the communication was scholarly. Now these imams are able to reach global audiences, internally and externally. So, that may be a function of the changes that we need to observe. The second thing that I want to do is I want to kind of touch upon, and forgive me if this is commentary and if this is just following on from Professor Asani, I'm kind of picking up off of Dr. Magout's presentation and Professor Karim's presentation a couple of days ago, as well as some of the undertone. So as a participant observer, I want to present the fact that I was a grateful recipient of the PhD scholarship funding from the Institute of Ismaili Studies. So let me go on from there. As I'm thinking about what this discourse is, I'm trying to work out a model. Is this the civil rights movement? Is this the First Nations in North America trying to establish justice and equality and all of that? Is this a Tiananmen Square protest? Is this the what's now called the LGBTQ protest at, I don't know if it's St. Paul's or St. Peter's Cathedral in New York in the 80s and 90s. I model that works for me of where we are is more of when you fly, you have to go in through that machine that puffs air at you. And nobody complains other than people like me. I go through and say, no, I don't want to go through that. And I have to stand there while 40 other passengers pass through. And then I get louder and there's threats of arrest. I do that because I remember a time when I was 5 minutes from a flight and I could get on that flight. In fact, there was an instance where I was late for a flight, they held it for me, and I was able to get on it. But the thing is, there was September 11th in the middle. And as Benjamin Franklin said, those who compromise liberty for security deserve neither. I think we're in that context. So those who are complaining about the Institute of Ismaili Studies, and I said this at the second Ismaili Studies conference, hey, it does its stuff, let it do its stuff. And I'm glad that Professor Asani is speaking about this directional change. And I don't think this directional change will be immediate. It will be rechanneling a river. It takes time. But I think the issue is not for us to say, hey, we're not going to fly because of these restrictions. But we have to be able to say, look, there are certain ways of operating. And one of the key things that I think all of us need to understand, and the Institute of Ismaili Studies and all others need to understand, is the Institute of Ismaili Studies is not the only exclusive locus of Ismaili studies, Shi'i studies, Islamic studies. And these very same issues, perhaps more harshly, are present in the Bahra communities, where there are serious restrictions on scholarship, on what is available and what is articulated by scholars. We have a number of eminent scholars in Ismaili studies, Shi'i studies, Islamic studies, who come from the rich legacies of the Bahra communities. They were excommunicated because of what they were sharing. Right? So I think we need to respect those boundaries that are put by the people who own the institution. It's their prerogative, but it is not their prerogative to dictate to others. It is not their prerogative to control the discourse that takes place elsewhere. And I'm looking at it as a participant observer, and I think we need to be mindful of this. It's not a matter of bitching and complaining. It's a matter of saying, hey, look, cooperate with us or be left behind. And it is a matter of building momentum. I think these are patterns that we can observe in history as well. And I will get off my soapbox. I don't know that I have a specific question, but I want to inject this, especially for when we come to the final roundtable.
Thank you, Dr. Hajiani. I'm going to pass it over to Khalil just for the sake of time.
Gratefully take your comments, and if anybody else as well. But forgive me for being on a soapbox there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Andani.
Yeah, I'm just resharing my screen because I also received a PM question from Dr. Nomoto as well. So I'm just going to scroll back a couple slides to answer both Shiraz's questions and Dr. Nomoto's questions.
And just so everyone else knows, we're going to go slightly past the time, but not interfering into the next panel.
Yeah, we'll keep this going till 35 past the hour, and then we'll immediately begin the next panel, which sort of continues from this one, so it's not a big issue. All right, so let me clarify a couple of things here. So this list that I have is still missing a lot of names because the text was just getting too small. So to Dr. Nomoto, you don't have Suhrawardi's name on here, but I would definitely consider him a Neoplatonist. But some of those Neoplatonists on here, some of them don't have this simple model, right? Ibn Sina's model has 10 intellects. Farabi and Kermani's model has 10 intellects. But the simple model is one intellect and one soul, right? Most of the names that you see on my slide, right, have the simple model. Most of them have the simple model. Now, Dr. Hajiani, your question when you said about reception history. The fact of the matter is, we never have good evidence to know what the rank and file in the pre-modern period, what they actually thought and believed, because they're not the ones leaving us all the written stuff. So I'm quite comfortable saying that just as Sunni kalam was done by scholarly elite, I'm happy to say that the Neoplatonism that endured in the Nizari tradition is basically something that the scholarly elite know about. But that would be true for basically every intellectual tradition. I am aware, though, and Dr. Hajiani would be more aware than I am, and Dr. Beben, if he was here, sometimes this Neoplatonic worldview is even reflected in the architecture of the primary house, right? There's like certain beams in the primary house. One beam, one pillar represents the universal intellect, and one represents the universal soul. Like I've had, primary Ismailis themselves have explained this to me. So I do think it was reflected in, the rank and file, not necessarily in the form of what we would today call philosophy. But my point in bringing this up over here is to say that Neoplatonism as a worldview doesn't end in the Fatimid era. It endures, but it functions differently, right? So the Nizaris who have this hierarchy, they're spending less time validating the existence of the hierarchy, and they're spending more time saying the Imam is the manifestation of the command, the Hujjah is the manifestation of the intellect, and the lower Hujjah is the manifestation of the soul. But the hierarchy is still there. Now, when we go to the modern period, my first contention is that at some level, the modern Nizari community has vacated theology at some level, right? At some level of discourse, this has sort of happened. Now, I put on the slide that there's still basic creed. So your Ithrab, IIS, AKDN, Constitution type stuff, they still talk about God, Prophet Muhammad, Imam, Din Dunya, this sort of stuff, which I would call very basic creed. But there's no theological elaboration at that level. And many people are fine with that. And many people in the community are like, yeah, we don't need this stuff. And my counter argument to that, and again, I'm going to forward to the next slide, is that the wide discourse of the Ismaili Imams, this is from Farmans. I didn't want to quote the Farmans because I didn't want to disrespect that, but the Farmans, which are mass communication from the Ismaili Imams, are evocative of metaphysical claims, right? And it's not superficial. That's why I did word counts. And these word counts are not complete, right? I didn't get to check every Farman. So now, from a constructive perspective, my case is that when Nizari Ismaili worldview and discourse from the Imam and practice is metaphysically laden, at the community level, not necessarily the mass level, but at some level of the community, people will pose theological questions. So they'll ask, well, why do we believe that the soul is eternal? Why do we believe there's a Nur of Imamah, whatever that means? What does that even mean? The Salafi discourse is coming along today saying there's God and there's the world. There's nothing in between, right? But for Nizari Ismaili discourse, you actually have to have any imamology, you need to have a metaphysical in between the absolute reality and where we are. Otherwise, the whole practice and imamology cannot be supported. Like, I'm happy to go to bat with that claim, right? As an intellectual historian. So this is why constructive theology becomes important. Now, do we have to do it as Neoplatonism? No, we don't. But we will need to have some constructive. So you'll have to elaborate what is Nur of Ali. You can't just throw the word out and then be like, I don't know what it is. So this is sort of what I'm saying. And at one level of discourse, nobody has done it. Now, there are some outfits today that are doing this. One is ᶜAllāmah Hunzai, whose work we heard about. Another outfit is the whole Ismaili Gnosis community of people are doing this. And I know there are individuals, even within the institutions, who on their own time are doing this sort of thing. But this type of project has not sort of been embraced at those higher levels. The other thing, somebody asked me, you didn't include the Taibis. Yeah, I did not. And the reason I didn't include the Taibis is they have a different framework here, right? They have a Gnostic 10 intellect framework. And I'll be honest, and you have to ask the Taibis about this, but I personally, if you ask me, can you give me a valid philosophical case for there being 10 intellects? I can't give you that case. Like, I can't find those arguments. But if you tell me, Khalil, what is there a valid philosophical case to accept an intellect and a soul between God and the cosmos as a total explanation of reality? I can say, yes, there is. And that's basically what I was saying.
I'm going to take back control as chair, just because we have a couple great questions for our other panelists, and I want to give them a chance to participate in the discussion. So my first one goes to, the first question goes to Syed Zaidi. Could you perhaps discuss how you see this hermetic layer of Rasil, Ikhwān, al-Ṣafā in relation to the variability in the textual tradition? I noticed you cited Risalat and Jamiat al-Jamia, which has been suggested to be much more or much later, more explicitly Ismaili elaboration of some of the themes. And then they go on to say that Carmela Baffioni has also shown that some manuscripts of the main Rasil are more explicitly Ismaili and or esoteric than others due to copyists adding or omitting material. So do you explore any of these complexities in your research? Or do you believe that the Hermetic component is consistent throughout?
Thank you. I appreciate that question. Since we're also speaking about the Institute of Ismaili Studies, I'm going to take a liberty to speak about one of their most important publications, which is actually these blue books here, which is a critical edition or so-called critical edition of the Rasail Ikhwān al-Ṣafā, the Epistles of the Ikhwān al-Ṣafā, with a translation. And they've translated about, I want to say 40, maybe 35 to 40 of the treatises, the epistles thus far. And I want to say very loudly and explicitly that unfortunately I have found many issues with regards to the translations, to some of the critical editions. I've found many times there's a lack of unity with respect to how they're translating certain key phrases, which really don't need to be translated differently throughout the epistles and whatnot. And I'm outlining some of the issues that I'm finding. Matter of fact, I'm actually using 3 or 4 to answer the first question here. I am using 3 or 4 different editions of the Rasail Ikhwān al-Ṣafā. Some of them I have as PDF, some of them I have as books, some of them I've collected from other countries such as Iran. And I'm putting them all together in terms of trying to be able to make a critical, comparison with how the IS is approaching the Rasail, the treatises themselves, the epistles themselves, versus what the manuscript tradition has. With respect to, I prefer to focus on the second question, given the fact that we don't have too much time here. I do believe that the Hermetic component is consistent throughout. And the reason why is because the importance of Hermes Trismegistus, first and foremost, is very clear in the Rasail, in the treatises. He's mentioned over about 24 times, I found, in a very quick count. Not to mention the fact that many times the Ikhwān al-Ṣafā will actually say explicitly that they are doing something. Let's just say they're talking about constructing a pink unicorn. They'll be like, well, we are going to tell you how we're going to construct a pink unicorn in accordance to the teachings of Hermes Trismegistus, or an important figure in Pythagoreanism, which is always seen to be taken as part and parcel. Also, the methodology that the Ikhwān al-Ṣafā are using is very much in tandem, very much in close correlation to how late antique Hermetists such as Iamblichus and whatnot, I'm sorry, things you'll find in the al-Kitab also are present. In other words, there is certain trends, the importance of theurgy, the importance of magic, the importance of astrology, these types of themes which were not explicitly influential in the world of late antique Neoplatonism, but very important in the world of Hermeticism, are very much there. Initiation. So I make the argument that Ibn Nadim actually states that about 15 out of the 23 chapters of the Corpus Hermeticum were translated into Arabic. He mentions them explicitly in the Fihrist. We don't have any of these, translations available. But the fact that Ibn Nadim mentions them should at least tell us that they were being read, they were being circulated either in a textual tradition or an oral tradition. And through different methodologies, I'm actually able to make a coherent argument that I would say that the Ikhwān al-Ṣafā are actually Hermetists more than Neoplatonists. And just because I say that does not mean that the Neoplatonic element is not there. As I said earlier, Neoplatonic ontology and cosmology is extremely important for Hermetism. I'm not dismissing on Neoplatonic ontology or cosmology in any way, but I'm saying that other elements that are important towards Neoplatonism are perhaps not explicitly or not even very much emphasized in the Risale Ikhwān al-Ṣafā.
Thank you very much. And our last question, just because of time, and Shahnaz, Hunzai, I forgive me, you will only have a minute to respond, but here it is. The word
let me interject. We can. I'm happy as conference organizer. We can go for another 10 minutes for this Q&A.
Excellent. There you go. Thank you. So your question is, the world of particle implies multiplicity of individual souls, which are simple and indivisible particles existing in the world, which is, if correctly, equated with the world of command ontologically, beyond form and substance. How are we supposed to understand the problem of many from the one universal indivisible soul in the understanding of ᶜAllāmah Nasruddin Hunzai's worldview?
Okay, thank you. Yes, this question of multiplicity and unity, he has discussed through examples. As I shared one paragraph, he says that soul is in its source, it is not divisible, but through mediation, through dense or subtle mediation, it is possible for it to manifest it in innumerable manifestations. So like another good example he gives is ray of sun, that a ray of sun has two ends. One end stays within the sun, the other end comes to the earth. Where the higher eye of that ray is in the sun, it is like the sun, it is as bright, as powerful, as hot, as energetic, but the other end which comes to the earth, it's slightly weaker. It does not have as much power and heat as the sun would have. So this is one of the way to explain it, that sun in its source is one, but in its rays it is multiple. So nafs wahida, as Allah says, that He has created us through nafs wahida, through one soul, single soul. But all the humanity is bound with that oneness. And at the same time, in our bodies, we are different. We all have different manifestations in this earth. So I think spiritual science explains that the source is one, but there are manifestations. So, and there is an in-between layer, which is world of particles, which helps us understand the connection to this dense world, because this is the essence of the dense world, and it is cosmo-ontological closer to the world of unity and world of oneness. So I think it's through different examples that we can try and understand that there is a unity, but there is a multiplicity, and this has been a myth of religion always. So multiplicity in unity and unity in multiplicity. Like Sadi says that all the human beings are like limbs of the same body. So yes, we are a unity, but we are manifested in multiplicity.
Thank you very much. Dr. Tazim Qasim, you have your hand up. So are you okay to pose your question now, since we have a few more minutes?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to recognize Dr. Magout for his presentation, which dared to be self-reflective, or to know thyself. And especially since there are real concrete consequences and risks for asking such, as Karim H. Karim describes, hard questions, and in his case, revealing certain features that, are not unknown to us. So I want to recognize him for that, and I want to recognize him also for his critical perspective and his apparatus in thinking about these issues. That was very helpful. And I also want to recognize Dr. Andani for his call for, a constructive theology, because he's absolutely right. There is this kind of absence of thinking on that issue, and within the context of institutions as well. There's been more secularism within the institutions than there has been an active attempt to think about theology. But I do want to raise an issue, which is that I keep hearing this statement that theology has been silenced or is silent in the Nizari Ismaili tradition. Now, in my understanding, the Nizari Ismaili tradition includes the Satpanth tradition, which is an 8th to 9th century old tradition, and it's still is still a living tradition. And unless one has a very specific definition of what theology means, I suppose there are concepts within the Satpanth tradition that are theological. And so my question is, and I'm not that familiar with Central Asia, but I imagine that there is a living, tradition of theology there as well. But with the Satpanth tradition, I'm particularly concerned whether there is any space for some of the theology or the theological precepts or concepts that exist there in the Gnans within this, suggested Neoplatonic framework.
Thank you, Dr. Qasim. Dr. Andani.
Yeah, so when I say theology is silence, I'm talking about theology as we could call it reason-giving discourse, and I mean today. So I don't mean to say that the Satpanth tradition is not theological, like it clearly is. I actually think that the Satpanth framework and the Neoplatonic framework are sisters in a sense, right? They're not, I don't want to equalize them and say they're identical, but they're kin. So I fully recognize that Satpanth tradition. If I called it Neoplatonic, my colleagues will get mad at me. So I can't do that. But I recognize it. But what today, whether we're talking about Satpanth, the Gnans, or whether we're talking about stuff outside of that, at some level, not at the level of the imam's discourse, but at the level of the leadership and the community and what is institutionalized, I would say there's no theology going on.
Right.
It looks more like authoritarianism in some sense, but the argument would be that because we sing these ginans, which are theological, the qasidas are theological, in places like Central Asia, the way of life is still laden with theological ideas. And because of what the imams say, we need to have a theology. Otherwise, you can't explain why you say ᶜAllāmah that. A simple thing. Why do we say ᶜAllāmah that? Why don't we say ᶜAllāmah that? Right? That answer will be theological. So that's all I'm saying. But because I don't work on Satpanth, I would love for there to be a Satpanth scholar who doesn't just know Satpanth as a historical phenomenon, but who reads the Gnans theologically today. I would love if we had that person to, come work with me on this.
Yes, thank you very much. I think some kind of convergences might be found. And I really do value your call for having some kind of theological thinking within the community's framework today, because it is something that I think the Jamaat is actually calling for. So thank you.
I want to.
Can I say something very brief?
Yes.
Just 10 seconds.
Yes.
Just respond to
20
to
seconds.
yeah. I just want to say that Professor Qassam's there is her book about the Gnan literature, and particularly the chapter she wrote, Balancing Acts, about her experience of writing that book and the difficulties he had, was an inspiration for me. So if I had any courage knowing myself, or it's partly building on the courage he showed. So, and I hope somebody in the future will take also from my courage. It's an accumulation. Knowledge production is an accumulation of knowledge and maybe courage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you to all of our panelists, and thank you to all of our audience members who posed some really great questions. Please, we're going to start the next panel right away, and we can always continue the discussion in that discussion period. Thank you very much.
So I'm going to be so thank you so much, Dr. Cummins, for hosting a very animated panel. There was a lot to referee there, and thank you to the panelists. So this conversation sort of is continuing, right? So I've made a call for constructive theology in the Nizari community, and I've tried to establish why we need such a thing. So now we're going to do it. That's what this panel is. This next panel, which is titled Contemporary Ismaili Gnosis, we are going to see three ways, three different Ismaili scholars are going to show us their constructive theology. Before they begin, I need to say something about what constructive theology is. Ismaili constructive theology does not equal Ismaili tariqa. Okay, let's be very clear on that. Ismaili tariqa matters in the Nizari tradition. Only the imam interprets and determines a tariqa matter, and tariqa matters as determined by the imam are authoritative. You know, they're binding on the community. Ismaili theology is not an endeavor that the imam does. The imam draws certain boundaries on these sort of matters, but he doesn't do theology. Ismaili theology over history has always been done by members of the Ismaili community at various levels and capacities. Sometimes that theology takes the form of poetry. Sometimes it takes the form of certain practices, and sometimes it takes the form of a discursive discussion, which is what we're going to hear today. So whatever the theology is always the reflection of the author, and is not binding on the whole community to accept that theology. You're allowed to disagree with someone theologically. So I just want to give that caveat. So now it's my pleasure to introduce the first speaker of this panel, Contemporary Ismaili Gnosis, and that is Navid Amiri. And let me just say that I've known Navid a long time, and I'm one of his sort of academic mentors. So it's a joy for me to see how far he's come. So Navid Amiri is currently a Master's of Science candidate in clinical mental health counseling at Mercer University, and he also holds a Master of Arts in Comparative Religion from the University of Chicago Divinity School. His primary research interests include Ismaili theology and hermeneutics, Old and New Testament hermeneutics, and the intersection between Western psychology and Eastern mysticism. And the title of Navid's paper is An Ismaili Exegesis of Free Will and Evil in the Gospel Parable of the Lost Son. So thank you, Navid.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, perfect. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Andani, for the introduction. So I want to begin by thanking the entire conference committee for giving me the opportunity to present this morning. And thank you to everyone in the audience who's decided to tune in. Let me just get my screen up. All right. Is it showing in full screen now?
Yeah, we got it. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, so in my research, I set about the task of answering a few important questions regarding the human condition. Why do humans come to a world of suffering and evils? Why do our souls feel the need to rebel and sin against God? Why can't we be like the angels? We're perfect and obey without question. But also, what do any of these questions have to do with the parable of the lost son? What is the connection? Well, this parable appears in the New Testament alongside two others, the parables of the lost coin and the lost sheep. These parables were reportedly uttered by Jesus in response to the Jewish Pharisees who accused Jesus of being impure because he spent most of his time among the lower ranks of society. According to common interpretations of these parables, the symbols represent how sinners should be viewed as inherently valuable souls who are lost, just as the lost coin, the sheep, and the lost son are. When things or people are lost, they need special attention that isn't needed by others. This is perfectly fine when simply looking at the parables of the coin and the sheep. But the third parable throws up some complicated questions. Is the willfully disobedient son who claims his inheritance before his father's death and then squanders it really the same as a lost coin or lost sheep? Sure, there are parallels, but doesn't the older brother of the lost son have a point? Why does the person who is obedient get no special attention or reward, whereas the disobedient gets so much? After all, the lost son was not simply lost, rather, he willfully left. Why shouldn't we all just live like the lost son? Do as we please today and repent tomorrow. I hope you can see some of the tension in this story that comes into play when we speak of free human agents versus lost objects. Now, to untangle all of this, I will start by taking us to the cosmology of the 11th century Ismaili theologian Nasser Khusro. In the cosmology of Nasser Khusro, the drama of physical creation and human life begins with what the Quran in 698 refers to as the one soul or single soul, from which all other souls were created. Nasser Khusro refers to the single soul as the nafs-i-kul, or universal soul. The universal soul is also the architect of the entire physical universe, and it creates the universe in order to wipe away a defect contained within it. The universal soul is defective to some extent because rather than being created directly through God's kalima or divine command, it was created by God through the universal intellect. The intellect was the first creation and was born directly from the divine word, and so was immediately perfect. But the soul, because it was created by intellect, is one step lower and only has potential perfection. After its creation, the universal soul is filled with a desire to attain perfection. The contemplation that the soul undergoes results in the creation of the physical world, which is like a mirror image of the soul. Nasser Khusro tells us here that the object of its producing this world was to produce souls, in order that in them, the nafs itself would become perfect and ultimately attain the position or daraja of the aql. This was because the nafs did not possess the position of the latter and wanted to make itself instantaneously similar to the aql. It failed, however, to rectify its original defect. It had no such strength as the aql had, producing it, the nafs, instantaneously without time. It, however, instantaneously produced an entity similar to itself. When it moved to create an entity similar to itself, its movement resulted in the appearance of the prototype of the world, and then the form of this world came into existence through it. The imperfection and motion towards perfection possessed by a universal soul is mirrored in the individual souls of all that exists in our world. This is why we see all beings and objects in the world constantly going through states of development and decay. They need the passage of time to achieve their full potential. So now we see that the need for struggle, change, and suffering, the processes of growth and decay, are due to a kind of existential distance from God, and because the world is created directly by the universal soul. Therefore, God cannot be the direct cause of evil and suffering. Nasser Khusro goes on to tell us that human beings are the most excellent reflection of the universal soul, because they are endowed with reason and free will. This allows human beings to attain knowledge in the physical world that comes through their struggles and suffering. After death, the accumulated wisdom of a human soul goes back with them, unlike everything else they possessed, and unites with the universal soul. So here Nasser Khusro says, the sages of true religion are in agreement with philosophy on the fact that a first cause to be caused is in effect a final cause. The cause for the throne on which the sultan is to sit, its construction by the carpenter with his tools and out of wood, all come about through the command of the king who wishes to sit upon the throne. Hence, the last to be constructed must be the first cause of that construction. For this reason, the sages recite the well-known maxim, first in thought, last in deed. Do not you see that the carpenter's first thought must be that the king should have a throne, and that his final thought must be that the king sits upon the throne? The why of the world is, in the end, the creation of man, after whom nothing else came to be. At the beginning of creation, it is said, the creator of the world had the creation of man as his aim, so that man might come to be at the end of his creation. Through this rational argumentation, we are told that the entire purpose of physical creation was to allow human beings to perform their task of attaining knowledge for the universal soul. Next, we move to the Quran, which tells us that the souls of human beings in fact volunteered for this role of dominion over creation and the responsibility of attaining knowledge of human perfection before being physically born into this world. They were not forced against their wills. You can think of this as an especially radical kind of free will. This is stated in 3372 of the Quran. The Ismaili luminary al-Allāmah Nasiruddin Nasir Hunzai comments on this verse by telling us that human free will and dominion over the world is that which was entrusted to mankind to fulfill its role in the world, and that those souls who come to the earth as human beings are the souls that accepted the responsibility of carrying out this task. The book of Genesis also reinforces the idea that mankind is the prime agent in creation and is given dominion and charge over all creation. Free will is essential if humans are to carry out their trust, because it is free will that allows for truly free inquiry and intellectual search. Real knowledge can only come about through two qualities. First, the ability to reflect and analyze the actions and thoughts of oneself and others through reason. And second, the ability to modify one's thoughts and actions and the environment so that one may then reflect again on new results. All of this comes under the umbrella of free will. A knowledge which is not attained in this way is only partial, because there is no direct experience of trial and error and discovery. Turning back to the parable in question, I argue that the father and the lost son in the parable represent the universal soul and mankind's souls respectively. The lost son, when asking for his share of the inheritance, is in fact asking to be given the amanat or trust mentioned earlier by al-Allāmah Hunzai. Mankind, however, is foolish, as stated in 3372 of the Quran, and therefore does not understand the full weight and responsibility that comes with the trust. Furthermore, in order to allow mankind to be reacquainted with God through human struggle, mankind must first forget and relearn about their duties when they are born on the earth. This is reflected in the parable by how the lost son knows his father well, but does not truly understand him or all that he has given him until he leaves home and gets caught up in the world outside the estate. Eventually, however, the lost son's fortune dries up, and he is forced to contemplate his situation and earn a living some other way, because the material world's pleasures have proven to be fleeting. Reality has now set in. We see this in the scene where the son is working in the pig pen while being constantly on the edge of starvation. The lost son then remembers his home and thinks of how even the household servants of his father probably have more to eat than he does now. This represents us as human beings finally realizing the futility of the physical world and the need to re-engage with our spiritual origins. But if mankind has completely forgotten its home, how can they come to remember their home as the lost son did? We are clued into the answer when we consider that before thinking of his true home, he considers the household servants and contemplates their condition. Nasser Khusro tells us that the servants of our Creator exist in this world whose specific purpose it is to remind mankind of their trust and duties. These servants are the great prophets and imams of mankind, such as Jesus Christ himself. This is a reflection of how, just as the universal soul has a paradigm for its perfection in the form of the universal intellect, human beings must have a paradigm they can look to in order to attain perfection. The great prophets and imams used their miraculous speech, revealed spiritual paths, and religious laws in order to organize and bring to order the souls of imperfect human beings so that they can turn back towards their Creator and fulfill their duties. A stream of spiritual light from the universal intellect, full of inspired wisdom, called ta'id in the Ismaili tradition, is the nourishment received by the souls of the great prophets and imams. And it is this ta'id that is represented by the nourishing food that the household servants in the Father's house are receiving. So basically, the desire of the lost son for food is the desire to benefit from the luminous ta'id of the great prophets and imams. By accepting the call of the great sages, the lost son now makes his journey back home. When the lost son returns home and tries to seek forgiveness and beg his father—
5 minutes remaining, FYI.
Thank you. To allow him to return home as a servant, the father completely ignores this and instead calls on the servants to give the son a fresh set of fine robes and a ring for his finger, as well as to slaughter the fattened calf for a celebration feast. In several places in the Bible, we learn that the ring represents authority and power. An example being when King Xerxes gives Haman his signet ring in the book of Esther, granting Haman the authority to pass judgment on the Jews living in the kingdom. The robes represent honor and humility. This is evident when we think about the robes of Joseph and also the tearing of one's own robes by the kings of Israel and Judah in a state of humility and shame. Finally, we come to the fattened calf and why the older son seems to get nothing, while the younger son is given such incredible honor. Nasser Khusro tells us in his treatise, Knowledge and Liberation, that human souls initially rank lower than angels, but higher than animals. They, based on their knowledge and actions, can vacillate between being more animal-like or angel-like, because angels and animals possess no free will. They do not change rank, and therefore there is no reward or punishment for them. They simply play out programmed behaviors and do not act from a position of reflection and experience. Humans, because they can choose to become like angels, have the ability to attain an angelicity even greater than the angels, because their angelicity is earned and struggled for, as well as more intimately understood. By making the journey that he did, the lost son who is now found possesses a knowledge of the greatness of his father and the estate that the older brother can never come to understand because he always remained at home. What the son has come to learn is true and real love. We can see this concept of angelic humans illustrated in the memoirs of the 48th Ismaili Imam, Sultan Muhammad Shah Aga Khan III. He says, every individual, every molecule, every atom has its own spiritual relationship with the all-powerful soul of God. But men and women, being more highly developed, are immensely more advanced than the infinite number of other beings known to us. Islam acknowledges the existence of angels, of great souls, who have developed themselves to the highest possible planes of the human soul and higher, and who are centers of the forces which are scattered throughout the universe. The term love potion is ironic because we know that love is something only given freely through choice when a person chooses one among the all. And as the Bible says, to know and understand true love is to understand God because God is love. And no angel can ever touch this knowledge because they can never go on the human journey of suffering the evils of the world and emerging from the journey triumphant. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Navid. That was a very simply conveyed, but I think deeply packed set of arguments that you've made. But it was wonderful to see. So again, what has happened here is that we have a contemporary Ismaili reading of something in the Gospels. The last time this sort of thing was done is like you find Fatimid era dies, interpreting the Gospels. So this is a very sort of welcome revival of this Ismailis, exegeting the gospel tradition. So let's go to our next speaker. And again, these presentations flow well into another. So we heard about the universal soul, and on that same theme, our next speaker is Alyjan Daya. Again, I'm very happy to see him here as he's somebody that I mentor as well. And Alyjan Daya is a Master's of Theological Studies candidate at Harvard Divinity School, where he specializes in Islamic studies. This is also the school that I went to, so he's in good hands. Alyjan graduated from UT Austin in 2018 with BA in Islamic Studies with honors, a Bachelor of Science, and a Bachelor of Business Administration. And he currently researches Ismaili theology, patristic theology, and comparative Christian and Shia soteriology. The title of Alyjan's paper is Universal Restoration and Universal Soul, Comparative Christian and Ismaili Eschatology. So a lot of big words there, but we're happy to have you.
Great. Yeah. Can everybody hear me and see my screen?
Yep.
Great. So I just want to start off by thanking everyone in the audience for attending this panel and specifically my presentation. I'm going to try my best not to bore you. And I would also like to remind the audience who may have just joined that, this presentation, while scholarly and like others on the panel, is anchored in a constructive and theological perspective and not a descriptive and secular one. So as I'm sure some of you have probably figured out from the title of this talk, we're going to be spending the next 20 or so minutes talking about salvation, specifically the idea of universal salvation and restoration. The idea that God will come to eventually save all people is one that has been drenched in controversy and has been for the last 2,000 years or so. Probably the most popular proponents of such ideas come from the early Christian traditions, such as the Church Fathers, like Origen, Gregory of Nyssa, Isaac of Nineveh. And there have been many from Islamic traditions as well. We have Mullah Sadra, Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Arabi, and many more. Today, however, we're focusing specifically on the Church Fathers and the Ismaili Dawah. So unfortunately, we don't have time to review the specific and very unique soteriologies of Mullah Sadra and others, but I'm happy to speak to them in the Q&A if you're curious. So our main focus first will be to understand what universal restoration or apokatastasis means to the Church Fathers. To do this, we will first review the ideas as explained by Gregory and Origen, and then we will turn to Nasser Khusro, the Ismaili theologian whose eschatology will be our primary focus. And so it's a rather complicated task to compare ideas of universal salvation between Islam and Christianity, because both are working with stories of creation and redemption that are not so easily reconcilable. In the story of Christianity, at least the one told by the ones we care about, that being the Church Fathers, the Universalists, Christ is the second person of the Trinity, the Son, through his incarnation and resurrection, shatters the stronghold of death in the cosmos, and begins the unfolding of humanity's resurrection, resulting in the eventual rescue and restoration of all people to a perfect communal and primordial state. Death is seen as unnatural to creation. It is an enemy of humanity. It is described as sort of a plague infecting God's children. And this narrative is really not as popular or present in Islamic traditions. Death is more or less natural and intended. It is not creation's disease. Death is not propped up as the ultimate enemy to defeat, nor are there archons to overthrow in the universe. The cosmos is not in desperate need of some rescue, and humanity is certainly seen as plague, but death is not the last enemy, as Origen might say. And so in the final apokatastasis for Gregory and Origen, the perfection of existence, the consummation of all at the eschaton, is a restoration of all people to their primordial condition, and all people participate equally in that state. And so in the perfection, this doesn't result in any lasting divide between people. There are no higher and lower ranks in the end. Again, everybody becomes equal. And Gregory, in his treatise on the making of man, writes, the entire plenitude of humanity was included by the God of all, by his power of foreknowledge, as it were in one body. He says this power extends equally to all the race, and a sign of this is that mind or intellect is implanted alike in all, for all have the power of understanding and deliberating. The man that was manifested at the first creation of the world, and he that shall be after the consummation of all are alike. And so we see in this restoration of humanity, we also see that the final destruction of death. The spiritual conquering that Christ, his Son, initiated in his incarnation and resurrection is now complete in time, and the heavenly kingdom now includes all. And Origen explains here, he says, into this condition, it must be supposed that this entirely bodily substance of ours will be brought when all things will be restored, when they shall be one, and when God shall be all in all. And Origen here is referencing the Apostle Paul in 1 Corinthians, and he continues here and he says, and so through the many and innumerable ranks of those making progress and being reconciled from enmity to God until the last enemy, which is called death, is reached, so that it too may be destroyed and no longer be an enemy. And so, this was a rough summarization of universalism and Christianity. But now that we know the story of Christianity and redemption is told by the early Christian universalists, now we ask ourselves, where did the medieval Ismaili Dawah stand on the issue of salvation? And the medieval Ismaili Dawahs, as we know them today, right, we don't have access to all their works, they were for the most part annihilationists and infernalists, and not universalists in the style of Gregory and Origen. And by annihilationism and infernalism, I mean the eschatology that says the damned are condemned to suffer eternally, and sometimes, also cast into non-existence in the case of annihilationism. And this is, as opposed to the non-retributive or therapeutic temporary suffering described by Origen and Gregory. And this is, not unique to the Ismailis. An overwhelming majority of Sunni, Twelver, Catholic, Eastern Orthodox, Protestant theologies believe in this idea of an eternal hell, or variations of this idea. In my personal opinion, it's all, dreadful, equally dreadful, but I want to now spend the rest of our time disagreeing on this slight point with those medieval Ismaili on the infinitude of hell, and argue why the metaphysical and cosmological worldview they espouse does not allow for anything except for universal restoration. It is to say, their premises were all correct, but the conclusion they drew was mistaken. And so in the Ismaili metaphysical worldview, God is absolutely simple, transcends all names and attributes, and is one, not triune. The first and only thing God originates by his command, that is his sole act of creation, is that of the universal intellect, commonly known today by the Ismailis as Nur, or light of the Imam. And then the command, through the mediation of the intellect, creates from itself the universal soul. And in this schema, the universal intellect is seen as the perfect creation. It is immutable, eternal, but still less than God because it is created. It is seen as God perfectly reflected in creation, the divine image. And so the universal soul, on the other hand, is only a potentially perfect creation, a potentially perfect image, because although it is also a result of the eternal act, it originated by mediation of intellect. And so the soul, being imperfect, moves in the direction of the intellect in an attempt to realize its own end in perfection in intellect. And so through this spiritual motion, it creates time, the world, the spiritual realms, and from it spawn all the souls of humanity. And it's only through perfecting the individual souls of humanity and through the work of the Messiah, or the Qaim al-Qiyamah, that the universal soul can become perfect. And this happens, again, through the manifestation of the intellect in the world. The intellect, or light of the Imam, manifests into the various prophets, Christ, Muhammad, and Imams like Ali and Hussein, so that the intellect may guide all of the individual souls back to their origin, again, the intellect. And so Nasr Khusro states that all souls are partial souls of the universal soul, and because they are parts of the universal soul, they must in the end return to it to make it perfect and whole, thus enabling the universal soul's return to its primordial condition. And so Nasr Khusro writes in his Shish Fasl, it is inevitable that the human soul should return to the universal soul. The question only concerns the manner in which it will return. If, however, the return of the individual soul to its source is not in harmony, it will meet with suffering, hardships, whose painfulness is described by being placed in the midst of fire, the position which will never come to an end. And I want to acknowledge that although Nasr Khusro in his other work, the Wajibin, states that the sinners of Muhammad's community will eventually come out of the fire of ignorance, for those souls not in the community, or those souls that do not recognize the Imams in their lifetime, they will never return to the soul in harmony and will instead suffer their ignorance internally. But now we're asking this question, how could this be? How can it be that the universal soul pours itself into humanity for the sake of its perfection, only for most of those souls to be condemned and suffer eternally? This would imply the universal soul would never be in harmony with itself, since a majority of her souls have returned to it in a corrupted and broken state. And so the soul itself can never truly become perfect because parts of it are eternally irreconcilable with itself, meaning since the soul can never be a harmonious one, it can never return to the intellect, and thus we might have to conclude that God's command failed in creation. And so I propose Nasr Khusro is simply mistaken in this one part of his logic. This metaphysical worldview he has outlined cannot possibly result in souls returning to the universal soul as eternally not in harmony, because this is very plainly not perfection and represents failure. Perfection can only be when every single soul is in harmony with the universal soul. If even one soul is not in harmony, then how could any souls be in harmony, since the universal soul itself is not one in whole? And so I propose that the Ismaili cosmological worldview calls for an eschatology that must be restorationist in the style of Gregorian origin. It cannot be otherwise. And so while the Ismailis are obviously not Trinitarians or incarnationists, the logic of their protology and eschatology follows closely with that of the Universalists, and we'll sort of explore that here. And so let's return to Gregory and now compare his protology to that of Nasr Khusro. And David Bentley Hart summarizes this nicely. He says, for Gregory, the making and redemption of the world belong to that one great process by which God brings to pass the perfect creation that has resided from everlasting in the divine will, conceived and intended by him before all ages. All of created time is, he believed, nothing but the gradual unfolding in time and by way of change of God's eternal and immutable design. From eternity, says Gregory, God has conceived of humanity under the form of an ideal human being, anthropos, at once humanity's archetype in perfection, a creature shaped entirely after the divine likeness. And we see, of course, and in the corresponding passage, we find in Nasser Khosrow's Sheesh Fasl, he writes, the difference, however, between what the intellect has done and what the soul is doing consists in the fact that the former has produced it outside time, while the soul can only achieve what it does in time. So although Gregory and the fathers were strict Trinitarians that did not hold to a subordinative metaphysics like the Ismailis, there is no intellect and soul between humanity and God and the fathers, we nevertheless can see the similarities between the logic of creation between Gregory and Nasser here. The perfect human, or anthropos, of Gregory of Nyssa is the intellect, or nur of Imamah for the Ismaili. It is the perfect creation for the sake of which the soul and the world is brought about. The gradual unfolding, temporal exposition of this immutable design is the universal soul whose work is accomplished in time, again, in contrast to the immutable intellect, which is already the perfect creation and community of all that is and will ever be. And so let's again visit that passage from Gregory's On the Making of Man. And I won't read it again for you, but we can go straight to the corresponding passage in the Sheesh Fasl. Nasser Khosrow writes, all the people who have come into existence in the world were altogether potentially contained in the universal soul, gradually coming out into the world. And so both Gregory and Nasser see all of humanity, the entirety of the world, as in one body or in one soul. And because they see all beings that have emerged in time and will eventually emerge in time, present at the very beginning of all that was, so too must all these beings be present at the end. And each individual, to grow into this primordial state, must go through purification so they can enter that state and participate in it fully. And on this point, Gregory and Nasser are actually on the same page when it comes to the torments of those souls who are evil, except while for Nasser Khosrow, the purpose seems to be retributive for the worst part of humanity. For Gregory, the punishment is always therapeutic and always for the purpose of perfecting that soul, for the completion of that one body. He writes, for it is not out of hatred or vengeance for an evil life that God brings painful conditions upon sinners. The painful condition necessarily happens as an incidental consequence to the one who is drawn. Wrapped up as it is in material and earthly attachments, it struggles and is stretched as God draws his own to himself. What is alien to God has to be scraped off forcibly because it has somehow grown onto the soul. And so even though they share different metaphysics, I find this description by Gregory probably fits far more nicely into metaphysics than what Nasser Khosrow, Nasir al-Tusi, and others propose. The suffering of the fire that Nasser Khosrow discusses cannot be eternal. Again, we ask, how could it be? It doesn't achieve the goals that all of the Ismaili Neoplatonists claim the intellect and soul have, that being manifestation of intellect and perfection of the soul. I believe the story, as is currently told, again, results in a failure and a lasting corruption of the soul. The alternative then is to propose that the suffering and fire is temporary, and to what end? Well, surely to the end we Ismaili Neoplatonists claim the universal soul is aiming for, unity, perfection as one whole in the intellect. And so we claim Nasser Khosrow and others are mistaken here, not for proclaiming the existence of the fire, but simply for proclaiming its eternity. It is not to say there is no hell or no suffering. Indeed, there is, and there must be hell for oneness to come about. But it is a hell whose end is purifying those souls, elevating them into harmony with all others. And I want to state again that Gregory of Nyssa would in fact have no trouble agreeing with Nasser Khosrow's description of hell or disharmony between individual one as fire, since the Apostle Paul himself writes in 1 Corinthians, if the work that someone has built endures, that one will receive a reward. If anyone's work should be burned away, that one will suffer loss, yet shall be saved, though as by fire. And so Nasser Khosrow's eschatology is indeed correct on all accounts here. The experience is indeed a fire for evil souls. But again, I want to emphasize my disagreement or my correction is that it is simply a temporary fire, a merciful fire, and a purifying fire. For as the Apostle Paul writes, for indeed our God is an all-consuming fire, or in the words of the Quran, my mercy encompasses all things, and surely all things must include punishment. And so on another point of similarity between Gregory and Nasser on the question of what enables the saving work of God.
5 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah. And so for the Christian universalist, the redemption of all is not simply out of ontological necessity. The ultimate return of all is specifically enabled by the incarnation of Christ. David Bentley Hart summarizes for us. Gregory even speaks of Christ as having assumed not just human nature in the abstract, but the whole pleroma, which means that his glory has entered into whole humans. And so Nasser Khusro similarly writes, one must know that the rectification of that defect which is inherent in the universal soul will be achieved in the manifestation of the Kayam. So just as the incarnation of Christ allows his glory to be entered into all human beings and thus ultimately restored, so too must the manifestation of the Mahdi or the Kayam allow for the rectification of that defect of the soul, which in our revised version of Nasser's eschatology would mean the successful reconciliation of those discordant souls, and not that those inharmonious souls would simply lapse into non-existence, the view that Nasser Khusro and Nasir al-Tusi take. For if one takes the annihilationist view here and says those souls are erased from the cosmos, we end up with a soul that can never truly reflect its primordial state. It is a severely amputated body, one that has forcibly succumbed to non-being, something we might see as an utter and absolute failure for God. And so the Kayam performs this ultimate rescue and perfection when he departs from the world. He completes the work of unifying the soul with the intellect, and this marks the end of the temporal exposition. The Kayam will depart from the world and go to the higher world, where the universal soul through him will attain the position of intellect. And so, however, instead of erasing those souls from existence, such as in the view of Tusi, in our revised universalist eschatology, we would argue here that Kayam would treat and cure those corrupted souls so as to make them harmonious and whole with the soul. And similarly to how in the resurrection Christ defeats death, so too, according to some Ismaili, in the ascension of the Kayam, in unifying the soul, the Kayam too defeats death. Abu Ishaq and Nasir al-Tusi both write in narrating the writings of Imam Hassan II, they say, by the killing of death, eternal life will become manifest. And Abu Ishaq says, narrating again, quoting Imam Hassan II, we have also killed death and revived all by the eternity of the eternal creator. So in the end, we see that the story that medieval Ismailis tell, at least the one that Nasser tells, can not only be reconciled with the story of the universalist, the Christian universalist, but the story itself can be corrected and thus strengthened by the language of restoration, since again, the infernalism and annihilation of the past was both probably a moral and logical mistake. And thus the universal soul, being the unfolding of the universal intellect in time, is dependent on the restoration and reconciliation of all souls to each other, ultimately enabled by the manifestation and ascension of the Kayam, as well as the destruction of the power of death. And that hell, again, is not retributive in non-existence, but it is a temporary therapeutic punishment caused by, in the words of the Quran, the all-encompassing mercy of God's love for the restoration of all souls, and thus the universal soul. And then finally, you might want to conclude with the question of, what about restoration in the light of the modern Imam, the Aga Khan IV? Does he have anything to say about the logic of restoration or salvation? And I will argue, I think he leaves us no choice but the restoration. And Aga Khan IV says, I would turn to those words from my grandfather, which were quoted in 2 earlier Peterson lectures. He included them in a speech he gave as president of the League of Nations. They come originally from the Persian poet Saadi. The children of Adam, created of the self-same clay, are members of one body. When one member suffers, all members suffer likewise. And the Aga Khan continues, and he says, the Holy Quran addresses itself not only to Muslims, but to the entirety of the human race when it says, O mankind, be careful of your duty to your Lord, who created you from one single soul. And he continues, these words reflect a deeply spiritual insight, a divine imperative, if you will. And I'll just end with this last thing here. So as the Aga Khan IV notes, these were words also endorsed by his grandfather, the previous Imam. So it is clear they see the entire world as the children of Adam. That is, each soul are members of one body, the universal soul. And the Aga Khan supports this statement with Surah 4, Ayat 1, arguing here that we are all created from that single soul, not just Muslims, not just our community, but the entirety of the human race. And by narrating to us our origin, the single soul from which we all descend, he has also told us about our eschatology, that we are members of one body. When one member suffers, all members suffer likewise. And so I think here the Imam has left absolutely no room for eternal retributive punishment for anybody, since the words of Sadi tell us an infinite suffering of one would inflict the entire body and thus be an infinite suffering of all. And so the logic of universalism, that the one body cannot be realized unless each of us are, is affirmed here. And so we are left to inevitably conclude that the eternal damnation of one must entail eternal damnation for all, or that the salvation for one must end with the salvation of all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alyjan, and I'm sure there'll be some questions for you. I have some interesting questions myself, so we'll get an opportunity to do that with you. I'm happy to now introduce our third final presenter of this panel, who is Adil Khayal Ali Danidina. Khayal Ali is the co-founder of Ismaili Gnosis, that's ismailinosis.com, an Ismaili civil society organization dedicated to providing a contemporary and academically informed presentation of Ismaili history, theology, philosophy, and esotericism through various social media platforms. Khayal also holds a Master of Arts in Islamic Studies from McGill University's Institute of Islamic Studies, where he focused on Ibn Arabi's thought. He's also authored several Ismaili Gnosis articles, and he's an Ismaili poet, a philosophical poet, which you can find on his Instagram feed that you can find linked in the program. And Khayal's, well, this is interesting. Khayal's presentation is actually on theophanic imagination, Khayal, in Ismaili Gnosis. So take it away.
Thank you, Khalil. Can you hear me well?
Yep.
Okay, and I'd like to thank you for that nice introduction, and thank you to the conference committee for inviting me to speak on this topic. Is my screen slides up? It's clear?
Yep.
Okay, so we'll begin. The word khayal, or imagination, is often associated with the Sufism of Ibn Arabi, the 12th, 13th centuries Sheikh al-Akbar. The Andalusian mystic indeed wrote a great deal about the significance of imagination, imaginal realities, and the faculty of imagination. The importance of khayal for Ibn al-Arabi can be seen from his warning that he who does not know the level of imagination has no true knowledge whatsoever. If this pillar of true knowledge has not been actualized by the knowers, they have not a whiff of true knowledge. Khayal is often associated with kashf because unveiling typically occurs with the imagination, which has the power to perceive divine self-disclosure, also known as the Jali or theophany. For Ibn al-Arabi, one of the basic functions of khayal is to bring spiritual entities into relationship with corporeal entities by giving incorporeal reality the attributes of corporeal things. In this way, immaterial spiritual realities and intellectual meanings take on a semblance of physicality and can be recognized and experienced. Those who are interested in the role of khayal in the quest for divine knowledge may be delighted to learn that Ismailism put forth a unique teaching on khayal as being essential to one's spiritual ascension into the higher realms of knowledge and union with the spiritual roots of creation. In fact, for the Ismaili Dawah, there existed a triad of spiritual beings in the higher world known as Jud, Fat, and Khayal, which functioned as intermediaries between the two spiritual roots of creation, the universal intellect and universal soul, and the terrestrial Dawah. Jud, Fat, and Khayal were identified with the archangels Israfil, Mikhail, and Jibrail, though some Ismaili thinkers differed on the order of that arrangement. Today, we will mainly focus on khayal, the closest rank to the lower physical hierarchy. As such, khayal will be the first of the spiritual intermediaries, which, in the words of Farhad Daftari, rendered the cognition of the upper world feasible for mankind. Typically, this cognition was described in terms of receiving the divine support of ta'id through a stream of mada, or spiritual sustenance. Ta'id would flow from the higher spiritual roots to the lower terrestrial ranks through the intermediaries of Jud, Fat, and Khayal. According to Shinamoto, the barakah of Ta'id and Mada is a soul-feeding sustenance or spiritual nourishment, interpreted as either a metaphor for knowledge and guidance transmitted through the celestial and earthly hierarchies, or spiritual, supernatural energy flowing down from the upper hierarchy to its earthly counterpart. In his Ta'wil of the Quranic story, where angelic messengers visited Abraham and appear as honorable guests, the 10th century Ismaili Dai, Abu Hatim al-Razi, interprets the two guests as standing for Khayal and Jud. These angelic beings manifested themselves as two imaginal forms, and through their mediation, Abraham received Ta'id from the universal soul and intellect. Similarly, in his decoding of the Miraj, al-Razi indicates that before the prophet reached the highest rank of prophecy, known as a Natik, he was spiritually connected to and supported by the universal soul through the mediation of Khayal. During the night journey, Muhammad was carried from the sacred mosque to the furthest mosque, which means that he ascended from the universal soul to the universal intellect. Abu Hatim notes that Burak, the lightning quick steed, is derived from the Arabic verb barakah, to shine, suggesting the horse symbolizes an illuminating experience granted by the Khayal. It was due to the light which shone upon him from the Khayal of the universal soul that the prophet was elevated to the Jud, which joined him to the universal intellect. Through the ascension from al-Masjid al-Haram to al-Masjid al-Aqsa, the prophet was raised to the rank of Natik, which is Aqsa al-Hudud, the furthest of the hierarchy, and the ascension to heaven. After this, says al-Razi, the prophet led Burak to Ali, signifying Ali's conjunction with the Khayal of the universal soul. Only the Natik, the Asas, and after them, the Imam of the time, had unmediated access to Ta'id from the rank of Khayal and the higher ranks. Ranks lower than the Imam could still access Ta'id from Khayal, but only from or through the Imam of their time. This will be explored in more detail later, but for now, we may get a glimpse of how the Khayal, particularly as related to images and imagination, plays a role in the Ismaili theory of revelation. Even after a prophet rises to the rank of Natik, he continues to be supported by the Khayal, which helps him receive the Wahi or divine inspiration and reveal the divine revelation in terms which can be understood by others. In his Rahat al-Aql, the late 10th, early 11th century Hujjat, Hamid al-Din Kermani, articulates this by way of a commentary on verse 42-51. God does not speak to any human being except by Wahi, or from behind a veil, or by sending a messenger to inspire by his permission what he will. Indeed, he is the most high and wise. And thus have we inspired Awayna in you a spirit of our command. Sorry, 1 second.
All right, Kyle, since you've paused, do you see there's some sort of graphic at like the top of your slide that
Yeah, that's what actually threw me off. I'm trying to see if I can move that. I didn't.
Is that an animation? What is that?
There shouldn't be anything there.
If you go back to the slide editing mode, I wonder if that's an animation that just keeps doing stuff. If you go to the edit mode, like if you end slideshow and find out what that is that part of the PowerPoint?
I mean, there shouldn't be anything.
An answer.
It seems to be outside the program. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I mean, it's okay. I mean, if you can't get rid of it, it's fine. I mean, so we're
okay.
Yeah. It's not obstructing much, so don't worry.
All right. Let me see where I was. Okay. So for Kermani, this verse presents 3 modes of inspiration, with the highest being a pure intellectual wahi, which the Natik soul receives through the grace of Jud. An intermediate level is from behind a veil, and is received by the power of Fat, which enables the Natik to look upon creation as an open book in order to read the hidden communication in it. The lowest mode of inspiration is mediated through khayal or imagination. The soul uses the power of the khayal to conceive a form or image within itself, which then helps it apprehend the intelligible and incorporeal meaning of wahi received at the higher level of Jud. Khalil Andani writes, Al-Kirmani describes the soul's ability to imaginalize the wahi cast into it as a mirror reflecting external objects as images, and experience these images through its sensory faculties. Thus, the traditional account of Muhammad hearing the first verses of the Quran from Jibreel while meditating in the cave of Hira actually depicts the receiving of wahi as mediated by khayal. For Kirmani, khayal corresponds to what the Quran and the Prophet call Jibreel, which is an image that the Holy Spirit assumes within the Prophet's soul in order to converse with him. Similarly, Abu Hatim al-Razi held that the Natik receives non-verbal inspiration from the universal intellect through Jud, an imaginal vision that includes seeing bodily figures like angels and hearing verbal speech from the universal soul through khayal. A key principle of Ismaili belief is that certain spiritual powers bestowed upon the Prophet also extend to the chain of Imams. In his Tawil of verse 97:1, indeed, we send it down in Laylatul Qadr. Abu Hatim reveals the esoteric meaning of the night of destiny as standing for Imam Ali. Destiny, or al-Qadr, stands for the universal soul, which is represented in the lower worlds by Ali, just as the universal intellect, which is higher than the universal soul, is represented by Muhammad. While the Natik is functioning in his role, his rank is higher than the Imam's rank. This reveals, according to al-Razi, the ta'wil of the popular notion that on Laylatul Qadr, the Quran was sent down to the lowest heaven and was then revealed in installments to Muhammad. The esoteric meaning of this is that Ali received barakah and ta'id through the mediation of the Prophet, who was at the highest rank. Thereafter, Ali apportioned the blessings of ta'id to each of the Imams from his progeny through his power of khayal. Continuing his ta'wil of Surat al-Qadr, al-Razi interprets the descending of the angels and the spirit in the night of destiny by using the word yatakayyalu to say that Ali appears as an image to the Hujjat and the Imams after him to distribute barakah and to arrange their ranks. Thus, even after his passing, Ali is able to make himself appear to the Imams and the Hujjat as a sort of mental image, which is another meaning of the word khayal. According to most Ismaili sources, the Hujjats do not receive ta'id from the khayal directly, but through the mediation of the Imam of the age. Thus, in Rasala al-Muziba, attributed to the Fatimid Dai al-Qadiyya Numan, the rank of khayal is described as being like the Imam, who influences the imaginative faculty, mukhayyil, of the Hujjah soul, with those divine influences and intellectual sciences that are related to the spiritual ranks without any corporeal intermediary. The divine influences and intellectual sciences is the barakah of Mada, or ta'id. This is how Abu Hatim al-Razi interprets the Quranic story of Mary receiving rizq or sustenance from God while she was alone in her prayer chamber. Mary was a hujjat of Imam Khuzaimah, and the sustenance she received in a hidden way was from the spiritual stream of ta'id through the khayal of the Imam, even though Mary and the Imam were not in physical contact. Similarly, when God sent his spirit, or Jibreel, to Mary, it was the khayal that came over her and appeared to her in the imaginal form of a man. Given that al-Razi believed that the khayal never proceeds from the universal soul directly to the hujjat, who can gain access to the khayal only through the Imam of the age, one wonders if the spirit that appeared to Mary was the imaginal form of the Imam sent from the Imam to influence the imaginative faculty of his hujjat soul. In another example, this time from Nasr Christos Wajidin, the Imam uses the power of khayal or imagination to show his successor a symbolic and imaginal representation of the transfer of authority of Imamat. Nasr Christos writes, one of the 12 hujjats of the Imam succeeds him. Joseph was the Hujjat after Imam Jacob, who wanted to show him through khayal, imagination, that the other 11 Hujjats, the Imam of the time, and his Bab would obey him. As God, may he be exalted, says about Joseph's dream, I saw in a dream 11 stars and the sun and the moon. I saw them prostrating themselves to me. By the 11 stars, he meant the 11 Hujjats, the 12th of whom was he himself. By the sun, he meant the Imam, and by the moon, his Bab. And by their prostrating themselves to him, he meant that they would obey him. Here, khayal is the means through which an Imam shows his future successor in a hidden, imaginal, and symbolic form an event that was yet to take place. This foreshadowing of the future of the Imamat is perhaps related to a teaching of the Daya Abu Yaqub Sijistani. Latima Parveen Parwani tells us that for Sijistani, khayal, imagination, is the third power bestowed upon the morally pure person, by which he can imagine what will happen to his community after his death, and what the Imams after him should inherit from his purity and subtle qualities. From these examples, it is clear that in Ismaili belief, there is a hidden spiritual connection between the Imam and his Hujjat, a connection that transcends physical limitations due to the power of khayal. Nasser Khusro confirms this during the course of his ta'wil of the rules of ablution. He writes, the nose signifies the Imam, and the mouth, the Hujjat. The mouth speaks, but the nose does not. Rather, it can smell from afar. This means that the Hujjat gives knowledge to the Dais and the people through speech, and the Imam gives it to the Hujjat through Amr and khayal, imagination. There is a passage from the nose to the mouth. This means that secretly the Ta'id is linked from the Imam to the Hujjat. Although there is a special link between the Imam and the Hujjat, Nasser Khusro also taught that all human beings have at least some share in the light of spiritual imagination. In his Jami al-Hikmatain, he refers to 7 primordial everlasting lights in the higher world. Among the 7, there are the lights of the universal intellect, soul, and Jad, Fat, and Khayal. Thereafter, Nasser Khusro writes, every human being has a share of those 7 originating substances, i.e. everlasting light, to the extent that his soul's essence is capable of receiving them. Then Nasser Khusro focuses on the ranks of the Ismaili Dawah. Not every man stands at the level of prophethood, and yet the level of every member of the guiding Dawah has a portion of those originating lights. Each member of the Dawah has a level and a position close to the universal intellect, which corresponds to the degree of affinity and connection each one shares with the Prophet. It should come as no surprise then that there is a great deal of emphasis in the Ismaili Tariqah on purifying and preparing one's soul to be more receptive to the everlasting light, so as to ascend closer to the light of the universal intellect. In contemporary Ismaili practice, this hope for ascension, based on the ability to receive ta'id through the khayal of the Imam, is reflected in the form of a daily, pre-dawn spiritual search within the Bayt al-Khayal. Literally,
you have 5 minutes.
Those who wish to seek higher levels of gnosis and closeness to the light of the Imam engage in a voluntary yet essential practice of an Ismaili form of meditation or silent dhikr of the heart. This supererogatory act of worship, known as bandagi, is performed in Bayt al-Khayal and is rooted in the Shia pillar of walaya. With love and devotion for the Imam in their hearts, Ismaili seekers concentrate their thoughts or imaginal faculties on a divine name. For those who have taken an extra commitment, the concentration is on a special word or name known as the supreme name or Ism-e Azam, given to them by the Imam. While there is little scholarly study on this aspect of Ismaili esoteric practice, the tradition of teaching Ismaili Haqa'iq and Ta'wil has continued into the present day, most notably through the prolific pen of the contemporary Ismaili sage, ʻAllāmah Nasir al-Din Nasir Hunzai. In 2005, ʻAllāmah Hunzai wrote, the first door of spiritual resurrection is the supreme name. The second door is the Bayt al-Khayal, and the third door is the mortification of the carnal soul, and then the spiritual resurrection. Bayt al-Khayal, even though it is the initial journey of spiritual resurrection, is the universe of the illumination of the imagination, whose multifarious manifestations are extremely wonderful and marvelous. This is the station or rank of the Archangel Jibrail, which progresses to its ultimate rank of the Archangel Michael, whereas the spiritual resurrection is still higher than this. It is the station or the rank of Israfil and Israel. We see an implicit identification of the spiritual rank of Khayal alluded to here by the name of Jibrail with the practice of Beitul Khayal. In an earlier work published in 1957, ʻAllāmah Hunzai explicitly identifies Khayal with Jibrail because his spiritual function takes place in the human imagination. The act of spirituality, that is, spirituality begins from Khayal. Ismailis also receive guidance on Beitul Khayal through firmans of the Imam. Honoring the tradition of keeping such guidance private, only a few brief examples will be shared here by way of paraphrasing or from whatever can already be found in the public domain. To recall, Ismaili Dayas of the past indicated a close spiritual relationship between the Imam and the Hujjat via the Khayal, through which the Imam may unveil esoteric knowledge. In a 1946 Beitul Khayal Firman, Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah assured those who practice bandagi that their Khayal and his Khayal are like a telegraph, and that their Khayal and his response always stays together. According to the Imam, when one sits in bandagi using their Khayal, then that Khayal reaches him faster than thunder and lightning. The association of lightning with Khayal may remind us of the Ismaili Tawil of Miraj, where Burak, related to the Arabic word for lightning, stands for the illuminative experience of conjunction with the universal soul through the Khayal. In fact, in 1920, the Imam guided those who sit in Beitul Khayal to take the example of the Prophet's Miraj, in that they should send their soul from this world to the heavens, so that their body remains here, but their soul goes to the other world. Bandagi performed with full concentration can lead to fana fillah. In a 1910 Beitul Khayal Firman, referring to the tradition of granting Ism-e Azam, the Imam said, "The most precious thing that I have bestowed upon you is my name. If you practice bandagi with certainty and according to my firman, then you will be able to see the light which corresponds to the name that I have given to you. You will not see my physical form, but you will see the light which corresponds to my name. You should not think that in the spiritual world you will see me in this physical form." Here we may recall the ta'wil of Mary receiving ta'id from the khayal of the Imam while she was alone in her prayer chamber, or how the spirit of khayal, known as Jibrail, imaginalized itself to Mary in a subtle form of a man. Perhaps even more relevant is the teaching that Imam Ali imaginalizes himself and appears in a subtle imaginable form to his successors and his hujjat. Indeed, Ismaili Dayas emphasized that it was through Imam Ali or the Imam of the time that one could receive illumination through khayal, which would bring the barakah of ta'id and spiritual ascension. This teaching can be seen in the following 1966 Beitul Khayal Firman of the present living Imam, Maulana Shah Karim, with whose words we conclude this presentation. The Imam said, "It is therefore through Nur of Ali, Nur of Imamat, that you must seek to come closer to have a better understanding of He who is above all else. This is the meaning of bandagi. That is the meaning of Beitul Khayal." Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Khayal, for that great talk on Khayal, which is sort of a tongue twister. All right. So here's what we're doing. We're running behind schedule, but that's okay. We're just simply going to have our usual Q&A, and we'll just cut into the 1 hour break, which is really not a problem because you guys are not presenting on the next panel. So we can now take different questions. I'll begin. So firstly, anyone on our panel, i.e. any conference participant, if you had questions, you can use the raise hand feature or you can put it in the chat. So I'm trying to see if I don't see anything right now from other panelists. So then that means I'm allowed to ask a question. So my question would be to Alyjan. So, several times you had said that Nasser Khosrow and Nasruddin Tusi supported really in the sort of what was it, the infernalist scenario,
yeah,
right? Like the non-existence, like that basically that soul in hell will eventually become non-existent in some sense. So I wonder though, whether from what they've written we're getting the full story. And I say this because there are two cases I know in Wajiddin where Nasser Khosrow, in an almost mythical way, two times he describes, either in one case he says the prophet will go into hell and blow out the fire of hell. And in another case in Wajiddin, again, this is in a very elusive way, but Nasser Khosrow says the prophet will go into hell, lower his cloak, and people will all climb out of hell. Basically, I guess what I'm wondering is whether in the surviving literature, whether we don't have the full story and whether Nasser Khosrow and co. could actually have been universalists, but they couldn't spill that secret at that time because then, people may misunderstand.
Yeah, and I'm familiar with those citations, and that was one thing. That was one of the reasons why I said the Ismaili tradition as we know it, because we might not have yet the full story. But in regards to those specific quotations, for example, when Nasser Khosrow narrates that the prophet will descend into hell and cover everybody with the cloak and bring them all out, he does specify, like, in that instance, like the prophet's community only. So again, but how do we interpret the prophet's community? Is the prophet's community all souls? Maybe, I mean, one maybe might be able to argue that. But in the second instance where he talks about blowing out hell, that's probably the closest, we see to universalism. The reason why I guess, you could interpret that as universalist, but other places in the Wajiddin, he talks about the torments of the fire being eternal and so on. But I mean, he doesn't really mention, the fire being eternal in that one instance. So, I mean, yeah, you could maybe read universalism into that. But when you take into the context, everything else he said, most likely not. But yeah, I would give you that yeah, maybe he eventually concluded that, though, the universalist position.
Yeah, just on eternal. So there's a point, this is just related. So there's a point that was brought up by Ali Lakhani a bit earlier. Ali Lakhani, the editor or founder of Sacred Web. I'm glad he's with us. So I'll just read his question because it's not to everyone. On the matter of restorative salvation, there is not only a spatial planimetry, I can't say the word, spatial planimetry, but a temporal planimetry too. So one should distinguish between the perpetual and the eternal. So eternal, I guess I can unpack it a little bit. The universal intellect is eternal in the sense of changeless and timeless, whereas where perpetual is a process of change that just goes on forever. Do you think that distinction is relevant here? Because certainly hell wouldn't be eternal in the timeless sense of eternal.
Yeah. I mean, I think we also see this, in the Quran as well as the Dayas. And I pointed this out that Gregory and Nasser are in agreement when it comes to what hell is, right? Hell is ignorance. Those souls do go back to the universal soul. But again, it is, they experience the soul as fire because they're not in harmony with it in origin. And Gregory and Nasser Khosrow and Nasruddin Tusi all say this. So hell in that sense doesn't have like a separate existence, neither a perpetual or eternal existence. Surely only the soul does. But my main point there, and I think, yeah, it's worthwhile making this distinction, but in regards to my specific argument, it's quite clear that when the Dayas said eternal, this is what they did not mean eternality in terms of the intellect. They did mean perpetuality. So that is the case. But really, in terms of universal restoration versus annihilationism, you still end up with that same problem. So. and actually Mullah Sadra would say the fire is eternal, but that for those in the fire, that chastisement becomes sweetness. He says, and I disagree with Mullah Sadra for other reasons, because Mullah Sadra says the perfection for those souls is hell. Like hell is the perfection of their soul. So, but in the Ismaili context, that would mean ignorance is the perfection of those souls, which would be, not very, no Ismaili theologian would accept that. So, but yeah.
So this is a question. We can, Navid, you can start answering this, but you can all comment on this question. So some people are confused. If the universal soul wants to be perfect, then why do some people say the Imam is the universal soul? So sort of the confusion about how the earthly how the religious hierarchy matches up with the spiritual hierarchy. What's the difference between universal intellect and universal soul? And if we say Imam is in the rank of universal soul, does that mean Imam is imperfect? So Navid, maybe you can begin because you talked about that first.
Sure. So when we have to make a distinction between the inspired intellect of the Imam and referring to the soul of the Imam. If we back when I had my slides up, there was one quotation that I had there where it mentions that even though the universal soul is imperfect, imperfect still implies that there are some things that it does perfectly and some things that it does not. And so the imperfection comes into play with the other human souls, right? So the majority of mankind. Whereas with the Imam souls, the work that the universal soul does is absolutely perfect. And so they are not subject to the same imperfections or issues. They are able to perfectly channel the inspiration from the universal intellect. And so they are able to behave as the universal intellect representative in a sense towards all souls, in the same way that in the heavens, the universal intellect is, in a sense, guiding the universal soul as a whole.
Khalil, did you want to comment on this? Because you touched a little bit about this sort of ranks and who's at which rank and this sort of thing.
Well, just to add, I completely agree with what Navid was saying. And I think it's in Nasser Khusro's, I believe it's She's Faisal, and Khalil, you probably know better, so you could correct if I'm in the wrong source. But he does mention that the universal soul will produce two types of souls in the world. And in the souls of like the Imams, the Natik, the Asas, the Hujjats, the universal soul already produced perfect souls for the sake of teaching and guiding the other souls. So the universal soul does have this aspect within itself that is able to produce and attain perfection in the rank of the Imam. The universal soul will be perfect in and of itself. It's actually more to do with the other partial souls that are in the process of ascending, where this lies this idea of imperfection. So when the Imam says that the rank of universal soul, he's representing, he's a guided, he has the light of universal soul, means at the highest level of perfection, not at the level of incompletion.
Yeah, and sorry, can I comment on this too? So also in the Sheesh Faisal, right, it might appear like there's a contradiction so Nasser Khusro does say that the Aqli Kul in the world is the Imam of the time, but then he also elsewhere says that, when the Prophet was here, the Prophet was the rank of intellect and the Ali was the rank of the soul. But that's simply because the Prophet was the speaking authority. When the Prophet is speaking, sort of, you might see the Imam as silent or secondary in that sense. So when sort of the earthly ranks and their correspondence to the metaphysical ranks, that's why it might seem like Ali or the Imam is the universal soul, but only in terms of rank. But in true sort of ontological reality, the eyes are sort of very clear that the Imams are manifestation of intellect.
All right, we have Professor Asani. You have your hand raised. Would you like to ask your question live? Professor Asani, are you still with us? Let's see if he's there. All right, we'll come.
Okay.
Right. Yeah,
I'm
go
here.
ahead.
Sorry. Yeah. My volume. Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. I had a question. I mean, first of all, thanks to the panelists for this really wonderful set of papers. But the question that I had was in terms of how we think about constructive theology. I think I've always argued that in the Islamic case, but I think also in other religious traditions, we tend to favor the textual and the discursive as a form of expression on how people express their ideas. So from my perspective, I mean, this is just one mode of discourse, of theological expression. There have been in Muslim societies, and I would argue that this is the case also for other religious traditions, where what we would call theology, meaning making, is also taking place through the arts, through the sound arts, through music, through poetry, through performance, and so on. And very often that has been marginalized in the academy as a source of theology and theological understanding. And I've been, as Khalil, you know, I've been pushing for rethinking how, you know, we get a more inclusive way of thinking about how people engage with their faith, engage with meaning making and express it. So I would say from my perspective, I totally understand, you know, you're talking about discursive theology here, but to broaden this concept, to think about how it's done through the arts, where you have a fusion of, I would say, the aesthetic, the theological, the ethical, and the moral, but in a way that is accessible to larger audiences that may not be familiar with all the intellectual intricacies of philosophical discourse and so on and so forth. They may be comfortable with the ideas in their own sort of, let's say, in these artistic discourses. And the benefit, I think, also of theology that is what I would call the silent theologies of Islam, because they've been silenced, people don't think about them as in the arts and architecture and so on, is that they are immediate in the impact that they have on people, because you're talking about affecting both the heart and the mind. So in that sense, I would say that this kind of constructive theology that you're talking about is quite alive in Muslim societies at the hands of ordinary individuals who are artistically inclined. People are engaging with these artistic creations and as well as creating them. So, and it's very true, I would say, also of the Ismaili traditions as well across the board. So just a comment for consideration.
Yeah, so I think it would be appropriate. I'm gonna ask Khalil to answer it, because Khalil's a poet himself, so he himself deals in both of these. I'll just say one thing though, that I think that to talk about a complementarity between aesthetic forms of meaning making and discursive forms, I think the discursive form has to be allowed to exist. And I think the issue in the Nizari community at certain levels is that the discursive form of theology that we're hearing here is not allowed to exist and is not taken seriously by certain segments. And I think what can happen then is that if in any living community, when you have both these discourses coexisting, you'll have a more sort of productive engagement. So I can use myself as an example that I've been listening to Ginans in Jamaat Khana for years, right? Like many people. And the Ginans, I don't understand the language. And I had no theological grounding growing up as an Ismaili. So for me, Ginans was always something, it's just a part of Khane that you need to sit through to hear the Farman. I mean, that was my honest experience. But after I learned the type of theology that these gentlemen here have talked about, I internalized that the Ginans were different to me. I didn't need to even understand the language. But when I heard a Ginan, or when I hear Ginans, now I hear, I hear the universal soul creating the world and calling out for perfection. To me, the peer speaks as this universal soul, right? And he's singing for us in a sense. So I think that experience can be had. And I think you're right that theology has other forms. but often what happens is that it's helpful for people in communities to be grounded in both, right? And then you can have this sort of really integral experience. So I want to ask Khalil to comment, because Khalil, he's a poet.
Oh, sure. In fact, Khalil inspired this question.
Yeah.
There's Khalil the poet.
Let me ask Khalil if you want to comment on this, because you literally write poems every day and you also do discursive stuff. So how does that work for you?
Yeah, I completely agree with what you said. And I think what Dr. Alyjan has mentioned, that there's definitely two forms of discourses, and we should view them as mutually complementary, right? And I think to your point, Khalil, is that what you're saying is that the more sort of grounded we are in a certain theology, that we can learn from our previous materials that we have available to us, and also pushing them forward in light of the times we have today, that we'll start to see a synthesis of these two forms, which would just, it would make better theology and make better art as well, right? So you have an informed creation, an informed product. Just like in poetry, you can have poetry that can be well-informed with certain doctrinal principles and ideas, as well as being creative and taking some leeway there in that form.
Yeah, I would sort of, I agree that, ideally there should be a synthesis, but I think very often, people don't have the luxury to study at universities and engage in this kind of theological thinking. That's what I'd say, that most Muslims do not engage in the intricacies of theological thought of Neoplatonism and so on and so forth. They understand these intuitively through their own worldviews. They don't articulate it in that phrase. And I would say that we should be open to saying that, yes, they can be complementary in some cases, but in other cases, they can be, and I would say somebody like Rumi, for example, tries to do this, but not everybody is equipped with this kind of knowledge base to do this kind of synthesis. Something of it comes through artistic intuition, where people just express things without actually having formally learned these discourses. So I would say that people are doing it through calligraphy, they're doing it through things like Qawwali, they're through Geets. We have a lot of this huge tradition of Geets, this Ismailis composing Geet. That's theology for me, that's meaning making. And they're expressing their own viewpoints, and nobody is really, interestingly, nobody stopping them. Nobody says, no, you can't do that. There's no institutional sort of prohibition that you can't express your ideas through poetry or music and so on. And I would also say, from the discursive method, there may be individuals who think that you can't do it, but I don't think that I think it's the right of the individual to express themselves as they are. And at least from my perspective, I don't think that there is, at least from an IAS perspective, there's anything wrong with people expressing their ideas in whatever form they choose. This is about freedom of speech and expression. So this idea of who's allowing and who has the permission to allow individual discourses is an important one, but I don't think the institutions should be playing a role in controlling people and telling people what they should write and what they should not write, or actually, and as I would say, this is the idea of inclusiveness, that we should be open to different perspectives. And I would certainly say that from the new vision that we have for the IAS, these kinds of discourses, we may not agree, but it's the absolute right for people to express themselves, the way they choose to express themselves. So.
We have a question in the Q&A box, and I believe it is. I'm just going to assume because of the quality of the question. I believe this is actually from Dr. Nargis Virani, who's not in the conference, but she's a scholar, an academic in our community. It's a long question. I'm not going to read it out. It's more of a comment, but I want to give that comment some space. So Dr. Virani has basically said here, Dr. Nargis Virani has said that this constructive theology has been a continuous process within the Ismaili tradition. It was done orally, it's been done for the centuries, and it's actually responsible for the resilience of the Ismaili tradition as such. And at today, you could say it's being done in theory in terms of wazins, elders, sheikhs, and so on. And that one can validly then ask the type or sort of the less visibility that this has today, whether those are due to bureaucratic reasons. It could be due to modern life. People don't have time, lack of relevant languages, and so on. And one can debate sort of what the reasons on why we don't see, it as visible today as it was in the past. But I think the point being here is that it has always been part of the historical Ismaili tradition, even in this discursive sense. Part of that comment mentions anchored in the present and not in some fossilized past language and culture, which is the Imam's prerogative. I want to respond to that. So in the prior panel, I gave the argument to show that this Neoplatonic language is actually not something of the past. It didn't end in the Fatimid era, and we have good reasons from a philosophical perspective to retain it. So I think sometimes what we need to do is we need to step outside the Ismaili studies bubble a little bit and outside Islamic studies. And we need to ask, are Catholic Thomists, are Orthodox Christian theologians, are Protestant theologians, have they all said that metaphysics is in the past and they're not doing it anymore? No, the rest of the world in some sense has continued to engage Platonic, Neoplatonic, Aristotelian thought. And I think it would be premature for us to declare a priori that this stuff is of the past. I think that position is sort of question begging a little bit. So I think every individual can decide. If you like this Neoplatonic framework, then you can use it. And if you don't, you don't have to. But I can tell you that in my interfaith dialogues with Sunnis and Twelvers, more and more people I hear from, when they hear this Neoplatonic perspective, find that far more convincing than the Sunday or Saturday school type of theology that they get. I want to go back to our panel. We have Mansour, Dr. Mansour, with your hand up. Did you want to ask your question live to the panel? Mansour, are you there?
Not at all. I got my answer already. Thank you, though.
All right. Well, we'll still take some more time here. So there's a question from, let's see here. There's a lot going on in the chat here. So I guess we can ask these together to the panel. So one question for the panel from Mr. Chatur. The Quran says Allah is closer to us than our jugular vein. In that context, is Allah part of our soul intellect, or how would you understand that in terms of these frameworks you guys are using? Would Allah closer to the jugular vein, does that mean the universal intellect and soul is closer to our jugular vein? And part of that, we have a further comment from Pyar Ali Keshwani, basically saying, again, I'm not going to read the whole thing out. The Quran has a multiplicity of assertions. One could cherry pick all sorts of Quran verses to build whatever theology, whether it's restorative, or universal redemption and whatnot. Perhaps a Dai is seeking to reconcile diverse positions. And that the main goal of the Dais, this is sort of direct to Alyjan, maybe their main goal was to situate and establish the position of the Imam and the Dawah structure, and some of these other issues were less relevant for them to be fully accurate on. So again, those are the questions. So Alyjan, we can begin with you, but we'll let the rest of the panel comment on that.
Yeah, I'll just respond to Pyar Ali's question, if that's okay. That was one of the reasons why I didn't want to hammer down on a Quranic argument for universal salvation, because you're right, the Quran does take many different perspectives on this. It takes universalist perspective sometimes, it takes annihilationist perspective sometimes, and sometimes it takes infernalist perspectives. But there have been other Islamic theologians like Mullah Sadra in his Tafsir al-Fatiha, or Ibn Arabi in the Futuhat, or Ibn Taymiyyah as well, who have all sort of made the Quranic arguments for universal salvation. But you're right. I think in the context of the Dais, in the contemporary era, or whatever was contemporary for the Dais, they were definitely doing what you said. I think attempting to reconcile all these different positions and situate and establish the position of the Imam in the Dawah structure. I mean, definitely. But I will say though that even though that I lost my train of thought, but I mean, I think you're right. But nevertheless, that situation, that context may have called for them to establish such positions, the eternality of hell. Maybe they were, maybe the Imam had actually made some statement on this. I think Imam Hassan II, at least as narrated to us by Al-Khatib in the 7 chapters, claims, talks about eternal non-existence, or when the Qayyim ascends, that punishment for those souls will be eternal non-existence. So the Imams have made statements about this, but I just think that, our current Imams have sort of maybe revised this or updated it, if you will. But yeah, and I don't want to like fault the Dais. Like that was something I was trying to stay away from. I didn't want to come out and clue and say, oh, they're wrong, they're terrible people for thinking that. But there's a context there for why they may have thought that, and that's something that definitely should have been included in my presentation. But I didn't have time to cover everything. But yeah, I think that's a very good point.
Yeah, just on that, I think it's important for people to remember that what Alyjan has done here is he's accepted the cosmology of the Ismaili Dais. It's just his application of it is different, right? And that's what constructive theology is. Constructive theology is not just copy pasting what the Dai said and being like, here you go, right? So yeah. Sorry, there's a question that just came in, and I'll pass it on to the other panelists. Khalil, you seem to be unwittingly generalizing, equating metaphysics as Neoplatonic philosophy. Okay, so again, I think if you missed the first panel, you're sort of missing the context here. That in the first panel, I made a contemporary argument for upholding a Neoplatonic metaphysics, but I did say that you could go with some other metaphysics, but you'd have to construct your metaphysics, whatever it is. Speaking of metaphysics, Navid, how would in what you've explained, Navid, when it says God is closer to the jugular vein, somebody has asked this, how do you understand that in light of this metaphysics that we're talking about, given that God is ineffable and unknowable in this Ismaili Neoplatonic lens?
Sure. So I would actually, to some extent, refer back to an ayat that was shared in Shahnaz Salim's presentation, where she talked about the idea that the signs of God will appear in the horizons as well as within the self, until we realize that God is true, or we understand the truth. And so in that sense, yes, I would say that the human soul, because it is a mirror of the entire cosmos, right? The human being, just like how there's a universal soul and there's a universal intellect, the human being also has a soul, has a intellect, and in their very being, in their very existence, there's that presence of God, right? Because if God is that ground of being, is the reason why anything else can be, then in that very existence, in the very fact of existence and consciousness that we have, God is as near to us as he can possibly be. There's, in that sense, there's really no division, right? Just as Imam Sultan Ahmad Shah said that, we live and we move and have our being in God, right? We are kind of in him. We're, in that milieu, and there's no spatial or true division, right? The division that I mentioned in my presentation was an existential kind of division, right? So it's because of how the cosmology unfolds, there is this sort of perception, or in our consciousness, because we have this sort of ego perspective, there's a feeling or this illusion of separation, but that separation doesn't have an ultimate reality. At the level of ultimate reality, there is no separation. So yes, this closeness or to the jugular vein is upheld, absolutely.
Thank you. We have a question. Well, it's a valid question, I think, given the topic of the panel. Does an individual actually, in reality, have a soul, or is that an idea that is presented by an ideology, organized religion, for example? Can we question the notion of soul itself? I'll make that available to any one of you who wants to speak to that. I mean, if none of you do, I would say this, that it's both. There are different concepts of what a soul is. Those are all part of certain worldviews. But if you read, for example, and just this is the example, Nasser Khosrow has a section of Jami al-Hikmatain when he talks about soul, and he relates it to experience. So one thing we need to remember is that these concepts of intellect and soul, whether at the universal level or whether at the individual level, they may sound as abstractions to us today. They may sound like a ready-made ideology that's just being handed to you by your parents or your mission class teacher. But when our Ismaili dies and when we do these, when we Neoplatonists today think about these, we relate it to our experience. So Nasser Khosrow says that the word soul denotes every person's sense of I-ness. That's what Nasser Khosrow identifies as the soul. So if you don't like the word soul, fine. But every individual, every one of us is directly aware of a certain selfhood that we have, an I-ness. This is sort of similar to Descartes. I think, therefore I am. So just in the consciousness of I am or I think, there's an I there. You have an I have an I. So Nasser Khosrow identifies that I-ness with the soul. And in that sense, it's not just an ideology. Knowledge that the soul exists, the I-ness exists, is a direct knowledge. It is what Suhrawardi would call knowledge by presence. Okay, well, here's a follow-up to that. I second your I-ness. What is the intellect? Okay, very good. So this let me continue on it. This I-ness that we all have, right? This I-ness is both objective and subjective. Each of us has an I-ness, and we have our own subjective experience. So the subjective pole of our I-ness is soul. But that I that we have the ability in our consciousness to sort of step outside our subjectivity, even for a moment, to even recognize the distinction between objective and subjective. It would mean that our I-ness also participates in an objectiveness. So the objective pole of our I-ness would be the intellect. The subjective pole of our I-ness would be the soul. So that's just at the individual level. And there are many different sort of discursive ways to think about this. But I would emphasize that these concepts for anyone listening, don't just believe in these things because you heard 3 great presentations today, right? Relate it to your own experience. I believe if you introspect, you will experience something in your consciousness that we call soul, and you'll experience something that we call intellect. But everybody has to do that themselves. I'm just going down so there was a similar question that was asked in the other Q&A box, so we'll forego that. I guess I'll do this. I don't see any more direct questions. So any panelists, do you want to add any further comments in the last 3 minutes here? This is on any issue that's been brought up. All right, well, I think that's it then. So thank you, gentlemen, and thank you to everyone who participated in this particular panel. So that's the conclusion of this panel. We will take a break for about half an hour, a little more than 30 minutes. So we will return at the top of the hour within 30 minutes. So that's 1 p.m. Eastern for the next panel on devotional literature, right? So we did the discursive stuff this morning. Now we're going to do the devotional aesthetic expressions in the afternoon. I think what makes for a very good day. So we will see you guys in half an hour. All right, we are at the time to have the third panel of the day. I just want to make sure everybody is present. So Dr. Asani, if you're here, you can just say here. Mansoor, I see you are here.
Here.
And Chor Shanbe, you are here.
Dr. Andani, do you hear me?
Yeah, yes. Yes, we can hear you. All right. Well,
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Right. Okay, well, I'm happy to introduce you to the panel chair, Professor Ali Asani, university professor at Harvard, and he will be running this panel on Ismaili devotional literature, of which, he is one of the foremost experts on. So Professor Asani, take it away.
Thank you, Khalil, for inviting me to chair this panel. So I'm going to start just in the interest of time so that we have plenty of time for discussions at the end. I'm going to start straight away with the presentation. So we have 3 presentations for this session. And the first one is being presented by Mansoor Shakar Mamadov. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly, who is from Tajikistan. He holds a BA in Universal World History from Tajik State University, and an MA in Modern Literature from University of East Anglia, and an MSc in Philosophy and Social Sciences from the University of London. And he also completed the graduate program in Islamic Studies and Humanities at the Institute of Ismaili Studies, as well as his postgraduate research fellowship. He will be talking today about the renowned text and ritual called the ᶜAllāmah of the Tajik tradition. So Mansoor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor. I thank all the organizers for making me part of something this big. I will present today my paper, which is named ᶜAllāmah, Literary Merits and Content. For those who do not know what ᶜAllāmah is, I'm sure that most of you do. It's a text as part of most cherished ceremony for the Ismailis from Nasr Khusraw tradition. It's Tajik and Afghan Badakhshan, northern Pakistan, and Ismailis of Xinjiang province of China. And this is a part of that ceremony. ᶜAllāmah ceremony is a conclusion of funeral ceremonies, and what is interesting that it's more than ᶜAllāmah. It's very rich in rituals, including the actual lighting of the lamp, and there is rich symbolism to it. But what we see that the ᶜAllāmah is the heart and soul of that ceremony, which accompanied the ceremony from very beginning until very late, very last of it. Professor Asani, do you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there are different arrangements of the text of ᶜAllāmah, but the one you have on your screen is the dominant structure of the text. And the text basically, the text consists of 3 main parts: the opening and the concluding Fatiha, and there are different ayahs of different size which are dispersed across the text. In the Fatiha, they come separately, and in between different poetic form. And of course, the main part of the text are 2 main poetic parts. It's Qandil-Namah, which is a collection of qasidas of different forms, different lengths, and even different qualities, and Dalil-Namah, which is a long qasida on its own. And my research is basically deals with the poetic part of ᶜAllāmah. So what is interesting. Of course, I ask questions that what the different pieces say and how they say it, and I have my own methodology, which in the interest of time, I explain as we go. And as the first step of my methodology, of course, it's identification of manuscript pool. And I stopped on the basis of Ismaili Studies Library Special Collection, mainly for two reasons. My first assumption was that this collection is very representative. By no means it's exhaustive pool of the manuscripts, but it's very representative of different manuscripts. And my second assumption was that these manuscripts are well studied. So my next step in my methodology was, where is the right entry into the text? Each piece of ᶜAllāmah, each poetic piece has its signature line, attributing the piece to Shams, to Hafiz, to Sadi, and we can be absolutely sure that all but one are misattribution. And the one that I'm talking about is Shah Ni'matullah Wali's famous Qasida, which is referred to Salawat Nama, but I refer to each piece by its refrain or radif, or by its band line, and I call it Salawat Bar Muhammad. It's a very interesting piece, and basically the Dalil Nama, the second part, the large Qasida, it's designed on the form and metrics of this Qasida. The Qasida's form is Musammat, and Musammat is a form of Qasida where several lines rhyme with each other, with the exception of a recurrent line, which is the same for the entire composition, which we call band line. And each of these units is called Rishta. I numbered them there, and the number of lines in Rishta varies. The composition consisting of 4 lines, it's Musammat Murabba, and ᶜAllāmah makes extended use of this form. Between themselves, the manuscripts include nearly all units or rishtas of the Salawat Bar Muhammad, save line or rishta 5 or unit or rishta 7. These are omitted. Apart from this, the analysis shows that there are, and it's quite remarkable that the Qasida is reproduced in ᶜAllāmah with some fidelity, although there are stable divergences from the original, which are not important in terms of semantic consequences, but they are very important for our analysis. For example, it says Bar Arsh Khush Navishta, while in ᶜAllāmah Bar Lawh Haq Navishta. In Rishta 8, it says Shodi Ruye Ron. In ᶜAllāmah, it comes as Shodi Ruye Salmon. And in unit 11, Khushgu Ba Ishkallah, it says Barkham Bayodallah. So these changes are not intentional, they don't entail semantic changes, and there is also no logic behind, omitting units 5 and 7. And this tells us that the Qasida most probably was reproduced from memory, and this is also very important for our understanding of this. And these honest mistakes, we better call them honest mistakes. And what is remarkable, these honest mistakes are the same for the entire collection and entire pool of manuscripts. What also is very important, that when after the Dalil Nama, which is basically addendum to Salawat Bar Muhammad, and it's basically triples the size of this Qasida, I went to analyze the first Qasida of Qandil Nama, which again I call after its band line Khushbu Salawat Mustafa. Very interesting conclusion or comparison came out of the analysis. First, it's again the same form. Musammat Murabba. And again, with semantically identical band line. In Dalil Noma, it's Salawat bar Muhammad. Here it says Khushbu Salawat Mustaforo. Khushbu Salawat Mustaforo in form, in language, terminology, and imagery. It's very close to Dalil Noma, but further analysis shows that it's also very close to Shah Nematullah's Wali poetry in general. And the signature line is very interesting that in some manuscripts it says Sadi, in others Syed, and it's very helpful to know that the composers probably may use Syed because Syed is another widely used pen name of Shah Nematullah Wali. So these are very interesting, and it shows us that it's very likely that the Khushbu Salawat Mustaforo also was composed by the people who composed Dalil Nama, that attendant to Salawat bar Muhammad, and in strong imitation of Shah Nematullah's Wali poetry, or by like-minded Sufi literati who were closely acquainted with Shah Nematullah's poetry, if not part of Shah Nematullah, affiliated with Shah Nematullah Tariqa. And it's very important conclusion for our analysis. And the compositions, both Dalil Noma and Khushbu Salawat al-Mustaforo, analysis shows that the compositions fail to measure up to Shah Nematullah's poetry in artistic merits, including in rhyming. Sometimes it's faulty, and the subtlety and depth of thought, which tells us that the composers happen to be lesser poets and lesser thinkers. And since we are not aware of these two qasidas spread outside the Charogh Roshan context, they probably have been composed locally in Badakhshan. And this conclusion is very important for our further understanding of the text and of Charogh Roshan, the ceremony as such. The problem with this, and Dr. Beben is the right person to speak about this, that up until now we know of no Ne'matullah's presence in Badakhshan. What, however, comes with the main surprises.
Mansoor,
yes?
You have 5 minutes left.
Is it 15 minutes or 20?
Yeah, it's 15 minutes. Yeah. So
no, it's 20. It's 20. They have 20.
It's 20 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, 20.
Sorry. And what main problem that the main surprise we have with the next Qasida. It's called after his Radif Shah, I call it Shahnaz. This is the key to understandings of the entire corpus, but from the artistic point of view, it's the poorest piece of Charogh Nama. The rhyming is faulty, actually, it's awful, the language plain, and the thought is quite flat. But when we look at it differently, you know that the poetic imperfections are compensated by the fact that it's a Sufi supplication prayer for intercession from Nasir Khosrow, from Grand Saint, Sufi Saint, at a shrine, presumably his shrine in Yungan. And what is very interesting, Nasir Khosrow's image comes as a Grand Sufi Saint, Wali Allah, and Sama tolling, for example, is offered at the shrine and plea not to be driven hopeless from the Dargah, and plea for intercession are explicitly expressed. But what is very interesting, when I analyze the manuscripts further, there is another version of the same qasida, which you can see on the right. And what is interesting with this is that this non-Sufi version basically, in this, to the contrary, is completely stripped of its Sufi content. The epithet Waliullah for Nasir Khosrow, reference to Sama tolling, reference to intercession, all are being consistently dropped. And Nasser Khosrow's image is turned into intellectual sage and no longer a Sufi saint. And what is important here, well, the Sufi version that we looked at, while the Sufi version is an archetype expression of Sufi concept of sainthood, of shrine and shrine visitation, of intercession, the non-Sufi version simply lacks substance and can be made sense of mainly in contradistinction to its Sufi counterpart. Although we can discern a clear pattern here, that the non-Sufi version on our right, it invariably comes with all and only with the manuscripts which subscribe to Ismaili lineage of ᶜAllāmah, and the Sufi version comes only with the manuscripts that subscribe to Ithna-Ashari lineage of ᶜAllāmah. And here, for the first time, we see that it's not a scribe preference, it's a strong, staunch community stance, and it's an identity mark. So we can make the first order of classification. We can say that we have two versions: Sufi version and Ismaili version of Charad. Now, this classification enables us to write in certain conclusion that, very often Charad is seen as the paragon of religious tolerance, as a platform that brings different denominations together, and they together, or on the other extreme, the composers are accused of being utterly ignorant and not being able to make difference between Shias of different tribes. And we see that this is not the one or the other. Each version is very conscious of its denominational boundaries on the one hand, and each does not let in what is not its on the other, both on solid doctrinal ground. And the non-Sufi version might reflect the early stage of Ismaili interference with the text, a mark of strengthening of Ismaili identity in the region. Therefore, it can be seen as subsequent development to its Sufi counterpart. So the next piece of poetry, which is Bismillah, it's basically also of very low artistic and content merit. It's basically public affiliation of public expression of denominational affiliation, and with Sufi version, with the Ithna-Ashari lineage, it adds nothing which is already there. While with the Ismaili version, we see significant development. When we look at line 4, 5, and 6, we see that while, in other part, we stop with Imam Ismail, here it says, likewise, till this moment, this primordial light is glittering in this world in various attire, Bismillah, and it's this primordial light of which the world is just but a beam. Sultan Muhammad Shah is our king, Bismillah. And this is for the first time and the only time we see that there is the powerful and doctrinally mature justification for the line to continue, and the name of the present Imam is explicitly pronounced. And this, of course, this is a development that cannot be happening before the later part of second half of 19th century. It's expression of the strengthening of Ismaili Imam's presence in the region, and the person of the Imam is becoming essential to the life of the community. And this is basically for the first time, while we cannot see this with, for example, with MSC 31 and MSBT 191, which are basically the second is that proved by the Ismaili Imamate in the middle of 19th, 20th century. But this echoes in recent texts, but not there. It means that this is quite later development in the text. But what is very
Mansur, you've got 3 minutes left now.
What is very important with this is that neither version, although there is intrinsic tension between these versions, neither of them is polemical. And this is very important characteristics of ᶜAllāmah, unless we come to Dardawati no Serdaro, which is a very mature, again, Mohammad, and it is very important to know that it's a match for all the standards, but in context, this is the only to the Ismaili version of Bismillah, complete Ismaili piece, and the only piece of ᶜAllāmah that is expressed in Ismaili version alone. But what is most important with this Qasida, it's the only polemical and exclusivist piece of ᶜAllāmah. And if we look at the first thing, it's O insightful lover, O handsome mystic, enter the Nasser call. O pure essence, enter the Nasser call. It's a call to true religion, probably Muslims, but not Ismailis. Muhammad Shaw identifies them as Sufis and Sunnis, and it says, how long will you wander lost, wander ignorant and illiterate, wander without guide and command, enter Nasser. Don't go insane. Majnun Mara, don't come ignorant, come to your senses and rise above God. It's the only thing that we see very polemical and with anti-Sufi sentiments. And when I felt that it somehow it doesn't fit, I went to the manuscript and I saw that this Qasida is not an extant in all manuscripts which come prior to 1920, when the Ismaili Imamate approved, sent the approved text to these communities, and it's probably made its way to the corpus quite late, with 1920s, with middle of 1920 version approved by the Imamate, version. So to wrap up, we see that ᶜAllāmah opening and concluding Mohammad, widely seen as Sufi infiltration of crystallized Ismaili text, in fact composed over a half of the text, and they are rather composed by Sufi, well acquainted with Shah Ne'matullah's poetry, if not affiliated with his tariqa. And then second, the fact that the two Qasidas, and probably the entire corpus, they are not known outside ᶜAllāmah, speaks for them being composed locally in Badakhshan, and Ismaili interference with the text grew in scale and confidence with the strength of Ismaili presence in the region, ending up with composing an alternative Ismaili version of ᶜAllāmah text. And what is very interesting, though an intrinsic tension between the two versions can be discerned, the two versions have not evolved as a parallel development, but rather they are sequential. Rather, the Ismaili intervention occurred when the Sufi version had already been stabilized, which explains first the non-polemical nature of the text and the fact that the honest mistakes of the Salawat bar Muhammad being the same for all manuscripts, including, ironically, the unified official text that was approved by the Ismaili Muhammad in 2009. And last, with the Ismaili version of Bismillah and Dardawat in Oserdaro, we clearly witnessed the intervention in the text of ᶜAllāmah by the Ismaili Imamate, and this institutional engagement with the text of ᶜAllāmah has continued well into 21st century with the approved text for the entire tradition, which for the first time included Qasida from Pir Nasser. Thank you very much, and sorry over. Thank you, Ustad.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mansoor, for that presentation. We'll just move on to the next presentation, for which we have Charshambe. Charshambe, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. So we'll turn to Charshambe, who is, wonderful to see Charshambe. He is assistant professor and research fellow at University of Central Asia School of Arts and Sciences, and the Graduate School of Development. And he teaches at the he teaches cultural landscapes at the Narayan and Koro campuses, and holds a PhD in Central Asian and Cultural Studies from the Institute of Asian and African Studies at the Humboldt University, and also a Master in Muslim Cultures from the Institute of Muslim Civilizations of the Al-Khan University. And I had the pleasure to get to know Charshambe when he spent a year as a Fulbright Fellow here at Harvard. So welcome, Charshambe.
Thank you very much, Professor Hassani, and it's really nice to see you, and for the kind introduction. And thank you to the organizers of the conference for accepting my paper, and good day to the participants of this online conference. Like before, let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay. All right. So I would like to dedicate this paper to two of the great Qasida Khans, performers of the Qasidas. So one is Ayombek Mullah and the other one is Aziz Khan Karimov, who passed away recently, to whom I am indebted for sharing their knowledge and experience of practicing of the Qasida Khani. Now, classical Persian poetry sung as part of a musical performance tradition, Qasida Khani, practiced among the Ismaili Muslim community living in the mountains of Gorno-Badakhshan province of Tajikistan, Afghan Badakhshan, Gilgit-Baltistan region of Pakistan, and Chinese Xinjiang. Now, in today's presentation, I will focus only on the Ismailis' experience of performing these texts of the Qasida Khani in their religious practice in Gorno-Badakhshan of Tajikistan. Now, historically speaking, these sung poetries are significant to the way Islam has been practiced in the Pamirs. Since the emergence in the region, the sung texts have played the role of sacred scripture alongside the Quran and other religious texts. They continue to be an important part of the local religious beliefs and practice today. Now, Qasida Khani in practice connects orality, writing, and performativity. So while the poetry sung in Qasida Khani or Mado Khani also primarily comes from an oral tradition, they have also been preserved, transmitted in written form, and performed. So here, mentioning the oral tradition, I refer to the song text or to the text of the Qasida Khani, which come from classical Sufi and Ismaili authors and are orally passed from one performer to another. In many cultures, orality and writing are strongly connected. A work may be composed orally but transmitted in written form, or it may be written but spread orally through chanting, singing, or recitation by performers in their performance. So the Qasida Khani performance embodies such an intertwined history of orality, writing, and performativity. Now, before moving to discuss the text of the Qasida Khani, I would like to explain briefly what is Qasida Khani. Now, the term Qasida Khani is a combination of two words, the Arabic word qasida, art, and the Tajik Persian word khan, derived from the verb khandan, meaning the one who recites, reads, or sings. Qasida Khani means the recitation of singing or singing of qasidas as a specific genre of poetry. The qasida maintains a single meter and rhyme throughout the poem. It usually has 15 to 100 lines, sometimes even longer. So it's often panegyric, composed in praise of nature, kings, the prophets, and the imams. In Gorno-Badakhshan, qasidas are recited melodically or sung, and their performance, Qasida Khani or Mado Khani, often involves more than singing of qasidas. It is a performative event in which mainly men sing different genres of poetry, not limited only to qasidas, properly speaking, set to various tunes and accompanied by local musical instruments. Now, this performative event is believed to have a long tradition among the Ismaili Muslim in Tajikistan. So any genre of poetry that is part of the Qasida Khani repertoire in the local idioms is referred to as Mado, Qasaid, Aidari, Madiya, or Qasida. Now, originating in Arabic, pre-Islamic Arabia, the Qasida is a classic genre of poetry that from the 10th century onwards spread from Persia to Central Asia, extending its influence to other languages of Muslim world. In Central Asia, it acquired new formats and styles. For example, the Persian poets developed new forms of the Qasida, such as spring, Bahariya, wine, Khamriya, autumn, Khazaniya, hunting, Tardiya, and praise, Madiya poetry. So these formats, in particular, the panegyric Mad or Madiya, shares the etymological root of Maddoh, panegyric singer, and Maddoh without the phoneme H, the local idioms for the performance, were brought to Central Asia as part of Sufi and Ismaili spiritual traditions and missions. Now, viewed within the context of Islamic civilization in Central Asia, Qasida Khani belongs to the larger corpus of Muslim cultural practice, popular or folk in orientation, that utilize local music and forms of performance. Studies of Islam in Central Asia demonstrate that music and literature were responsible for spreading Islamic principles in the region. They were instrumental in propagating fundamental Islamic concepts to native populations, and such propagation has been observed in Muslim societies in other areas as well. As Maulana Hussein Vaizi Kashifi, a Persian poet, in his book Futuwatnamai Sultani, the Royal Book of Chivalry, described the performers of this genre as public entertainers who were also religious storytellers, Madoh, Qissa Khan, and propagated Islamic values through song and storytelling. And he writes, if you ask what the distinctive characteristics of a Madoh are, they are these. The Madoh is not distinguished by his robe or other clothing. They are permitted to wear any apparel. They are recognized by carrying a lance, a napkin, a lamp, a battle axe. They sing poems very simply. Now, in relation to what Hussein Kashifi says, these texts are significant to the history and life of Islam in the Pamirs. Since they came to the region, the song texts or these texts have played the role of sacred scripture in religious life of the people and are a vital part of their religious identity and practice until today. The performance of this song indicates that they do not merely represent individual artistic expression, but also have social and religious significance. They transmit religious knowledge and offer guidance on a variety of religious and ethical matters. They serve to celebrate ceremony or to educate, or sometimes in funeral ceremony, they also help to console people. Now, in the context of socio-political changes in Tajikistan, many old and new song texts have become also part of the Qasida Khani repertoire and serve nationalistic purposes in the country today. Some song texts are resulted of global Ismaili as well as Tajik institutionalization have been subject to restrictive policies and are no longer performed. They have become the quasi-archival materials. And I will discuss some of these texts in a few minutes nowadays performed rarely. Now, the song texts under discussion include various genres of poetry, as I mentioned, and are assembled from literary sources. They exist as written collections, little booklets known as bayas in possessions of Qasida Khans, as you see this one. This is the reason why the Qasida Khan say that their performance is based on bayas, Azruwi bayas. So these texts were subsequently preserved in the form of handwriting collection in either the Persian or much later Cyrillic scripts. Here in the picture, you see these manuscripts are written in Cyrillic, but in Tajik language. These handwritten collections have been recreated by performers from early books of their predecessors' previous collection, and in recent time, also by transcribing them from cassette recordings. I have talked to so many other performers who have listened to the tape recorders and transcribed these texts directly from these recordings. Now, today one can also find the bayas disseminated on audio tapes, CDs, and DVDs and VCDs. So here is one example that you see, one of the great Qasida Khans on Mada Khan, Sultan Azar. Even today, the Qasida Khani treat their bayaz with respect and care and cherish them as sacred relics. They are therefore kept in place which only the owner can access. This privacy also serves the Monday function of keeping them sacred, as the song constitutes the artistic capital of the Qasida Khan, which they would not want to share with people they do not know or trust, as well as being prosecuted historically because of their religious belief. So in the context of Badakhshan, bayaz refers to individual collection of song texts a Qasida Khan possesses and performs during his performance, not any other collection that is used for other ceremonies such as weddings would call bayaz, but only those texts which are part of the Qasida Khani practices or performances. Now, the song texts of the bayaz generally include genre of poetry with address various themes, but the dominant subject of the song texts are religious, didactical, and mystical. However, the Qasida Khan do not classify their song texts into different poetic genres. In fact, many of them do not have sufficient knowledge about the poetic genres to do so. They refer to them as qasaid, qasida, or mada, regardless of what genre of poetry they come from, whether it is ghazal or Mohammad or qasida or any forms of genre of poetry, they would call it qasaid, qasida, or mada. Now, since there are various genres of poetry, there is this classification. I did this classification of these texts according to their performance context. Now, some of them are narrative song texts, which are usually performed during funeral ceremonies or mourning ceremonies. And these type of songs, or these group of songs, they are usually very lengthy, and they are narrative. They are stories about prophets, about the imams, and about different prophets of Abrahamic religion. And the second group of texts are modern texts. They are usually appeared after the visit of the Aga Khan to the region, where local people started composing different devotional poems that are dedicated, and nowadays they are also part of the bayaz collection. And then there are also some texts which are part of the bayaz collection, but sometimes they are also performed during the national events, which is not necessarily being religious event. Now, today I will only focus on the first group of the texts, which are narrative texts and which have religious significance for the Ismailis in Tajikistan. So they contain geographic accounts of the Imams, mainly of Ali ibn Abu Talib. Many others are supplication or mystical in nature. These song texts have long been a central part of their religious life and continue to contribute to the living religious tradition as well as social and cultural. So these texts have been obtained through copying, as I mentioned, and now they are a part of the religious occasion. Now, Ali in these texts, Ali ibn Abu Talib in these texts are referred to as Shahidin, king of religion, Sultan al-Alam, king of the world, Mushkil Kusha, solver of problems, Sher Khuda, the line of God, and etc. And there are many others that are texts that are part of the song repertoire. Now, one of these song texts is the Panch Kishti, the 5 ships. I'm not going to read all these, these just extracts from the long qasidas, which is about the 5 ships. So the story goes it's written, this qasida is written by Fori, a Badakhshani poet from the 16th or 17th century. So it recounts the story of miracle performed by Imam Ali. As the story goes, the son of a king in his dreams falls in love with the daughter of the king of China. And on waking up, he decides to ask for the hand of the princess. He builds 5 ships and prepares for the trip. Once he is at the sea, a storm wrecks all the ships and the passengers drown. The king is devastated when he hears about the accident. His vizier consoles him, saying, the king of the men, Shah Mardan in Makkah, Ali, can help. During my field work, one of the Qasida Khan, his name is Zaim Khan, performed this song text. Unfortunately, I cannot play because my internet connection is a bit, unstable, so the video will not work. So that's why I put the text here. And then when he performs, this particular text, and then it is it's a very long text, and by referring to Ali, the five sheep is prominent. So it is important for the Ismailis from this doctrinal or religious point of view. So by referring to Ali, his generosity, his heroism, and his charismatic deeds, the Ismailis in Tajikistan assert the centrality of the figure of the Imam of the time, who is identical like Ali in their belief system, and validate the legitimacy of his authority. Now, the content of this tongue text is therefore symbolic and metaphorical. Now, Zaim Khan, the Qasida Khan, noted that today people might not understand what these five ships mean, what the ocean means. Here, the Qasida Khan, or sometimes the Khalifa, the religious leader, have to explain what they mean. This is how this Qasaid Khani works. And he continued and interpreted the ocean as a symbol of the world we live in, where the lover, the son of the king, represent human beings facing problems in their lives. Finally, Imam Ali comes to rescue, which shows that only the Imam could show the right path for the salvation of the soul and be one's guide in the difficulties of daily time.
Charshamay, 5 minutes left.
Yes, I'm just about to finish. Now, the Qasaid Khan sings certain lines in this kind of song text when they emphasize to this importance of these, lines at the high. They sing it at a high pitch. Like, this one, he kind of, performed this several times, saying this. تو من داری چیغان داری در عالم تو را من کی بد این خواری گذارم یکایک پیش شاه دین دویدن ز خاک پایش در دیدا کشیدن. So what are you worried about in this world? As long as you have me, I will never let you down. Everyone ran towards the king of religion. They took dust from his footstep and applied on in their eyes. Now, when I asked Zaim Khan why he repeated this particular stanza, he said, you see here, the Qasaid tells us that if you have the Imam, you should not worry because he will not leave you in danger. To prove, underlying this argument, he described the general hard conditions of life, in particular the famine in Badakhshan during the civil war, and pointed out how that moment of crisis, the present Imam of the Ismaili have provided them with food, medication, and clothes through the Aga Khan Development Network. Now, texts as such function as expressions or symbols of the sacred universe that are present in the collective imagination of the community. They serve as a means through which the community recognize the presence of the Imam in their lives and the authority of the Imams in their life as well. Now, another important aspect in this text is that they are very simple, and some people might not be able to understand, for example, the religion through books. One of these informants, when I asked him, he said, I cannot understand the books which I read about religion. They are very difficult to understand, but I can understand when I attend the Qasaid Khani or Madah Khani performance at funerals. Here they explain what they sing. Now, through this kind of understanding, this view brings us to what Richard Schechner's idea that performance has the capacity to make abstract things specific, to make a broad idea small, or to make cognitive things difficult easier. So to summarize, in our case, through Qasaid Khani, the participants imbibe their faith and religion in an artistic way that makes it simpler for them to understand and practice it. And then the performance or the performativity aspect of this text is very important because nowadays, many of these long texts are not performed because of the institutional regulations that reduce the timing of the funeral ceremonies, as well as, controlling the life cycle events. Now, these particular texts are not performed anymore. So their life, their existence of this particular text is detached or linked to, is attached and linked to their performance. So their performative aspect is the kind of, the important element of their existence. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you much, Dr. May, for that wonderful talk. Lots of questions, but we will we'll wait. I mean, there are lots of things in the chat room and so on, but let's turn to our third speaker, who is Dr. Karim Tarani, who's an academic librarian and tenured faculty member at the University of Saskatchewan in Canada. He teaches information management at the university's Edwards School of Business, and he specializes in knowledge organization systems and has published several articles on the use of information technology to enhance accessibility and preservation of at-risk and marginalized knowledge materials. And in this sense, he has done really pioneering work through the through his Gnan portal and the GEATS portal at the University of Saskatchewan sites, which has incorporated the latest sort of techniques of preserving this material, but also engaging in broadly what we would call the digital humanities. So, Karim, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Asani. It's wonderful to have you on this panel. I just want to confirm that you're able to see my screen and hear me fine?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I'm also very grateful to the organizers for dedicating their personal time and efforts in organizing this conference. I hope that there is some discussion about the next iteration of this conference during the roundtable on Tuesday. I also want to thank the audience for joining us on a Sunday. The overwhelming community participation is one thing that the Ismaili Studies Conference is uniquely known for since 2014. And I would say that this community participation is particularly important for discussing certain issues and topics for which we don't find very many opportunities. And I believe the topic of Gnan, for one, is such a topic where the stakeholders need to come together to collaborate and communicate to find ways forward. So the purpose of my presentation today is to share the results of the 2020 Gnan survey that was conducted by the University of Saskatchewan. I believe this is the first time that a global survey has been undertaken to gather quantifiable evidence on the sentiments of the Nizari Ismaili community and the tradition of Gnans. I'd like to introduce the notion of community-engaged research to situate the Gnan survey and to provide the context for the Gnan research at the University of Saskatchewan. The traditional notion of a researcher is predominantly of a solitary scholar who identifies a particular area of research and builds personal expertise in this area in order to advance the existing body of knowledge. But this is not the only type of research that is done in universities. For practice-based disciplines like medicine, nursing, teaching, and librarianship, there are other research approaches that involve community collaboration and action to inform and improve not just the body of knowledge in the discipline, but also the professional practice and services to community and public. Community-engaged research is one of those approaches. It is an action-oriented research approach to find practical, effective, and sustainable solutions to issues and challenges facing a community. It is typically undertaken as a partnership between university and community stakeholders, sometimes depending on the level of organization of a community, leaders and institutions of the community are also involved. Each party in this partnership has specific responsibilities and skills that they contribute to ensure success of the research outcomes. So for the research on Gnans at the University of Saskatchewan, I've been using the community engaged research model to find practical solutions for the long-term preservation of the tradition and teachings of the Gnans for over a decade now. The practical outcomes of this research are shared through the Gnan Central portal. For those who may not be familiar with Gnans, the heritage of Gnans of the Nizari Satpanthi Ismailis originated in South Asia and comprises over 1,000 individual hymn-like poems of varying lengths and languages. There is an interesting dynamic between the community and its institutions, particularly in the diaspora, when it comes to the tradition of Gnans. Dr. Karim alluded to this dynamic at a more macro and abstract level during his keynote. Dr. Asani recently talked about this dynamic very specifically in the context of Gnans in one of his webinars based on his forthcoming article titled Betwixt Satpanthi Scripture and Ismaili Devotional Literature. So the issue here is that Gnans once served as scriptural texts for the Satpanthi Ismaili community in India, but are now regarded as only a corpus of devotional text, at least from the perspective of the Ismaili institutions. This unresolved divergence of perspectives on the status of the Gnans continue to divide the community and its institutions, and it's causing a bit of anxiety about the future of the Gnans in the community. Needless to say, the topic of Gnans is a bit of a touchy subject, and one of the reasons behind the Gnan survey was to uncover these emotions and provide evidence to inform the leaders and institutions of what is needed and expected of them by the community when it comes to the tradition of Gnans. My initial strategy for community engaged research on Gnans has been to gather, organize, curate, and preserve Gnan materials from all sources based on international standards and best practices of library and information science. And as I've mentioned, Gnan Central is the outcome of this ongoing strategy. The second strategy for the preservation of Gnan is more pedagogical in nature than technological. The premise of this strategy is that for Gnans to survive in the diaspora, the theological, the ethical, the Gnostic knowledge, what we call the Gyan, encapsulated in Gnans, must also be transmitted to successive generations. And one of the first steps of this strategy was to gather and analyze the needs, sentiments, and challenges of the community for teaching and learning of Gnans in the diaspora. So this is where the 2020 Gnan survey comes in. Let me also say that in this presentation, I will be sharing the descriptive statistics of the survey data, which will summarize the characteristics of the data set collected from the survey. All right, so the survey was launched in early 2020 and ran until September 2020. It was started in July 2020, I should say, and ran for a few months until September 2020. It attracted over 500 participants from over 20 countries. The table here lists the top 10 countries by percentage of participants. The chart compares the participation from South Asian countries where the Gnans originated to the diaspora countries where the community has mainly migrated to. So 85% of the respondents were from the diaspora and the remaining from the South Asian countries, including India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. Here we see participants of the survey based on their age groups. The survey collected granular data on age segments, but if we roll up these segments into broader categories, we can see that the respondents were pretty much uniformly dispersed among young adults, and elder categories. Over here, we have a visual overview of the level of education among the respondents and a fairly educated cross-section of the community where over 75% of the respondents have at least one degree. Now, this is dramatically different from, say, 130 years ago when the community took on the challenge of embracing the print technology revolution to preserve the Gnans through the efforts of individuals like Alauddin Ghulam Hussain, Mukhilalji Devraj, and later community institutions like the Recreational Club, the Ismaili associations, and others. And thanks to those efforts, we still have a sizable corpus, Gnan corpus. But back then, community members were not as educated as they are today, yet, ironically, the community institutions are still lagging behind, I would argue, in fully embracing the information technology revolution when it comes to the preservation of Gnans and meeting the needs of the community. The survey also asked the respondents to identify one or more languages that they feel they can read and write in, and the responses are presented in the table here. One of the other questions in the survey was to identify a primary language, and 60% of the respondents identified English as their primary language. Now, for the purpose of comparison and benchmarking of the survey data, the respondents were divided into two groups, target group and what I'm calling the journal community group. So to be in the target group, you had to be English-speaking Ismaili community member aged between 18 and 44 years who would be residing in a Euro-American country, so mostly the West, English-speaking West countries. The general group included all the other respondents who fell outside the target group. Now, the significance of this target group is that I feel that the pedagogical strategies to preserve the Gnans must address the needs of this particular group in the community. The community is dependent on this group to learn, understand, and transmit Gnans to the future generations in the Western diaspora. So it was particularly important for me to understand what are the needs, aspirations, and expectations of this group when it comes to the tradition of Gnans. I will refer to this group as the young adults for the rest of this presentation. So let us start looking at some of the actual data on Gnan. So here is the first graph that I'd like to share. Let me first explain how to read this chart as many of my slides will follow the same scheme. The survey question appears as a title on the top of the chart in red. In this case, it is, how important are Gnans in your life? Most of the questions on the survey were multiple choice, and each bar on the chart shows the number of responses for particular choice listed in the legend at the bottom of the chart. On the left-hand side are the two segments of the survey respondents, the target and general community. The third category is an overview, which is pretty much a summation of the two distinct categories. And the percentage in the red at the end of each bar gives you the total responses for a particular group. So in this case, 89% of the young adults regard Gnan between moderate and greatly important in their lives, compared to 97% in the general community. So when it comes to Gnans, we now have some quantifiable evidence on the importance of Gnans in the community. Following similar structure as the last slide, this question is showing the results of the question, this chart rather, showing the results of the question stated on the top. Are you concerned that the tradition of Gnans may be lost in the future? Here we see that overall 89% of the young adults are concerned when compared to 97% of the general respondents. Now, this is very alarming to me. This tells me that 9 out of 10 community young adults on whom the community is counting for passing on this tradition to successive generations are worried that the Gnans will be lost. So what is the community and institutions doing to address this great concern? Again, a good discussion and topic for all of us during this conference. The survey also asked about the type of materials that are desired and useful for the community members in learning Gnans, and not surprisingly, texts and translations topped the list. You see that the Gnan tunes are also very popular in learning and understanding the Gnans, Gnan categories, Gnan gists or overviews that are read usually during the congregation have great value for learning. Gnan texts with glossaries are important. Gnan videos and dictionaries were also rated very high when it comes to learning and understanding the Gnan. So this is what community is telling us. And from the perspective of community-engaged research approach, these needs for materials can be met if all parties agree to collaborate and do their respective parts. What is the preferred language for learning and understanding the Gnans? The English language appears to be the most preferred choice, not just for young adults, but the general group as well. The second most popular language, especially amongst the general group, is Gujarati. And which sources are accessed by the community for online Gnan materials? Gnan Central is the most preferred academic source, and Ismaili.net is the most preferred community source according to the data collected for this survey. The poor usage of the community institutional website is indicative of the nominal materials on Gnans. Consequently, community members use various external websites to access Gnan materials, even when they might regard these sites to be unofficial sources with potentially unauthentic contents. And this notion of authentic and authorized text, in my opinion, can also be easily resolved if there is a clear communication from the institutions about Gnans and Gnan materials. It will go a long way to eliminate unnecessary anxiety and misinformation in the community. The lack of communication, more than lack of action, is the root cause of many of the issues in the community around Gnans. There was one open-ended question in the survey that asked respondents to share their opinions on what additional measures that can be taken to preserve Gnans. The qualitative analysis of data for this question revealed that the availability of Gnan materials in English remains a crucial need for the community members who have little or no knowledge of the Gnan language or its teaching. The development of curriculum-based Gnan materials for teachers and students, as well as establishing institutionalized Gnan classes, emerged as the most common and unmet expectations of the community. Additionally, the survey results validated the community's longstanding desire for a more pronounced recognition and promotion of the heritage of Gnans and its significance in the communal and scholarly initiatives of its institutions.
Okay, Karim, you have 4 minutes left.
4 minutes. I'm almost there. Thank you, Dr. Sani. Here I've selected a few quotes from what respondents share along the lines of those 3 thematic areas. It seems there is a desire for single, authentic, or authorized source to access Gnan materials online. So one of the respondents is saying building a unified website which is accredited by IIS that is made available globally, and it should have authentic text and rags of Gnans. So that idea of authenticity and authorized access is quite prevalent. Second respondent said streamlining all resources so we don't have to go looking in different places. So that's very typical of millennial and the other younger generations. So, they need materials to be accessible online and very easily. Another respondent said availability of text of each Gnan explaining context, meaning, and interpretation. So there's more desire to understand the relevance and the context of the Gnans in the modern life as well. Moving on to the second theme, programmatic approach. For taking a programmatic approach towards teaching Gnans, the community is urging institutions to step up and to be accountable for the responsibility to provide quality classes and materials on Gnans. So here we have a respondent saying, encourage ITRAP to create Gnan classes in various age groups as part of BUI. BUI is the Betul Ilm, or the religious education, the Sunday school equivalent of the community. Another respondent is saying, is it possible to design online courses for this tradition of Gnans? This combined with a ready repository of Gnan, its gist, translation, meaning, etc., could be a fantastic way to preserve teachings. I believe the ease of access is super important here. So we see similar kind of aspirations, needs, and expectations, I should say, from the community. So, but the young adults, remember the expectation to have courses and materials online is not completely out of line given the societies they live in. If we were living in the print technology era, we would certainly be expecting to use printed books for Gnans. So why should the youth who are born and raised in the West not expect to use information technology to engage with Gnans? Again, another point for us to discuss and resolve for the community. And finally, the most important role that community institutions can play to help Gnans is that of leadership and communication. There is this ingrained need in the community to seek permission from its institutions to access source and resources that are not directly produced by the institutions. I know when this issue came up yesterday in one of the panels, it was suggested that we don't need anybody's permission and we can just do it ourselves, and information technology is a great enabler and equalizer of this movement. But the survey data tells us that even when the institutions are incapable or not ready to act, the community still expects its institutions and leaders to promote Gnan. And based on my experience, a collaborative approach that includes community institutions will result in more efficient and sustainable solutions. So I'm hopeful that when the institutions are ready to act, they will take into account the sentiments of the community in the form of the evidence that have been captured through the 2020 Gnan survey. Earlier today, Dr. Asani updated the panelists and the attendees of this conference on the shift that is underway at the IIS as one of its board of governors. And he called it an added ray of hope and optimism. So I'm hopeful that the issue of Gnans will also be considered at IIS, and we will see some positive change. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Kareem, and indeed all of the presenters for your thoughts on different devotional traditions connected with Ismaili communities. There's a lot to discuss, and we have got several questions on chat. Some of the panelists have also expressed desires to contribute to this conversation. So what I will do is that I will just as a starter, just because I'm chairing this and just because Kareem, you just ended your presentation, to just share with you, and I think, also the general audience, that finally the IIS has in fact started a South Asia Studies Strategy unit. A strategy is a South Asia Studies Strategy. So there's a new unit being created in the at the IIS. And one of its priorities is in fact Ghanaic studies.
Oh, amazing.
So things are beginning to change. And I think there's a recognition that this is an important area of research, both for the academics within an academic context where the IIS needs to play an important role in leading conversations about this literature, but also within a Jamaati context. And again, this initiative is just starting, and so we are really this is going to be a team effort. I think, involving scholars like you and others who are interested in this Ghanaic studies. We are going to draw on you because this cannot be just one institution. This has to be a team effort, and we have to combine our skills and our expertise to move things forward. And of course, I particularly am familiar with your materials, your research, because I had the privilege of being on your doctoral committee as one of your examiners. And certainly what you've done has actually, I've been able to communicate it to the IIS, to the Board of Governors, and I think this is helping. So change is on its way. We just have to be patient for the system to work. But I think there is an equal interest at the IIS for looking at all these traditions of devotional literature and the history, and particularly institutional engagement. I think this is an issue that came up both in Mansour's presentation as well as Charshambe's presentation. This idea of what happens when a tradition is literary tradition is institutionalized, if you want to say in the broader sense of the word. So those are my comments. I know Asli Shah has had his hand up for quite a while. And so I'm just going to first turn to him and, for him to pose his question.
Thank you, Professor Sani. I also typed my question in the chat, so I forgot to lower my hand. But anyway, I can ask Chorshambe. Basically, and I'm sure Chorshambe knows very well that Qasida is a very different genre, whether it's Madh or any other type of Qasida. And I think it's, when the Qasida that what is the Madhya Khans in Central Asia performing, most of it is Ghazal, and a lot of it is, including the ones that you mentioned, are Mathnawi and other forms. And I don't know where this term Qasida or Qasida Khani came. I have not heard of it, and I think it's a neologism. And I think, of course, as you also pointed out, it's a misnomer because these poems are not Qasida. So my question is, why do academic studies or legitimize this and you reproduce this term, and where did it start from? Maybe I've never heard anyone, including the performers or the community, refer to Madoh or Madhya as Qasida. It's not Qasida. So why do we use it? I hope this is clear.
Yeah,
and the main question, where does it come from?
Yeah, thank you for that question.
All right, thank you, Asli, for the questions. It's a great question, and I'm so glad that you raised it here. But it's not something that I have invented or somebody else has invented it. But as I said, that Qasida is a genre of poetry which is evolved when it came to the Persian territory or milieu, and then it evolved, and then different genre of Qasidas kind of emerged. And then I brought on my presentation, I said that there was spring like Bahoriya, Tardiya, about hunting, and one of them was Madhya, right? So the Madhya, it's like we have the kind of the form that which is sometimes you call the Madoh, but Madoh, and then mistakenly some people also use the phoneme H with the Madoh, which is Madoh actually is a singer, not the genre itself. But in Badakhshan, Madoh is without the H, and so that is another issues we are dealing also with usage of terminology. Now regarding the Qasida Khani, but if you go up to Wakhan or Ishkashim or any other regions in the Badakhshan, you also find the term Qasaid Khani, the plural term of the Qasida, Qasaid. So that genre is called Qasaid Khani. Now, Qasida Khani is a kind of umbrella term that kind of covers all sets of poetries that are part of the tradition, or part of the performance. And I also mentioned that the performers or the people also listen to Madoh or Qasida or Qasaid. They don't classify it as, in terms of genre of poetries. Sometimes they even don't know whether it's a Masnavi or it's a Ghazal or it's a, Mohammad or whatever it is. So they simply call it Qasaid. So whether it's Qasida, whether it's Ghazal, or whether it's sometimes even like they use also Rubai, but it is part of the, it very well that, the Madoh or the Qasaid is cycle kind of, performance. So it starts with the first one and it goes to the last one. So in that part, we also have Rubai, one genre which is, part of poetry, but they never call it, so, in that sense that this is Rubai, but it's in general kind of used as an umbrella term to use of the the entire kind of, performance practice or genre itself, but not necessarily like, classifying it in terms of Matnawi. And I hope I answered your questions. And,
thank you.
And regarding the Panch Kishti and Kalai Pusi Dasar, you are right. They are like, written in the Masnavi form, but as part of the performance, that is, considered as Qasaid or Qasida.
My question is, again, I mean, you know better. You said in Wahon, I've never heard this Qasaid. Like it was started, people begin to say Qasida in the 90s, I think, late 90s. I think they adopted, maybe in northern Pakistan they did. And maybe you say in Wahon, but I don't think in other parts people used Qasida.
And also, like, for example, in Jamaat Khana, sometimes when they say they, Qasidas, they actually sing Ghazal or Munajat or any other forms of genre poetry, but they can't, like, they term it as Qasida. So this is like, how the emic terminology or used by the performers themselves for the, for the performance, but not necessarily for the genre of poetry.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a very important distinction between, the poetic genre and the performative genre.
Yes.
Because people do use, the same term, but they're meaning it in very different ways. So thank you for that clarification. We have Kareem, you had a question?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Çarşamba, and all the panelists for their wonderful presentations. In continuation of the question that was raised by Asli, I wanted to add that this is a real issue in the Qasida tradition in Iran as well. I mean, the same issue that you raised is in Iran as well, because the poems used in the tradition of Qasida Khani are from different genres, or Ghazal, Qasida, Masnavi, but the practice itself is called Qasida Khani because the most prevalent forms of poems used in the tradition was Qasida. And gradually this term was used in reference to the whole tradition or practice of Qasida Khani. But it doesn't mean that only Qasidas are used in the practice, in the tradition of Qasida Khani. If I may, I have a question from Mansour as well, that I put it in the chat, but just now I've got the opportunity to raise it here. It was very interesting to see all these differences in the variations of the text of the Charagnameh. I'm just wondering if somebody has put different versions of the text of Charagnameh into a historical order to see how it has evolved through history and based on what elements of history, social, religious, political, and the Sufi, Ismaili, Isna-Ashari elements that entered into the text, when was that? So we can have an idea about the general context of the Ismaili community in that particular region, and also this authenticity of some of the poems that attribute to Nasr Khosrow or Shah Ni'matullah Wali. Do we have any clear idea about the real author of the poets and of the poetry in these texts? Thank you very much.
Yeah, and so thank you for that question, Kareem. And I just want to add that we also, a question from Mansour in the chat, it's from Pyarli, who sort of asks somewhat of a related question. So maybe Mansour, you can answer this one as well at the same time. It's called, the question is, given that there have been multiple diverse versions of Chiragnameh texts in use over the centuries in different parts of Central Asia, I wonder how the standard official text issued in recent years has been received among different Ismaili Jamaat? What has been the process and experience of fixing and receiving a fixed text top down? How does it play out in relation to sister communities with shared traditions and participation in the ritual? So,
do you hear me, Ustad? Do you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
You know, that's a very good question. Thanks, Karim, for the question. And Slisho asked something very close to this. But unfortunately, this study that I undertook, this is basically the first study of the kind. And it was, as all very often the case with the Ismaili studies, it's only Ivanov in, I think, 1950s, subjected only one text to textual analysis. And apart from this, this is basically the first attempt at that. So we don't have that. And, you know, it's something that we anticipate and it should be done. This is one thing. Another thing is that, of course, as Slisho asked that, well, maybe it's not Ismaili Sufi, or maybe that the reaction was to Ithnash thing. The text that I analyzed, basically, say that the kind of tension is between Ismail and Sufi thing. And when I focus on that particular poem of Shahnaz, there is no Ithnashari theme. Apart from Ithnashari lineage brought there, I could not discern any other Ithnashari element in the *ᶜAllāmah. And as that Shahnaz, for example, when it says that they are kings, but they are friends of cave to you, O Wali Allah, Shah Nasir. And when it says that even if the world capsizes, you are the one who comes to our rescue. And I always ask, well, what kind of Ithnashari would sign up under that? So it's a very interesting thing that, you know, this interplay between Sufi and Ismaili there. I personally think that these are Sufis of Isnafi persuasion, but they are not Ithnashari per se. And apart from Ithnashari Zuriya, there is no Ithnashari element is discernible in all the texts that we so far encountered. As for the question that Ustad Asani just wrote, of course, you know, different. I heard that 26 versions were gathered, and 3 teams from North Pakistan, from Afghan Badakhshan, and from Badakhshan of Tajikistan, they worked on the text based on different versions, and they came up with this unified official text. And we have 2 taliqas from the Ismaili Imam, from al-Azimam, who actually approved that. And this, of course, made people accept. People usually do not accept something new in the tradition, but it's probable that it came from Imam himself, it was accepted. Although the question, the assumption behind question is very, very important, because we remember as late as 1998, when the Iraq people went to one of the valleys, they still recited the Sufi version with the names of Ithnashari Imams. And when Iraq wanted to correct things, people just rebelled. They said that this is the version that our fathers, our grandfathers use, and we won't use any other text. But the fact that, of course, it's very sensitive, it's very difficult, but, you know, the fact that it came with the taliqa, the text itself was accepted more or less fully. Also, there were some others the changes that not everybody was happy with and didn't go down well everywhere. So.
All right. Okay, so let me see if there's, thank you for that answer. And I think part of the, some of the issues around these literatures is that they are all, and they're performative, and then they are also being written and fixed, and sometimes the fixed text then starts influencing the performative text. So, and then especially when communities are using these texts as an expression of identity.
So,
there's issues because increasingly so in the 19th and 20th century, religion has been identified as an identity marker.
Mm-hmm.
And so this has become an issue, not just in the Ismaili communities, everywhere. You find there's an obsession with religion and markers of identity. And some of them, take place through literature. So you see this happening very clearly with the Ginans, how they've been labeled Ismaili, but you have several communities in South Asia that sing the same text, but they interpret it within a totally different framework. They don't see them as Ismaili. Their hermeneutical framework is totally different. So I think these texts themselves can be appropriated or I would say interpreted by different communities in different ways. It could be the same text, so that these texts are actually portable in a certain way across different communities. And Rumi is a wonderful example. The Divan-e-Shams Tabriz, how they just float around in different communities and everybody appropriates them and sees their own meaning, their own theological understanding. So I think we have to keep this in mind as well, is that when we're using this label Ismaili, and trying to fix it and give it a fixed identity, these are that actually have a tradition where they are polythetic and they're used by multiple communities. And this is one of the functions of modernity and the fix, the obsession with identity, that we try to fix it. And of course, there are reasons for that too. So, it's a difficult situation. But I think it's happening to many religious traditions. And the idea is like, how do we preserve the plurality of meanings, the plurality of usages in a context where there's this push towards standardization? That's where I think, very often, there's an institutional space for this, but there's a lot of non-institutional space for this too. So there has to be a collaboration, I think, between institutional and non-institutional spaces. I don't think any one space can claim the monopoly of doing everything, because that's reality. So I think the one question that, let me see, that was in the chat, that was, let me see. Yeah, there are, that actually refers to specifically Dr. Tarani, that there are some Ginans, and this is from Iqbal, that there are some Ginans which are shared and celebrated by various Satpant traditions in South Asia. Do we have a list of the Ginans and names of other traditions with whom these Ginans form a common chord with the Nizari Ismailis? So this is a follow-up question to my remarks. So, Karim, do you want to respond to that?
Sure, yeah. So, so far my focus has been to just gather what is known in the community. And I know, Dr. Asani, when you compiled your your catalog at Harvard, you had few indexes which were for Ismailis and which were deemed as non-Ismaili, Nizari Ismailis. So, and I remember when we were working on the one of the databases for Ginan Central, your comment was that let's make a note of all the other communities that kind of share the Gnan or originated from the same Satpanth tradition. And then these kind of divisions came later on with the colonization and all that, and the emergence and evolution of more identity discourse that you've highlighted. So we do have, I guess, pointers to them, but they haven't been organized with the rigor that the mostly recognized Gnans in the community. So at the moment, they are not part of Gnan Central, if that's the question. Even Qasidas, which is also part of the broader performative tradition, devotional literature, we need to do something about that too. So nothing formal yet, but because the priorities and the resources kind of are limited, so yeah, we go from most needed to the rest, hopefully.
Yeah. Thank you, Karim. And I think this phenomena that Karim is talking about. So when you look at Gnan manuscripts or manuscripts that are coming from the Satpanth tradition, Gnans are one type of text, but they will have texts from other sort of Sufi backgrounds like Shah Abdul Latif Pitai, and they'll have some. Sometimes they'll have something from the Bhakti tradition, which is defined as Hindu. So they were looking at the broader devotional traditions of South Asia, and they were actually locating, contextualizing the Gnans within these other traditions. So my sense is that they were reciting these other texts that were supposedly, attributed to authors, because their idea of what was Satpanth was very broad. And so, because Satpanth has Bhakti discourses, it has Sufi discourses, and so on. So people felt very comfortable in, including, singing a poem of Mirabai, and then giving it a meaning within a Satpanth framework, even though they may, even though Mirabai is interpreted differently by different communities. So this phenomena that we have especially with these Gnan manuscripts, is that they were living in a cosmopolitan world, and they were familiar with very many different discourses of, let's say, traditions like the Gnans, and they weren't making hard and fast labels. So they were very comfortable in putting this Gnans in conversation with other traditions and seeing meaning that was relevant to them in these other traditions as well, I would say, in terms of, the framework in which they were looking at. And they weren't necessarily looking at this is Islam and this is Hinduism and so on. These categories that arise because of colonialism and nationalism, of course, disrupted that discourse. But we know in the pre-colonial, these kinds of labels were very fuzzy, and people were very comfortable in being quite cosmopolitan in what they read and what they understood, right? And in coming down to even devotional text. So you find in what I would say Satpanth Ismailism, people are very comfortable thinking about Sita, as the Satpanthi, as an important figure of Satpanth, as a role model, as a paradigm. Even though you try to say, okay, this is the Hindu figure, what is it doing here? But people saw meaning in it within the context of Satpanth. So they saw Satpanth as a pluralistic tradition. So, and I don't know whether that's the same thing with the Qasida, but I suspect that there may be similar kinds of things. This kind of openness of tradition. So I think we are almost up for time here. There were several other questions that came up. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to go into those, but this has been a very interesting panel. And even though we were discussing traditions from different parts of the world, it is fascinating to see that some of the issues that come up there are similarities. There are also differences, but there are also similarities. And even the categories of what is Gnan, what is Qasida, all those kinds of things are all, sometimes, debatable. I've even heard people talking about Gnans. It's not even a poetic genre, it's a musical genre. And we should not be, because it has many different forms of poetry within it. So these are conversations that we need to think about as we look further into these traditions. But thank you again for a very fascinating and illuminating discussion. And we look forward to learning more about your research. So congratulations both to Mansoor and Charshambe and Kareem for this really pioneering work that you're doing, and for sharing your information with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much for that panel. We have a little bit of a break now. Next panel will start in 10 minutes. So let me just put that on the screen for people. So in about 10 minutes. So we have a little bit of a, breather, bathroom break, whatever you want to call it. Just put our reminder on there. Well, since I'm here anyway, and there's a question being asked, of course, no one has to participate in this, but I'll just answer it anyway. So there's a set of questions in the chat about identity and labels and all this. So I think the identity constructions have always been fluid, right? Identity constructions are always changing. Labels are always changing as well throughout time. But one thing I would have to say is regarding this question, wasn't it the Aga Khan who established the identity as X, Y, Z? Yes and no. So before the Aga Khan case in 1866, the label Ismaili is already in usage. The Khojas are not using it, but other Ismaili communities in Iran, for example, this label is there. It's not the only label that's used. There are other labels that what we today would call Ismaili communities are self-designating by. So I have a book chapter in the book Deconstructing Islamic Studies where this is talked about. I give a sample of all these different labels. So what I would say is this, that whether we're talking about the Khojas or whether we're talking about Pamiris, whether we're talking about Iranian Ismailis or whoever, Syrians, these communities had a distinct sense of identity at that time that demarcated them from other communities. Did they see that? Did they understand that identity the way we understand Ismaili today? No, it was a different understanding because identity constructions change. But is there something in common between the modern global notion of Ismaili and these pre-modern local notions of Ismaili or whatever they use? Was there something in common? Yes, there was, but they're not identical. So we could say historically that this idea of Ismaili in the global 20th, 21st century sense, that notion of identity, I could call it pan-Ismaili. That is something new, and most scholars would agree with that. It's sort of like an overriding global identity. Whereas in the past, you had different groups that from today's perspective, we could describe them as Ismaili, but they had multiple identities. They had ethnic identities, they had regional identities, they had hermeneutical identities, and this sort of thing. Do they have something, but what I would say is there isn't this like complete reinvention that's going on. There's this natural evolution, natural development in identity construction over the last few centuries. So yeah, so again, this is to the person in the chat. And again, I'm happy to have this discussion because we're on break. There's a debate now. We can debate this academically, and I have offered some thoughts on this. Is recognition of the Imam the base of that identity? I think recognition of Imam is there but we need to keep in mind that the way communities today, the way we think about the Imam and who the Imam is different from the way pre-modern Ismaili communities thought about the Imam. They may have the term Imam and they may have a certain concept of the Imam, but the theological and cosmological frameworks that, say, Satpanthis understood the Imam in is different from the theological cosmological framework that the Panchtanis or Pamiris understood the Imam. So you have this variation. So I'm wary of reducing historical Ismaili identity to just belief in the Imam. I think that's very reductive. That's just my opinion. I think that the figure of the Imam, so again, someone says recognition of the Imam. Yeah, so that you could say this, and this is how Professor Asani once explained it to me, that you have some common ingredients. You could say a common set of symbols that Ismaili communities throughout time and space have, some common symbols. But then each of these communities also had distinct ingredients, okay, that are particular to that time and place. And the way the ingredients, the common and the differentials are mixed together is fluctuating over history. That's one way to see it. So Imam is one of those common ingredients, okay? You can compare it, again, I'm just going off the cuff here. If imama is like the chocolate ingredient, but you can have chocolate cake, you can have chocolate chip, you can have chocolate muffin, and so on. So how communities are thinking about Imam, the cosmological and theoretical status of the Imam in different Ismaili communities is changing over time. The Imam is there, but there's also this additional machinery. So I, for one, am wary of essentializing it into just Imam. Again, to respond to something here, belief and recognition of the Imam. I just think that recognition of the Imam has meant different things at different times to different communities. So yeah, I would agree that the idea of recognition of Imam is there, but what does that mean? So today, let's think about it today. If today in a global Nizari Ismaili, recognition of Imam would actually mean you know the personal name and you know what the Imam looks like physically, like you know what his picture looks like. That's how we would understand recognition of Imam today. You go to a pre-modern Ismaili community in Iran, in Central Asia, in India, knowing what the Imam looks like and knowing his personal name may not be part of recognition of the Imam within that paradigm. There is an idea of the Imam, but it's very different. So that's why I don't know if we can just reduce it to things like that. The articulation of what recognition and what belief means is changing. So again, the ingredient might be there, but how the ingredient is mixed together in the worldview of different peoples is going to shift. And I think we're going to see some examples of that in our next panel, right? Where our speakers are going to talk about things like prayers and rituals, and we're going to see some variation. So we have to be careful not to take today's understanding of recognition of the Imam and back project that. And similarly, we can't take today's global Ismaili identity and back project it. But at the same time, there's continuity. Identities evolve in a continuity over time. So the identity that you have today, a global Ismaili identity, it's different from what's before, but it's not this completely new thing. It is an evolution of what was there before. So there's a related question about, definition of Imam. So there's an interesting insight by Aziz Ismail in his book, Scent of Sandalwood, and I think it rings true. So today, the Imam in our consciousness, in the mind of most Ismailis, the Imam is a historical, physical figure. He looks a certain way, he dresses a certain way, he interacts with the community in a certain way, in a very tangible way. You go back to, say, the 1500s, most Satbantis, they haven't seen the Imam. Like they don't know what he looks like. They know that there is this entity called the Imam and that he lives somewhere in the West. Like that's what they know in say the 1500s. And only maybe one or two members of that Satbanti Khoja caste can actually make the journey to Iran, right? Not everyone else, the Imam, they believe in some entity called the Imam, but from many people who never get to see him in person, he's more like an abstract figure for those people. Whereas today, that the Imam is not an abstract figure, he's not just an entity, he's, you know, a real historical flesh and blood person that you can Google to see what he's doing this week. So that's how the understanding of Imam has changed over time. All right, we are just about time for our next panel. I just want to do a quick check if everyone's here. So Aziz Talbani, you are here? You can just say present.
Yes.
Okay.
May I say something about the identity issue? Just
sure. I'll let you say it when you begin. I want to hand this. I just want to make sure everyone's here and hand it over to our chairman, chair of the panel. Okay. Naguib, you are here?
Yes, I am.
And Rizwan, you are here?
Yes, I'm here.
Let me just co-host you guys, and I'm gonna hand it over to our chair, and then you guys can talk about this identity thing because it's totally in your alley anyway. Let me just do this. All right. I'm happy to hand it over to Dr. Karim Javan, scholar at the Institute of Ismaili Studies, to chair this last panel of the day. Take it away, Dr. Karim.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andani, and welcome to the 12th panel today. We have three wonderful presenters today in this panel. As usual, we'll have the presentations first and the questions at the end. Our first paper will be by Dr. Aziz Talbani, and with the presentation titled, Is ᶜAllāmah Around the Corner? Has Date Kalinga or Antichrist appeared? Role of knowledge in the age of ᶜAllāmah. And a very short introduction to Dr. Aziz Talbani. Dr. Aziz Talbani is the author of numerous articles, book chapters, books, and research projects on religion and education. He has taught at the institutions of higher education in North America, Europe, and Asia. He received PhD on educational administration and policy studies and MA in Islamic studies. These degrees from McGill University, MA in international and comparative education from the University of London, and MA in Arabic language and literature from Karachi University. He taught in educational leadership, teacher education, and religious studies programs. Dr. Talbani, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you to organizer who have organized such a wonderful program, and I think we need more of these kind of conferences. And so I want to make a quick comment about our earlier discussion, and I will connect with my presentation. Normally, I don't read presentations because otherwise I have this tendency to speak. Though I prepare before and then just speak, but this time I will try to read because I want to stick to my points, ideas I wanted to mention. About the identity, I think the last section of the speaker I heard, it connects identity in Ismaili community with Imam's physical presence. That is one part of it. So I think in our case, as a Batanis, important part of identity is that it is individual, it is personal experience within the community that shapes the identity. And I think that personal experience, which I can give tons of examples from my experience as an alwise going around the world, talking to communities, and I always found one particular element, which I used to call Ismailiness, that used to be present in all Ismailis. And that is amazing, whether they were physically connected with the Imam or not. But that smiliness was always there, which is very difficult to pinpoint, but I have thought about it a lot. Another aspect is, even within the community, the collective identity has two parts. One is authentic identity, another is fake identity. So I think we are going through, especially for our young people, we are trying to impose certain identity as a global community and all those type of stuff. They kind of pose a challenge for us to identify what is authentic identity, which is we try to promote through our religious education processes for adult Jamaat and for young kids. So that's very important point, whether it is contributing to an authentic Ismaili person or it is creating a fake identity, which they may lose it as they move forward in their lives. So these are two things which I wanted to mention about it. Now, my question is actually related to that as well, my presentation. My presentation starts with the idea of knowledge and ignorance. As we know, in Islam began with this idea that the period before Islam was period of Jahiliyyah and ignorance, and now Islam has come and it's brought two things, knowledge and light, illumination, nur. So those were 2 points. Then Prophet Muhammad came forward. He said about these ideas that Islam is knowledge versus the age of ignorance. But important point is that these two parallel competing ideas or ideologies continued even after Prophet Muhammad. So as Muslim community was growing, there was always conflict between what is authentic Islam and what is constructed Islam. Let us put it that way. Okay, authentic Islam and constructed. A constructed Islam means the community, Islamic ideas, history, and so-called theology, all were constructed by political or religious forces who were also political. So my idea is that construction of a community, its ideas, its identities, all are political processes. So when Prophet Muhammad passed away, and then we saw a struggle started in the time of Maulana Ali. And in that period, we saw he fought against Muawiyah. And at that point, we see this construction continue. We must say that Muawiyah was first person in the Muslim community who created the fake news. Okay, he tried to, we have a lot of literature around that, and still we need to do more research on this idea that he influenced Muslims of that era. He, for instance, Tabarra, which he promoted through masajid, and it was done officially, continued even after his death for almost 50 years. So he propagated against Maulana Ali and tried to discredit his contribution to Islam. To do that, he has to remove some of the things which existed in Islamic history, oral tradition, or written, which was now begin to be written down. So he censored or took out, or of course he hired all the ulamas who, when you see Muawiyah used two famous things to discourage people to support Maulana Ali or his progeny, was to bribe them or kill them or threaten them, whatever. So he used those methods. So we find, for instance, in Ibn Hisham, he wrote about Ibn Ishaq's book of biography of Prophet Muhammad. And in that, when he writes, he says when he was edited, I believe Ibn Ishaq's book on Prophet Muhammad biography was in several volumes. And now we know we have a very small volume, one volume. So Ibn Hisham said that he removed what was not in accordance with ethos of our society. Now it is a very general statement. That means anything which was existing in society, which was promoted by Umayyads, become a discourse, and he tried to eliminate everything which was there. And writers, historians say that it was mostly things in praise of Maulana Ali that he removed. So he removed a lot of stuff in that respect. Then he said anything which he thought was not ethical, anything which he thought was not according to our Sharia, and anything which was not in our theology, etc., etc. So he went on editing a lot of things which did not, which he thought is not according to conservative Islam, dogmatic Islam. So you can imagine how much stuff has been taken away from the history. Okay. So that means what history we have in the life of Prophet Muhammad may not be accurate or may not be complete history. So a lot of items are missing from the history of Prophet Muhammad and Islam. Another thing, if you remember that in Shia tradition, it is said that Maulana Ali took his collection of Quran to Umar, and he said that here is the Quran I have collected, and Umar refused it. So Maulana Ali said, now you will never see this till the end of the world. So his version of Quran may be exactly the same, or may have few variation, but definitely there were some few variation which he wanted to be included, which were not included. So there are changes there as well. Medieval writer Nizari, he wrote about the incident after death of Prophet Muhammad, in which Umar went with some of his followers and attacked Maulana Ali's house. So he gave the description of it, but the criticism which ulama gave against it was that he is going against the rasam, custom of writing about Sahaba, a Sahab. So, and they say the custom was, tradition became that don't write anything negative about Ashab. Okay, so that was the thing that it was current in Muslim society, self-censorship. So they were self-censoring anything which they thought is against the Ashab or against this and that person, which list went on increasing. When I was doing my research and I asked the headmaster of one of the largest madrasa system in Pakistan, and I said, why? Okay, holy figures, whatever they call them, holy figures or people who were associated with Prophet Muhammad, but okay to be excluded, let's say. But why you are not allowing criticism of present time people? So he said, no, we cannot criticize any well-known person, any pious person who is a Muslim in this society. So they stop critiquing people who are in the present times, but they are famous, so whatever qualities they have, but they were not criticized. That means critical process is becoming very, very minimum in Muslim societies. So that is one part of the knowledge. Now, when we move forward, and I think that's where the idea of Tawil comes in. So there are two parts. One is knowledge, which is socially constructed, politically constructed, and there's another part that comes as a Tawil. Now, Tawil is a very, it's in Ismailism, we don't have any argument against it, but always in favor of it. But I think there is lack of understanding. We still haven't done from inside perspective what Tawil is. So in that context, I will describe the Tawil. So Tawil was one of the way to deviate from the discourse, establish Sunni discourse in Muslim society, and try to say something which otherwise people were not allowed to speak. So Tawil had two parts. Tawil had one part was, it was in response to public discourse to create a marginal, discourse in the society, which can give other Muslims who like to hear a different version of knowledge, different version of religious interpretations, to them something to think about, something to reflect about. So Sufis did some, Ismaili did a lot of Tawil. So Sufis and Ismailis took another path, which was deviation, descent from the majority Sunni discourse. So they created their own discourse. So what they did, Ismaili Dais, they propagated that kind of interpretations among Ismailis. So Tawil became a kind of inner, deeper meaning of scriptures and farmans of Maulana Muhammad, Nabi Muhammad Mustafa, Maulana Ali, and Imams. Their farmans were also contained something spiritual, something deep philosophical messages. So they tend to interpret that. So they gave, for Jamaati consumption, they created this Tawil, which gave them a perspective on those things. Another part of it is the Tawil is very dynamic form of knowledge, and it is very personal, individual. So people get this Tawil through their practices, mystical practices. So that's what the Tawil was. So it started, it tried to create, allow people to experience the Ismaili interpretation of religion, or what we call it, experience of truth in Ismailism, so they can understand deeper meaning of Ismaili thought.
Dr. Talbani,
Now,
you've got 5 minutes left.
Sorry?
You've got 5 minutes left.
Oh my God. So let me move on quickly, because I think what I will do, I will rewrite it, most of it, and send it as a document to people to read it. Now I'll go back to the end of my presentation, that knowledge and ignorance. Many Ismaili Waisin, they started talking about Qiyamah or Dajjal or Deit Kalinga or Antichrist in terms of ideas and ideologies. I think it was a famous Alwais Abu Ali who talked about communism as a people who follow communism who are becoming partners of Dajjal. Okay, those who don't follow the truth path, those who follow the Dajjal are those who follow the communist ideology. So with that context, we can say that capitalism is also Dajjal because it is about materialism. So anything which relates to the world, search of world satisfactions is kind of accessory of the Dajjal. But those in Ismaili philosophy, those who have balance between these two items are not Dajjal. So in Pir Sadruddin in Gnan said that Dajjal will come from China. And if we see now that Chinese force is getting power, so people may say that that's where that is indicating. So communism was become a kind of form of Dajjal. But I go and make it more broader, and I say it is fight between ignorance and knowledge, between haqiqat and between whatever external form of knowledge are. I'm not talking about science, okay? So I have that part, but I have to miss it now. So it is a fight between knowledge. So for us, those who are on Satpanthis, those who follow the true path, Ismaili path, the challenge is to figure out what knowledge is authentic knowledge and what knowledge can take us to the other extreme and become an accessory of Dajjal. So when we are studying science, science is very powerful instrument, and Ismailis are totally 100% supporting science. But we have to see which form of knowledge is helping us to grow, which form of science is helping us to grow, because science is also political. So its interpretations are political. So we have to be very careful that we follow the science, but we have to follow the science which help us into our spiritual, achieving our spiritual goal. So science and knowledge, ignorance and knowledge, these are two very important elements we have to keep in mind. Muawiyah was also creating knowledge, but that was going against the wishes of the Prophet Muhammad and Maulana Ali. So the challenge was that. So we have to see what knowledge help us and what knowledge can take control of our consciousness and move away from our spiritual goals. Okay. Thank you very much. I think I will stop here, and I will send out a little later for everyone to read it. I will send to Khalil, and we'll move forward from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Talabani, for your presentation. Now it's time for Mr. Naguib Tajuddin for his presentation with the title Evolution and Re-Evaluation of the Dua Prayer of the Nizari Ismailis in the subcontinent following the declaration of the Great Resurrection in Alamut. Mr. Naguib Tajuddin completed his license in science economic from the University Science et Technology de Lille in France. Sorry for my French, bad French. During his studies, he exchanged numerous correspondences with Professor Henry Corbin of the Sorbonne. He has been involved in the field of library and publication since 1970, with his first book, A Bibliography of Ismailism, being published in 1985. As a hobby, he has completed Oriental and medieval manuscripts courses at Harvard and Princeton. He has researched extensively in the subcontinent and East Africa since 1981, and that has allowed him to gather one of the largest collection of Ismaili Kochki manuscripts, leading to the discovery of hundreds of pages of guidance of various imams of the past, as well as countless unpublished Gnans and unknown works such as the Das Avatar motto of Pir Shams. He is also one of the founders of the oldest and largest Ismaili website. Thank you, Mr. Naguib Tajuddin. We are ready for your presentation.
Thank you for those kind words. I will be talking to you on the dua, which has been recited in the subcontinent, so it is a restricted subject. First, I want to thank for two things the organizer of this conference. The first thing is that to allowing a variety of topics. And this is something which really has touched my heart. I was listening to Shinnamoto, and he was talking of Henri Corbin's approach to Ismailism. And that reminded me, in 1972, Henri Corbin sent me an article which was titled "8e centenaire de la Mout." This brings me to tell you why. What is the second point why I'm thanking you? The second point why I'm thanking you is because you allowed me to talk on 8th of August. And the 8th of August is the best day in the calendar of the solar system. The 8th of August was the date of the Great Declaration of al-Ṣafā. And that declaration was in that article which Henri Corbin sent me. And that part of the title that you see would not be there if Henri Corbin would not have sent me that article. So I would like you to call on your imagination. We are on 8th August today in 1164 in Alamut at the base camp. On your left, you have all the Ismaili Fidais from Iraq. On your right, you have those from Khorasan. All the others are behind you. And you see coming out of the fort and descending the mountain, the Imam in white robe, in red belt, a sword in his belt, coming and making his declaration. And many Imam have made the declaration, but this declaration was very special. Declaration of divinity is not uncommon. Imam before Hassan al-Zikri Salam and after Hassan al-Zikri Salam have made those declaration of divinity. But this one was addressed to jinn, men, angel, people of the universe, souls of the universe. And it says, rise, for the day of resurrection has risen. The wait for the signal is henceforth fulfilled. The resurrection has now dawned, which is the outcome of all resurrection. Today, no longer does one need to seek proof and clues. Today, no longer does knowledge rest on sign of a revealed book, nor speech, nor symbol, nor body-bending act of devotion. And that special firman, which combined the declaration of divinity, which I'm not reading here, but which also freed the follower, the murids. I'm getting a message that the internet is not working very well. If there is any problem, please let me know so I can.
So perhaps I think if you turn off your video, the rest of your talk might show better if you turn off your camera.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you see the slide?
Yeah, we can see the slides. So I think this might work better now.
Okay, so that's the main thing. But if there's still a problem, I can tether with my phone and I'll get a better. We'll go very fast through the slide because I have 20 slides and only 20 minutes. So put your seat belt and let's go through it. That prayer which was recited before the declaration of Al-Mut was the prayer which was very common with all the other Muslims, the Salat, the Namaz, and that particular farman changed the way Ismaili would see the prayer because it was not in the same way other Muslims would pray. And I have to say that prayers like namaz and other prayers have coexisted since the beginning of Islam. If you see Kitab, there were majlises beside the normal practices held in the mosque. Those majlises were private for some level of initiation. If you see during the time of Maulana Hakim, the Mijlas al-Kasa held at midnight, men and women were allowed. There were not the set prayers where you have these namaz and you have the movement of your body and things like that. So this coexistence was already there. And this Farman, what it brought was that from these Shariat level prayers, the Ismailis went to a tariqat level prayers. So the prayers were still there. It's not that the prayers were cancelled. The prayer remained, but in a different format. So in order to tell you how it evolved in the subcontinent, let me just tell you how the Ismaili Dawah progressed in the subcontinent. During the time of Maulana Jafar Sadiq, several dayas were sent to the subcontinent. And during the time of Imam Ismail and Muhammad bin Ismail, there were more dayas sent. Then Pir Shams write in his Man Samjani, which is the printed version is 8,020 verse, but the Man Samjani was 10,000 verse. It's quite a large studies. And Pir Shams writes that Imam Ismail himself came to Multan, came to India for 10 years as Imam. So if you see the sources from the Arabic and Persian manuscript, they will tell you Imam Ismail was already dead and never became Imam after Jafar Sadiq. But if you go to sources from the subcontinent, they will say otherwise. So there are traces of Imam Ismail and Imam Muhammad bin Ismail in India. And those were the one who the first converted what our Ismail is now. After that, of course, Pir Sadgur Nur came in 1095. So this is like the end of the reign of Mustansibila. And he converted a lot of people. And Pir Shams writes that people who were converted by Imam Ismail in India reverted back to Hinduism. And it is Sadgur Nur who reconverted them again. Almut, the event, 8 August 1164, was about 40, 50 years before Pir Shams went to India. And well before the end of the Almut period, before 1256, when the Mughal took the fort of Almut. So there are signs that up to the time of Sadgur Nur, there were some kind of practice of the prayers. There is like a mosque, a Fatimid mosque in Badresar. I went to see the ruins, and obviously there were some kind of prayer, but what was that prayer? And I will come to it after this slide. So what this declaration of Almut did was that the Sharia practices were abolished. Don't forget that declaration was on 17th of Ramadan, which is in the middle of the month of Ramadan. And the declaration was followed by a great feast, barbecue and whatever you could imagine. So that namaz and that fast of Ramadan was replaced. Those were like Shariati practice replaced by Tariqa practice. And it's not that the practice was not there. Pir Shams, 1200 something, he talks of the dua, not of the namaz. When Pir Sadgur Nur was talking of the namaz, what Pir Sadgur Nur was saying in his writing is namaz ibadat is the kalmo. And you will see the kalma of the Ismaili was quite long. It's not just the shahada. What Pir Shams is saying that the 3 times is compulsory. It's one of the treasure of Ismailism. And that's in Ratan Granth Ginan. Was Pir Shams writing in Seraki that some people, can you hear me? I still have the...
It cut out. It sometimes it gets a bit cut.
Okay, I'll just tether with my phone, and
Sure.
I have a much faster link here. So connection, mobile. Okay, I should be able, give me 1 second, I'll just reconnect with. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, so far so good.
Okay, so I'm on a better speed, a better internet speed now. Where was I? Okay, so Pir Sadgur Nur will come back to it, to the kalma, which is also part of the asal dua, the old dua. Then Pir Shams, he may have composed a dua in Seraki, but he also went to China. In his Mansamjani, he says he opened 84 Jamaat Khana in China. So obviously he may have composed in other languages also. There is the dua in the Gatpat dua. If you look at Pir Shams, he talks of the holy water ceremony, which is the raison d'etre of the Gatpat dua. And he talks of Amiras, al-Ṣafā, Nur, Niyaj, Pawal, Ismi-Azam. Those are all terminology of Pir Shams Ginan. Pir Sadruddin then followed, and I wish I could see, is there a way to see the bottom of my slide? I have a link to an audio of 60 seconds. Okay. So
if you exit from full screen.
I would like you to listen for 60 or 70 seconds.
Sure, just make sure when you do your screen share, you have to check a box that says share audio, share sound.
I have checked it when I started. Okay. So I think we should be okay. If you don't hear, you just let me know and we'll pass to the next slide. This is the Asal Dua, the old Dua recited by Yasmin, a young girl from Gujarat. The reason I've chosen this 5th chapter of the Dua, not because it's short, but because we refer to the Asal Dua as a Sindhi Dua. And you will see there is not one Sindhi word in this chapter. It was written in Sindhi, but there is Arabic, there is Farsi, there is one sentence of Gujarati. So let's listen to it and I'll pass to the next slide.
Sizdo Devo, Panj Party. Allahumma ya Maulana anta salam wa minka salam wa ilayka yarji'u salam wa alayka alfa salam hayyana rabbana bi salam wa dakhilna dar salam tabarakta rabbana wa ta'alaita ya jul jalal wal ikram. આટલું બોલી બધા પાઠમાં બોલવું બી ફઝલે કા રહેમત બી કુન યા મૌલાના લુત્ફ વ કરમ કુન યા મૌલાના લા હૌલ વલા કુવત ઇલ્લા बिल्ला या इला बिका या मौलाना जुद जुद ब फरियाद बेरस या मौलाना दुआ वेल पंज पार्टी जी अल्लाहुम्मा या सय्यदी मिनका मददी व अलैका मुअतमदी इय्याका नाबुदु व इय्याका नस्तईन सिजदो देवो पंज पार्टी Allahumma ya Maulana Sizdo Devo Panj.
Okay, so you have a feel of what that dua was, and as you can see, there is not much of Sindhi. It's more Gujarati, Arabic, Farsi. This is from a manuscript which of the Panch Pati that you have just heard. And I wanted to comment, but because of time, I will not comment. But while reading that 5th chapter, I just noticed that the end of the 4th chapter, it ends with the word Shah Parvar Digar Maulana Ali. So why this is important, we'll come to it in this slide. What goes into the Asal Dua is very different from normal prayers. What are normal prayers? You would have some good words to God because you are going to ask him something. So you will say, oh God, you are nice, you are beautiful, you are the first, you are the last, you are merciful, etc. Then you will say, I know I have sinned and please forgive my sin. And then you will say, now I have to ask you something. Remember the lottery next week. So please send me something. Now, this is the typical, but in the Asal Dua, you have things which have nothing to do with only supplication. The main thing in the Asal Dua is the Imam. And Imam and Pir are presented very differently of what you would expect. Usually, you have 3 ways the Imam can be presented. One is as a simple human being. The second being the Imam with the Nur. And then the third one, the Imam is divine. And in the Asal Dua, there is...
You have got 5 minutes left.
Okay, so in the Asal Dua, there is really no doubt the Imam is presented as the God, but not in his body, but in his light. So it talks of various Imam up to the present Imam always. And it's obvious that in the Ginan of that region, it talks of 25,920,000 Imam. So the name of several are in the old Dua. And some of the names are very symbolical. You have names which you find, names of deity of Mesopotamia, of Sumeria, and the symbolic one, like you have Alak, the name you cannot take, you have Nur, which is light, you have Gnan, which is knowledge. And the legitimacy of the Imam in the Dua doesn't come from Gadi Rekum, it comes from the previous Imam. So Hazrat Ali's legitimacy comes from the Imamat of his father. To go very fast on the Kalma, there is a short Kalma in that Dua, which is up to Amirul Mumin, Ali Allah, Ali Sayyala, Ali Yula now. Then you have several other Kalmas, La ilaha illallah, Hayul Qayyum, Malikul Akul Mubin. These are still in the new Dua now. And then you have in some manuscript the Hakikat Jo Kalmo. These are the 3 Kalma which you can see at the bottom of the screen. I'm sorry, I have to go fast because 5 minutes is not much. The vocabulary used during the time of Imam Nizar II by Syed Abdul Nabi in his Ginan, you can trace it again in the Dua. And that vocabulary shows that whatever was taught to Ismailis through Ginans and Granth was the same which was taught through the Dua. Now, let me tell you about some changes which were there. Those were very minor change. If I see the manuscript I have of the time of Imam Nizar II, and I go through all these other manuscripts, 25 of them, there are very minor changes, like you will have the same vocabulary all the time. Only the number of Imam will change, and each generation will add the name of the new Imam. During Agalisha, there was a few changes, and one of the changes was the addition of the Salawat, 14 Salawat and 14 Ya Ali, which were added. Then, of course, there are Farman of Agalisha about that. And in his presence, Pir Shahabuddin Shah was reciting the Dua, and the Jamaat was noting. This is a Farman of Sultan Muhammad Shah saying, our religion is evidenced by ancient history. It is just as it was at the time of Imam Hakim bi Amrillah and Imam al-Zikri Salam. So in the evolution, it's not a revolution. In the evolution of the dua, there is a continuity. There is no divorce from the dua and the prayer recited in the old times. In 56, a new dua was introduced, and it was in Arabic. And the dua was not presented as a new dua. It was presented as a translation of the old dua. The dua was presented and discussed by Arif Tamir with Sultan Muhammad Shah, and Sultan Muhammad Shah said, I want just a 5-minute prayer. And that's how we landed with a 6-chapter prayer. I will have more details. Unfortunately, in 20 minutes, you can't do much. In the written version, I hope the organizer will have some kind of either book or online lectures of everybody that will be rendered available. So I want to show you something here. This is the first dua which was printed after 56. And the beginning of the chapters are always ayat of the Quran. The end of the chapter is always Saibu Zamani wal Asri wa min al Hazril Mawjud Maulana Sultan Muhammad Shah al Hussein al Zikri Sujud. So there was a sujud done to the Imam, which now after 69 has disappeared, and it has become a sujuda to Allah. This is 1960, and I'm showing you because it's surprising. It's still the old dua, while the new dua has been recited in Africa. In India, the old dua is still been printed with the name of Shakarim, 1960. And in conclusion, I would say, though changes are rare, the dua is not a lifeless document. It's a dynamic document which is flexible. It adapts to the constraint of time. For example, when Pakistan became independent, the dua changed, and one of the reasons was the Pakistanization of the external practices in that country. The Asal dua went through centuries of minor changes to become the one language Arabic dua as we know it today, 5 minutes, 6 chapters, to be recited in the same manner by all Ismailis. So the dua in Arabic became the foundation of a unifying effort in the world Ismaili community from 1956 onward. The time changed the format of the prayer, but not the principle it transported. And I want to end this conclusion with a question which was in that paper of Corbin on the 8th centenary of the declaration. The question was, does the flame of Al-Mut still burn in the heart of the young Ismailis? And for 50 years, I was thinking, what would be the reply, yes or no? I think today I have a reply. Each time a young Ismaili, instead of doing a namaz, he prays a dua. That's coming from that flame of the declaration of Al-Mut. And I will end my presentation here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tajuddin, for your wonderful presentation. And our next speaker is Mr. Rizwan Mavani, whom I am very glad to meet today, with the presentation titled Reconstructing Early 20th Century Religious Life and Social Practice through the English Language Archive. Mr. Rizwan Mavani has degrees from Carleton University in Canada and the Graduate Theological Union in the United States, with a background in anthropology and religious studies. His current research interests focus on the 19th and 20th century Indian Ocean social and religious life of Ismaili and related communities. To this end, Rizwan has been digitally documenting the photographic and English language print and handwritten archive from this period, and has also been working on a project exploring the development and establishment of the Jamaat Khana as a social institution and identity maker along with its predecessors. Rizwan previously documented a variety of Muslim religious practices and spaces of worship of more than 50 communities in more than 17 countries, which resulted in his book, Beyond the Mosque, Diverse Spaces of Muslim Worship, published in 2019. We are ready to listen to your presentation, Rizwan.
Great, thank you very much, Kareem, and thank you to both Naguib and Aziz for your presentations today. What I'd like to do over the time that we have today is to give you a sense of an overview of what the English language archive looks like. You know, when we think about Ismaili studies, traditionally we look at foundational texts as being in Arabic and Persian, in Indic languages and in Indic scripts. And much of the last century has done, we've done some really amazing research in trying to both rescue and document and archive these sources for Ismaili history, as well as now begin to edit and analyze some of this research as well, which begins to present us with a much more complex and rich social and religious narrative than we've ever had before. But I want to argue in my presentation today that one body of literature that has been neglected is the English language literature. And although we think of English language literature in some ways as more poorer in being able to document Ismaili theology, literature, social movement, and social life, I would argue that for the period that I'm looking at, which is basically the period from the first Aga Khan's movement from Persia to the Indian subcontinent beginning in 1841, to the period that I've analyzed to date, which is until about 1915. The English language archive is as rich and not just a supplement in many cases to the archive that exists in many other languages, but in some cases may actually be the source of the most information we have, at least about the social life of the community and its development during this period. So over the course of the short time that we have today, I want to give you a taste of some of the kinds of things that exist in this archive, and also argue that the archive allows us to put together both some elements of the social and religious history of the community that have been missing, or at least where we have gaps in our knowledge at this point. So the period in the sort of the ocean, the area that I'm looking at is the broader Indian Ocean littoral. And so you can see it here. In addition to the subcontinent, we also have Muscat in Oman, we have Charbahar in Iran, and we have the East, we have further down to East Africa and even down to Mozambique, present-day Mozambique and South Africa. I would also argue that we have records that exist that talk about Jamaats and communities in slightly later periods, 1925, 1930, in Karbala and Najaf, as well as in places, of course, much earlier in Rangoon. And so the archive allows us to sort of look at a much broader regional area by which to then, place and understand better the social developments and religious developments and communal life during this period. So, to summarize the kinds of documents that exist in this archive, and some of them are print material and many of them are handwritten materials as well. And over the last 20 years or so, one of the things I've been doing as part of my own research and my travels is visiting national archives in various countries, visiting and looking at private collections and institutional collections, both within the community and as well as at universities and other institutions of higher education to try and see what exists. And so I would say if we were to look at sort of the body of literature that comprises this archive, it comprises of court documents and legal reports, letters from and to the third Aga Khan to councils and individual Ismailis, letters from and to Aga Khan III to intellectuals and colonial officials, telegrams and telexes. As many of you may know that in 1952, a series of these were published as well by the councils in Africa and regarded as firmans in terms of directives given to the community as well. So we have English used as a medium for even the Imam's directives during the time of Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah and communicated in English to the Jamaats at that time. We have numerous intelligence documents from colonial officials. We have newspaper articles. council's notes and regulations, as well as rules and regulations documents, the predecessors to what we refer to as constitutions today, the first modern version, which was promulgated in 1986. And we have articles published in various Ismaili magazines, the most prominent in the 1920s being the Ismaili, as well as other magazines that emerged later, such as Fidai, and there are many others that also included English captions in their pictures, and in some cases English articles that enliven the social history and development of the community during this time. So today I want to give us a sense of some of what this archive looks like, to explore some of it. But before I do that, I want to talk a little bit about how English came to be, and the context for how some of this material emerged in the English language vis-a-vis some of the other languages more germane to the Ismaili communities in various parts of the world. So the ascendancy of the English language and later English as a liturgical script and aide-memoire is a story that begins really around the time of Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah, the third Aga Khan. But we see examples of English being used in the community before that period of time. And today, even though we think of English as the sort of lingua franca of the modern world, we see the present Imam, the fourth Aga Khan, making pronouncements about the importance of English and learning English as a language of science and education. We see that English was sometimes an embattled language and symbol of something other than contemporary learning and education. And in some ways, it was seen as almost an antithesis to piety. And so we have examples here of some things that sort of give us a sense of the way English is embattled and how it's understood. So in an article from the Bombay Times and Standard in 1861, we see that the Khoja community of the subcontinent at the time, a number of which prominent men and their children had received English education, met, and and they met at a particular person's house, in this case Sergeant Bomirli, who was also important for other reasons because he was involved in another case 20 years earlier, which became known as the Khoja Memon case, looking at inheritance rules. But here we have a group of people coming together, and there is an attempt to try and create a seminary, an English language school for Khojas in English. And money was raised and so forth to try and do that. But as you can see towards the bottom of this article, the first Aga Khan at the time was very much against English language schooling and had made many pronouncements before this. And although in many of the research and undertakings that have been done in the 1866 Aga Khan case have looked at a whole series of issues around identity markers, one thing that hasn't been emphasized enough is the role of English in this case as distinguishing some elements of the community from others, and also distinguishing the first Aga Khan's position vis-a-vis those of many of the Satyas and later those who became known as the Barbai in this case, in terms of understanding the role of it as an important marker. And so English becomes not just sort of a way to try and engage in this new cosmopolitan world under the colonial overseers that the British had become in the subcontinent, but it becomes an embattled symbol and a nexus in the transition between Persianate culture of Aga Khan I and Aga Khan II, and what we then see emerge in the life of the third Aga Khan, where English is then takes on a very, very different life of its own and is utilized to his benefit, both in terms of the community's social position, but also in terms of his own position amongst the colonial and social elite and intellectual elite of the time. On the right, you'll see another article, interestingly, and this is one of the other things that's very interesting, is we have both within the Ismaili archive as well as within this newspaper archive that exists, we have women's voices, which are sometimes represented, and we should oftentimes see in the print archive of the time for the Ismailis. But here you'll see an editorial note written by a female talking about a suggestion of changing women's names from their Hindu origins to more anglicized names. And here she talks a little bit about sort of the reason for doing it. But you see this idea of English being sort of taken and embattled in a certain period of ways. And so it's important for us to kind of recognize this. It's important for us to also recognize that when we talk about the English language, I'm just going to skip ahead here for a second, that it wasn't until 1885 until Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah's ascension to the position of the Imam of the Ismaili community, that we see English being used more rapidly. And as early as 1889, we see in the newspaper archives the vicereine, the wife of the viceroy, Lady Dufferin, commenting on her conversation with Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah, obviously still very young at the time, but in English, and also his conversancy in Persian with her husband. And so we see, you know, a number of things taking place, and Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah was really the first person to realize the value of English. And in fact, we see both in his memoirs and through some of the writings and things that exist from his mother, that he was educated in both English as well as in Persian, and he also had access to poetry in Urdu and other languages as well. And so this becomes an important element and nexus for the community in India at the time. It's also important, I think, to recognize that over time, the English script becomes very, very important as well. And as you know, by the 1940s and 1950s, especially in East Africa, we see English used as a liturgical script to denote the language of the dua and the ghanans, because many of the Ismailis in East Africa at this time had lost access to the Gujarati script and weren't able to read it anymore. And so it becomes an aide-memoire, and it becomes a way to still access it. So while the language is still spoken amongst the communities of the time, it's no longer written or able to be read by many of the younger Ismailis in the period. And so the English script becomes the way in which many of these are documented, and we see these in the publications of the period. And of course, this exists today for also in Europe and North America, as well as in parts of East Africa, for the ghanans and the duas that are published in forms by the various institutions and councils, that the script that's used to denote these is anglicized and so forth. It's also important to recognize that the social elite of the community have taken and adopted English very, very early on. They realized that it's an important, not just language of education and modernism, but a way to connect them to the colonial powers that be. And so English becomes an important marker of modernism, of cosmopolitanism. And we see as the community travels, of course, not just to parts of Africa and elsewhere in Asia, but also as they travel to Europe. In the first sort of records we have of Ismaili communities in Europe, both students at Cambridge University as well as businessmen, you know, English becomes the language by which they're able to converse with others sort of in their new environments. It's also important for us to recognize that while the earliest firmans that survive of Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah were primarily in Farsi, they were documented and noted down in Gujarati. And in many cases, unless they were actually written down and sent to Jamaats in various parts of the world, we've lost the Farsi originals. And what is documented and preserved in the communities are the Gujarati. In some cases, we have elements of Farsi that are preserved in the Gujarati in the manuscript and printed traditions of these firmans that exist. But in many cases, those were lost. But however, beginning in the 1920s and 1930s, we began to see firmans documented in English, preserved in English, and the translations also preserved. And so, you know, we have these very interesting kinds of things that began to emerge within the community as well. And of course, you know, as technology evolves, we see Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah then sending telexes and telegrams to the community in the English script. And so forth. And so we have English used by him in a variety of ways. So it's in this context that we see the emergence of English as an important language, both for the third Imam as well as for the community at the time. You know, many of them, of course, didn't have access to English, but younger generations began to learn English, and as they began to engage with their environment and many of their political and social sort of superiors, English became an important element as part of their own education as well. You know, we tend to also think of the Ismaili constitutions and beginning in 1905 with Zanzibar. And this is a an image of, again, the third Imam of the Ismaili Sultan Muhammad Shah with the first appointed council in Zanzibar in 1905. With this, there was a whole series of rules and regulations that were established. And interestingly, all of these rules and regulations were promulgated in both Gujarati and in English. And interestingly, in the text of many of these, there is a line in English that says if there's any discrepancy in the text between the English and the Gujarati, it's the English that will hold validity. And part of the reason, of course, of having this in English was to make sure that the colonial officials of the time understood that there was a separate body of law that governed the Ismaili community. And these rules and regulations are significantly different than what we understand the constitutions to be today, in that they also included very specific rules and regulations around religion, religious practices, religious offerings. And in some cases, they had very minute details about how these religious offerings were even transferred and transmitted from place to place. And so we began to see a lot of these sorts of things emerging in this environment as well. And there are distinctions in each of these documents. Now, what's wonderful about these documents is they allow us to see the granularity of the community as well in very, very different ways, both in terms of those who define themselves as Khojas and versus vis-a-vis those who define themselves in other ways and using other markers such as Momins or Mamnas, Guptis, and so forth. And in many of these rules and regulations, there are also distinctions and rules that are in the rules that are made between these groups. There is a note of different Jamaat Khanas that exist between these groups and different majlises that exist.
5 minutes to do that.
Thank you. And so we began to see all of these sorts of things as well. And so in the last few minutes, maybe I can show you some of the documents that exist so you understand the kinds of things that allow us to create this. And just so you understand the monumentalness of the archive itself, lest I forget, is to date, I've been able to collect 4,000 individual English language documents that exist. The vast majority of these are newspaper articles, and this is just from the period of 1840 to 1910. I've still left to analyze the body of literature that I've collected post 1910, but in the work that I've been able to analyze to date, you can sort of see the kind of richness that may exist in this archive. So this is some text from the Shah Turrell rules and regulations document from 1912. Shah Turrell is located in interior Sindh, but you can sort of see the kinds of religious practices that exist here. And these are different that exist in some other parts of the subcontinent. So there talks about the repairs to the Jamaat Khanas and the Imam Baras, for example. And so you have the existence of the Imam Baras in the community. And today, based on anthropological fieldwork that I conducted there in 2013, there are buildings and remnants of these buildings that still exist amongst the Jamaats of Sindh, and that are still in use in some cases by the Jamaats of Sindh today. You have the recitation of the Jangnameh or the Kissa, which was recited during the month of Muharram as well as on other days that were parts of the Jamaats of this region. And you also have rules and that are brought on and noted in the context of some of the conflicts that are happening between the emergent communities, those who later become known as the Itnashris and those who later become known as the Ismailis during this period in the early 1900s. And so you see some of the kinds of things that are spoken about here. You also have, in terms of documents, council record books. So here, for example, these are carbon duplicates of record books from the council in Gwadar. This one is from I think it's 1908, this particular document here. And here you have council records and so forth that exist with these as well. Within the Ismaili magazine, this is a Fidai magazine from the 1930s, you also have interesting photographs that are captioned in both English and in Gujarati at the time. And so here, shortly after Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah's declaration of Prince Ali Khan as the Wali Ahad, you have images that were commissioned for the occasion here as well. And so you began to see a number of these. I just want to also show you the newspaper articles exist. Some of them are very, very poor, but you see, this is known as the Haji Bibi case in 1908. And here, interestingly, both Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah and Lady Alisha give evidence. And in 1908, when this was conducted, 1907, when this was conducted, this was the longest case ever tried in the subcontinent at the time. There was a short recess, but it lasted 6 to 7 months. And so you have verbatim transcriptions of the case here with minute details of leadership of the community, community, movements of the community, practices of the community. And in one case, you even have a judge asking to visit the Jamaat Khana and see some of the rituals of the community to better understand what was going on within the life of the Ismaili communities and the Khoja communities at the time. Here is an example from the Zanzibar Law Reporter, and this is from 1894, where here again you see the emergence of the Khoja Nashris and the Khoja Ismailis in terms of religious practices. You have the term Subhaniya was first used to distinguish between those who chose to not give allegiance to the third Aga Khan, the first Aga Khan, the third Aga Khan at the time. And here you begin to sort of see the kinds of things that are brought up in terms of levels of detail about practices, about what's happening with the Jamaat, about what happened with the Jamaat Khana. You have lots of details about what pre-existed before the councils in terms of how the Jamaats were run and what was happening in many of these cases, in many of these situations and environments at the time. A number of people have gone through and analyzed these cases relative to many of the inheritance rules, both in East Africa as well as in the subcontinent at the time. And again, there is rich detail about the relationships between men and women, both in unreligious and domestic quarters here. You have, complications about members of the Jamaat who were known as Chotara, or those who were offspring of primarily Khoja males and Swahili females. And here you have very, very interesting things about not just their inheritance rules, but also about religious practice and what that meant and included and how they were understood by the Khoja community. You have lots of information about slavery at the time as well, and whether slaves had access to certain rites and rituals and so forth. And so this gives you kind of a sense of what the archive includes. Of course, what I've shown you is very cursory. Here is a double spread from a newspaper in East Africa, from the East Africa Standard, on the very first visit, an opening of a Jamaat Khana by an Imam. And so this is Imam Sultan Muhammad Shah opening the Jamaat Khana Kuze in Mombasa. And again, you have details of what he did, what the opening included, his speeches, as well as some of the rituals that take place. And so you have this level of detail that exists within the archive. And to date, I've been able to now, which is a 600 or 700 page document, been able to sort of outline the changes in both social and religious life in the community, in some cases to very minute detail because of the English language archive, and especially where there are gaps in the archive in Persian and in the Indic language, we have lots of gaps that have been able to be filled in by the English language archive that allows us to create a much richer picture and social element of the social life of the community at the time. So on that note, I'll end here, but I wanted to thank you all for staying and listening, and hopefully this will invite some questions and conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rizwan, for your very insightful presentation, and thank to all our panelists here. And now it's time for questions from the audience and the panelists to presenters. I see lots of hands was raised before. Now I can't see anything. But I would like to ask the first question, if I may, to Mr. Tajdin. I really enjoyed your presentation because ᶜAllāmah was the topic of my PhD dissertation as well, and I was looking for first-hand documents from the time of the ᶜAllāmah from Alamut time, and I was able to find some Persian documents from that time from the Fusul of Imam al-Salam, but I was also looking for some references, sources from the subcontinent tradition, and I spoke to Zawahir about it, and she basically turned down the whole idea of being able to find any historical account from that period in the Ghanans. And I'm quite surprised that you have some sources and manuscripts from that includes accounts of that period. Would you be able to explain more about the sources, manuscripts that you have? This was a question from the audience as well. Thank you very much.
I started collecting manuscript in the Indian subcontinent in 1981. So it's about 40 years. And at that time, there were manuscripts. The problem is that after that, there has been all kind of natural disasters, and it's very difficult to find manuscript now. This manuscript, about, let's say 300 of them, which I have collected, about 15% of them contain the old dua. And in the old dua, you have that remnant of the ᶜAllāmah period, of the declaration of ᶜAllāmah. Then you also have these ginans, which were written just after the declaration, ginans of Pir Shams, which have been influenced by that declaration of ᶜAllāmah. So these manuscripts, which I found, and I'm still finding them, lots of the work there have never been published. And for example, the Dasautar motto of Pir Shams, I found the Dasautar of Hasan Kabir Din. All those are based on not only Dasautar, but that particular declaration of Qiyamah, that the Imam himself is the divinity. And that has continued in that tradition, and through those new sources which I'm finding in this Kochke manuscript, we can probably attach them to the time of ᶜAllāmah.
Yeah, thank you very much for the answer. We have got a number of questions in the chat that I'm going to ask from different presenters. But first of all, if anybody want to raise his question in the among the panelists, please raise your hand. All right. In that case, I would go through the questions in the chat.
Dr. Javan, there are a couple of hands raised. Myself and Alyjan Damani also.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. For some reason, I can't see the hand. Sorry. Yeah. Yes, please.
So I guess my question is, I guess to Naguib, but also to you, Karim, because you've worked on this. I've noticed in the treatise by the Haftbab treatise by Hassani Mahmud, in that treatise, he makes like a passing reference to a prayer that the Nizaris were reciting at that time. He refers to a prayer that contains the prayer, Ya Maulana Malik as-Salam. And Nasruddin Tusi in his autobiography also makes passing reference to a type of supplication that the Nizaris did. He said, they call the name of the Imam and they say, Ya Maulana Muhammad, Ya Maulana Ali. Tusi refers to this as a supplication. So I guess my question would be that again, these are passing references, but doesn't this suggest that even during this Qiyamah period, some type of prayer in Persian perhaps was being recited by the Persian Ismailis? It may not have been namaz, but they seem to have been praying something. Would you see that as evidence for that?
I have found that there was a prayer apparently written by Hassan bin Sabah and called Kalimatul Haq. And I have shown some of these kalima, which in manuscript, in Kochke manuscript, are called Haq Jo Kalmo. So I don't know if there is a relation, but I was talking with Mumtaz Ali Tajdin, and he told me that when the Afghan refugees came to Karachi, one of them had a book or a manuscript with the Kalimatul Haq prayers, which they later abandoned in favor of the prayer which is recited by Ismailis nowadays. But it seems that these prayers of the time of Hassan bin Sabah, allegedly written by Hassan bin Sabah, still exist.
The Peshai speaking Jamaat in Afghanistan also preserved that prayer until fairly recently. And so some work has been done on that as well, but this was a prayer that was current in that community until the last generation. And so this was something that the Kalimat al-Haq.
Yeah, personally, I haven't come across this prayer of Kalamatul Haq. I don't know if it refers to the Qasida attributed to Hassan Sabbah, Khudavanda to Sultan Karimi to Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahimi. I mean, this one is attributed to Hassan Sabbah, but we're not sure really it's by him. And there are lots of these texts attributed to different peers, da'is in our communities. And so they need to be, assessed according to other sources. But in particular, Persian prayers from the time of Alamut, we have different prayers in Persian that are not poetry, the prose, but poetic prose. They called Nasr Musajja, and that's one of them is attributed to Kya Buzurg Umid, which is before the declaration of Qiyamah, but also there are another that is after Qiyamah, because it talks about Qiyamah. The terminology shows that it belongs to the post Qiyamah. But then that particular prayer that you ask about half Bab, there is that Ya Malik Salam is not actually prayer. He just quotes another person, Samarkandi, somebody who used to say this, Ya Malik Salam wa Salam, and he ends his statement or chapter with this quotation, but he's not quoting any prayer as such, which was practiced by the community. It's not a well-researched area, I should say, but there are prayers in Persian tradition from that time, which is not quite similar to what we have today. And I'm surprised that Mr. Tajdin in the text relates the current prayer to the time of the Qiyamah. I haven't been able to see any sources that confirm that, but I can't talk about the sources that you have seen.
May I just add that in that manuscript which I found of the Dua, the Asal Dua of the time of Maulana Nizar II, there is that prayer of Ya Malikul Salam. And it is in fact repeated maybe 6 or 7 times. I was so surprised because it's not now in our Dua.
Just to interject on this topic. So I have the translation of the Hassani Mahmud's Hafbab in front of me, Kareem, and when he talks about who the Imam was at the time of Ibrahim, it says in the translation, this is by the Chinese draft translation, but I'm pretty sure it hasn't changed. In the era of Ibrahim, Maulana was called Malik as-Salam. That is why today the Qa'imids, which is the name of the community then, take the name of Malik as-Salam in their prayer. So how would you, I interpreted that to mean that there actually is a prayer that's some sort of supplication that the Qa'imids, because he seems to say this is like a distinctive thing of that community. Now, what is interesting is, as Naguib said, in the Asal Dua, one of the names of the Imams who's recited before Imam Ali is Malik as-Salam, right? Now, I'm not saying it's the same, but the way I'm reading this, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't work on this, but can I infer from this mention that the post-Qiyamah Nizaris are doing some sort of prayers? They're not just doing nothing. Like they're still doing some sort of supplication or something.
Yeah,
yes,
definitely.
it is. Also, I would just like to give one information. I think it's on Academia. I have written an article on the Imamat of Melchizedek, Malikul Salam, and that may be of interest to some.
Thank you, Mr. Tajdin. Yes, Malik as-Salam is a very well-known term in the Ismaili literature of the Alamut period, but also non-Ismaili in the Sufi literature, especially this prayer of Malik that we now is part of our prayer. It's also recited in Sufi circles as well, and it doesn't it doesn't belong only to Ismaili community. But Malik Salam as the Qa'im, yes, in Half-Bab, he refers to Malik Salam or Malik Shulam in other sources that probably is a variation of a biblical figure that has transformed into this title. Okay, we have got more. I don't know how much time we have.
Dr. Karim, I've got a question.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for your wonderful presentations, and especially to Naguib Uncle for such a wonderful, for shedding light on a matter that has not been, so much given attention. So my question is basically for both of you and for Dr. Rizwan as well, that have you been able to sort of got anything on Amir Pir, which is a site located in Sindh in your Khochki sources, plus in the English archives?
Rizwan, please.
I have not found anything on Amir Pir, but since you are in Karachi, I would suggest that you talk with Mumtaz Ali Tajdin, who has written an article on that subject, and he may have some from Khochki manuscript.
So the Amir Pir is mentioned in a number of things within the English archive. You see it in the colonial gazetteers that were produced during the period in the 19th century. So we know it was something that goes back at least to Amir Pir. A number of the other shrines are also and visitations are also listed at the time that were current within the community of the time. Some of the challenges that exist prior to that is the community isn't designated or at least labeled as Khoja by the colonial officials yet. And so as a result, it's hard to tell exactly what shrines are in currency with what communities. And so we do have some difficulties there. As you know, Amir Pir still has festivals associated with it today. And so it is something that's still current, but much of the information on Amir Pir exists primarily within the oral sort of histories and oral stories that exist, more so than what's in the written archive. And of course, shrine culture today, because it's embattled amongst the Ismaili communities of the region and discouraged in many cases, it becomes a challenge then to sort of try to find documentation on this that's current. But there is some within the English language archive, but it's not voluminous by any means.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rizwan. We have got some questions in the chat from for Mr. Talbani as well. Norm has asked, I think you were trying to describe the distance from belief to faith that spans the stages of cognition, experience, knowledge, recognition, and finally self-disclosure in wisdom. These stages are parallel to the Sufi stages of Sharia, Tariqa, Haqiqa, Marifa, followed by self-disclosure. I think that this is a comment. And another question for Dr. Naguib. I think we discussed this, which was about sources of the prayers. I think I don't know, Mr. Talbani, do you have any comment about Norm comment? So as I go through the questions.
You're on mute. Dr. Talbani, you're on mute.
Okay. The idea of Shariat, Tariqat, Haqiqat, or Marfat, or you can substitute any words. These are linguistic issues. That means culturally, we create classification of information for our understanding. For instance, we have Sharia, we try to understand it. So Tariqat, Haqiqat, Marfat. Actually, they don't represent the reality. Okay, like we can say chair, and it encompasses all chairs in the world. Okay, but that way we create knowledge classifications, taxonomies to understand what it is. So when people in the medieval ages or even before, I think it was created by Hajwari, this Shariat, Tariqat, Haqiqat, and Marifat, there are two aspects of it. First of all, it does not represent anything as real. So when this classification was created, it has two backgrounds, two possibilities. One was that the Sufism was growing strong in Muslim society. Ismailism was growing stronger in Muslim societies. To appropriate these two knowledge traditions, they created this classification of Shariat, Tariqat, Haqiqat, just to tell people that these are part of the majority Sunni discourse. So they were trying to appropriate it, control it, the narrative. So that's why these classifications were created. So, and another part of the majority discourse is always is that they try to consume it. So we know how successful this was, that even we are talking about Shariat, Tariqat, Haqiqat, Marfat, which has make no sense in Ismaili context. It's absolutely, these are outdated linguistic classification, which has no meaning, no purpose. Once we create this classification, we started putting stuff in it. What is Shariat? Let's put this stuff in it. What is Tariqat? Let's put this information in it. So we create it and they possess it. Now we don't ever ask. This is one of the power of a discourse is that it is self-explanatory. And once it is created, it is accepted by everyone, then you don't need any evidence to support it. So now this Shariat Tariqat is created, we all talk about it, absolutely makes no sense. It is historically, it has a existence and we can describe it, but from the philosophical point of view and from this Tariqat, what you call Talimi point of view, and it does not exist. In our Ismailism, we don't have that thing. For instance, people mention various stages of spiritual progress. That's absolutely nonsense.
Thank you.
It has no relation with what a person, because it is individualistic, you cannot generalize it. So what a person goes through, spiritual transformation process, it has nothing to do with this content, the knowledge part, because this does not relate to experience of a person.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr.
Yes,
Talbani. Sorry,
yes.
we have got some people who have raised their hands. We have got just a few minutes left. If we can,
so that's my idea.
We just so you know, we can go for another 15 minutes if people want for Q&A. So don't feel the need to rush.
Okay. All right. Good.
Dr. Salim,
let me say one point, actually, just one very important point. The important point is what we have been doing. We have tremendous number of scholars. This is one of the very bright, intellectually powerful period of Ismaili community. Unfortunately, we are not creating breakthrough knowledge. We are not creating new knowledge. So I will hope that now we will start thinking outside the box and try to create interpret knowledge in a way that we share, put light on issues like I mentioned in my presentation about Mawiya. You will be surprised. I have done some studies. I have to do more studies on it. But how Mawiya created Sunnism. All Sunni rituals. Can you believe it? Rasul was so particular that he had agreements, written agreements with various tribes and all those things. But now we look at this Islamic history, we don't find any clear mention of ibadat. Those are essential for religion, or rituals, practices, laws. We don't find any clear-cut evidence that they existed in Prophet's time. That means in the following years, there are some people, some powerful authorities who censored it, eliminated it, and maybe destroyed all of those evidences. So what Prophet said, we don't have much. All our hadiths, which are created much later. So those things we have to think out of the box, and we have to, because just yesterday, somebody told me that somebody following the majority interpretation, and I realized it, that everybody thinks that's the true path, and nobody challenges it. So we should start exploring those ideas and see what actually Islam was. And
sorry, Mr. Talbani, we can keep the answers short, so the more questions can be asked.
Absolutely,
I think
you're
better.
right.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry, Khalil.
so Kareem, we have a bunch in the QA box. Can you see that? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. But I wanted to ask another panelist actually to raise his question live. Mansoor Shivji, if you have still your questions, want to ask?
I don't think we have a panelist with that. We don't have a Mansoor
Oh,
Shivji.
okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay, I just had a raised hand. All right. There was a question to request from in the QAA from Mr. Tajdin that they wanted to have a copy of Kalimatul Haq. Would you be able to share it?
As I said, Mumtaz Ali Tajdin mentioned to me, but I have not a copy. I have asked him to get a copy from the person with whom he saw that book. So I'm still waiting for it. Yes, if I get it, for sure I'll make it available to all those who are interested.
Thank you very much. Question to, sorry, I don't know whether I'm looking at the right question or not. Anybody else from the panel wants to ask a question?
Yeah, so Dr. Karim, I just wanted to add a point. When we were, having a look at Mr. Naguib's presentation, so there was a part in which he mentioned that the Kalmo of Pir Sadgur Noor, right? So as far as I understood, he sort of connected that to the initial the initial or the crude form of the dua, or the initial, sort of part or the component of the dua of the Satpanthi Ismailis. But on the same note, we should also remember that the texts which we are using do not appear in the source documents from that time period. So for instance, and of course, he has got a rich collection of manuscripts. He would also agree that, hardly any Ginan mentions his real name. Plus, secondly, I think another important point to remember here is that the Ginans of Pir Sadgur Noor, at least as far as, linguistic aspect is concerned, are not from that time period. And Mumtaz Tajdin would definitely, agree to that. In fact, he has agreed, and he has written about that in his recent volume, which about which I also wrote a review, and that's entitled Ismaili Peers, Wakils, and Sayyids of South Asian Regions. That was published back in 2015, right? So, and just for the interest of the audience, I have seen a manuscript that contains the Ginan, either this Kalma Kahore or the Ginan Bhaiyo Baram in a Bullion of Pir Sadgur Nur, and the scribe has noted that Ginan Pir Ghulam Ali Shajo. So the works of Sadgur Nur, at least linguistically speaking, are not from the time or not from the or cannot be, at least from the written sources attributed to that particular time period. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Alyjan. We have a number of questions in the question and answer section. Sorry, Mr. Tajdi, you're on mute. Oh, sorry. There is a question: have there been any periods where Nizari Ismailis would recite Dua Kumail in Jamaat Khanas, or similar other prayers compiled by Imam Ali or other Imams? I think this would be addressed to Mr. Tajuddin or Rizwan.
To my knowledge, no, I haven't seen any.
So in some Soleimani Musti Ali manuscripts that I've seen, as well as some printed texts that exists in some of my fieldwork there in Yemen, and primarily, I've seen prayers of early Shi'i Imams, even that predate the split between the Nizari and Musti Ali communities, where you have prayers attributed to various Imams, including Fatimid Imams, prior to the split. And if I believe correctly, Dua Kumail, I believe, is listed in one of the printed versions of the text that I had seen. And so if we are to take the assumption that some of these prayers also existed amongst Nizari Ismaili communities prior to the separation of these communities into distinct identities, then it is possible that these supplications or prayers may have existed. One of the things I think that's interesting is that in Naguib's presentation, today we talk about the dua as a single document. But when I look at some of the Satpanti literature, the Imam Shahi literature that exists, many of the lines, and Naguib alludes to this, many of the elements of the dua exist in other forms and other prayers prior to it. And so the dua becomes in many ways an amalgamation of a number of prayer systems, supplications that may have been in existence prior to the establishment of the asal dua or coterminous to it. And even today, elements of the asal dua exist in the Arabic dua that we have as well, again, fragments of it. And so we see some of these things together. So today we think of it as a singular text, but when we talk about oral text in the pre-modern period, I think it's important for us to recognize that many of these may have been fragments or belong to supplications for particular things that then may have been consolidated into the asal dua.
May I add something? Because you mentioned the Imam Shahi. Actually, I wanted to talk of the dua of the Imam Shahi and the Atiyas, which is very similar to the asal dua. There is one manuscript which I found in Pirana, and it contains an asal dua of the Imam Shahi in 71 chapter. And I collected an audio of that. I think the guy is reciting very, very fast, and it's 45 to 50 minutes. So you could imagine, we could not fit that in my presentation. It would not have done justice to it. But yes, those documents exist.
All right, thank you very much. We have got a very long comment from Norm to you, Naguib. The dua is of particular interest as it is directed at Allah, where the term Allah refers to King of Wisdom, but the majority erroneously understand Allah as divinity. Okay, this is, I don't know whether this is a question, but is the question?
Yeah, I don't think it's a question. I think it's just more of a comment. We can skip that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's something from Sadiq Habib. Do you see that one? It's for Rizwan.
I couldn't find that. Sorry, if you want to take over, because I couldn't find the question. There are lots of comments here, and I tried to copy the questions in another.
No, that's fine. I think Rizwan answered that one sort of in writing, so that's okay. I'll help you look here. I know there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to continue still, because I think the time is up now. If you want to allow people to have more questions from the panelists.
Yeah, I think we're just at the end here. So what we'll do is any of our panelists, if you just want to add any final comment on anything, here's your chance.
No, I wanted to say there was a question in the chat I saw earlier about accessing the English language archive. And I think, whether it's the English language archive or the Indic language archive that both Aziz and Naguib have access to, I think it's important that obviously much of it is spread out throughout the world. Increasingly with the English language archive, some of it is digitized, but much of it still exists in the hands of institutions or private individuals or libraries. And at least where it exists in library collections, some of it is being digitized. When I started with the English language archive, some of the things existed, of course, when I traveled to many of the national archives in East Africa, in South Asia, and other parts of the world, and located some of these. Later, many of the newspapers were put onto microform, and that was the first way that I had access to it. And now much of the archive, although not all of it, is digitized, and which makes it much easier to go through. Especially when I'm looking through 10,000, 15,000 pieces of work. But part of it is going to these places and getting access to them and looking for them and, mining your contacts. Now the next challenge becomes, as I think Naguib has alluded to too, is you have all this voluminous material. You now have to read it, analyze it, code it, figure out what to do with it and put it together into something that's cohesive. And that's the next challenge that you have, is now that you have all of this material, how do you make sense of it? What do you do with it? But for those researchers who are interested in helping with at least the English language archive in terms of classifying it, coding it, would like to help analyze it, by all means, please reach out. There's never a shortage of work to do on this material. And there are lots of things to write about that we still have yet to write about and discover. And so please do reach out if you're interested in helping with this at all.
Yeah, thank you, Rizwan. I have actually a specific question for you, because I know you have traveled to different parts of Muslim world, documenting different sacred spaces. I wonder if you have traveled to Iraq as well, because we have lots of Ismaili Imams buried in Najaf and Karbala, and we have some building, as far as I understand, commissioned by Ismaili Imams or the family of the Imam. And have you been able to find any record, any document about these institutions or mausoleums?
Yeah, so unfortunately, Iraq is one of the few countries I haven't been able to visit. It's been in obviously a state of, it's been politically unstable for many, many decades. And so it's not a place that I've been able to travel to. However, the English language archive interestingly points to Iraq as an important locus for the Imams prior to Aga Khan II, as we know that even though Imam Hassan Ali Shah was buried at Hassan, interred in Hassanabad in India, Aga Khan II is buried along with many members of his family in Iraq. And we see that with, some of the early Imams as well. So we do have documentation of mausoleums. We even have documentations of Jamaat Khanas in Iraq in 1925, where we see in the roster of Mukis and Kamris that are appointed, Muki and Kamri appointed for both Najaf and Karbala. And so we know that there were Mukis and Kamris probably responsible for many of the buildings or places of worship that would have existed even in Karbala at the time, and many Ismailis would have traveled to for business. We also know that some of the ritual elements, including the mohar that was used in some of the practices of the Jamaat in the al-Ṣafā or during prostration in Sindh and elsewhere, came from Iraq prior to the arrival of Aga Khan I in the country. And so we know that there was pilgrimage also to Iraq, and there are records and manuscripts that exist from East Africa that also speak about this. So Iraq becomes an important element that is really yet it still needs a lot of work to be done before we find out more information, but there are sufficient references to this in the English language archive in the 19th century that suggested it as an important place for the Ismaili community and for the imams as well.
Thank you very much.
Quick point, sorry. My maternal grandfather actually was Qamriya in Basra, and he founded the Jamaat Khana with another person in Jamaat there. So he became a Qamriya over there, and my mother spent her early childhood in Basra. So we have a family kind of link over there.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, I think on that note, we can end this panel. Thank you very much to all our presenters and also the audience. It was wonderful, really. The questions, the comments. I learned a lot, and I hope we continue these discussions tomorrow as well. Thank you, Khalil. Do you want to add
Yeah,
anything?
sure. Just thank you so much to you, Dr. Javan, for hosting this afternoon, and thank you to our speakers for putting in all the effort and sharing your research with us, and basically all the speakers who presented today. It's been another active day. So just a reminder, the conference continues tomorrow. Tomorrow is day 4. Beginning at 8:30. The panel, well, you can check the schedule yourselves, but I'll just say we're beginning with Ismaili material culture tomorrow morning. It's a mixed day. We have some history. Dr. Karim Javan is presenting later in the morning. So there'll be some interesting architecture type stuff tomorrow. Later in the morning, it'll be modern history, sort of early modern history. We'll hear about Maulana Sultan Muhammad Shah, for example. And more history tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon will be a bit shorter. There'll be only one afternoon panel. But thank you all for your participation. And just a quick reminder that every day of this conference is on YouTube. All right. It's all being streamed and it's going to sit on YouTube. You can go back and watch it. Right. So it's going to be there. And again, thank you all for your enthusiastic participation. And given all the technology issues, I think we navigated it as a group very smoothly. So thank you all again.
Thank you.